What's going on, everybody? Once again, I am Cash, back at it again on Cash Media / Cash Sports. We are here on another wonderful Saturday, fueled with so much going on in the sports world. Going on this weekend in particular, we got basketball revving it up. Yesterday, going back to back. You already know, man. All-Star break concluded. Second half of the NBA season is up and going, up and running. And then we even got basketball. But today I want to talk about something special today. It is a little special topic that we do got to talk about. Our money. Thank you, man. Thank you for showing up. And I even got my guy, Will, here. He tuned in yesterday, kind of a regular. Of course, we want to talk about a little bit of boxing. I want to talk about some boxing today. Fueled up, right? So I'm bring my guy in here. I'm gonna talk about what I'm gonna talk about first, and then we're gonna get into it. I'm gonna have some more people tune in also, but let's start it up, man. Let's talk about what we gotta talk about. So Jake Paul is finally going to be fighting Tommy Fury tomorrow in Saudi Arabia, right? I believe it is going to be 3:00 Eastern time, right? So this is a huge fight. This is a huge event, particularly for Jake Paul, particularly for the boxing world, right? I mean, I don't even know how we even got to this point when it comes to boxing, right? We gotta bring up the biggest names in boxing, right? We bringing up Floyd Mayweather, Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Louis, right? These are some of the biggest names in boxing. Yeah, I'm sitting here talking to you about Jake freaking Paul. But Jake Paul, man, he deserves a lot of credit for, where he's taking his career, where he's at right now, right? He's fighting a legitimate boxer. He's fighting a legitimate foe in Tommy Fury, the young brother of the world heavyweight champion, Tyson Fury. A lot has been speculating around Jake Paul's career. A lot of people have been throwing some things out saying, he needs to fight a real boxer. He hasn't fought anybody. He's fought people like Tyron Woodley, Anderson Silva, and then, he knocked out Tyron Woodley. I mean, pieced that mofo. Like he got hit with a right hand. It was wild.
Ben Askren.
Right? And then now, he is facing a formidable foe in Tommy Fury, right? So, and I think this was a very good matchup for Jake Paul. I think it's been a long time coming. And then, there's some things that I want to cover as pertains to leading up to this fight, right? So first off, right, it is not your regular boxing matchup. It is going to be an 8-round fight at 185 in Saudi Arabia tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So if you guys are on the West Coast, if you guys are in a different time zone, please account for that, right? Another thing too, of course, it's going to be on pay-per-view. I mean, come on now, nothing new. It's boxing. You already know they're out to take your money. Them boxing promoters are out to get your money, right? But I'm going to be personally watching it. I'm going to be looking out for. I for one have been genuinely looking forward to this fight, because Jake Paul, he brings a lot to the sport, man. He's been revving up boxing for such a long time, something the sport has been needing for a long, long time. For me, I'm an avid boxing watcher. I watch a lot of boxing, but Jake Paul, with so many fighters, so many boxers kind of have been ducking each other, not them personally, but with the game and the promoter game and everything that comes into play, we're not seeing the fights that we want to see. In particular, right, the Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence fight, a fight like that we should have seen happen years ago. But you know what? We still got some great fights coming up. Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia are going to be fighting later this year in April. So I'm going to be talking about that further down the line. But going back to this, right? And so Jake Paul, he knows the competition. He knows what's coming for him. He understands the situation at hand. So Paul has been steadily improving on his game. There's no doubt about that. He's been He's been training in Puerto Rico from the sources that I have looked up, right? Training with former cruiserweight contender BJ Flores, right? So, now going back onto Tommy Fury's side, they've been trying to make this fight happen on multiple occasions. The first fight, Tommy Fury had a rib injury, so he wasn't able to make that bout. Second go around, apparently there was some issues with Tommy Fury and his his visa or per se, so he wasn't able to really get into the States, so they weren't able to make the fight happen here in America. So it's probably why this fight is happening in Saudi Arabia, right? And then so now it finally occurred. They're making the fight happen, and it is going to happen. Now, I don't know what is going to happen when it comes down to the result. But at the end of the day, man, I got to give my opinion. I got to give, what I think about the fight. And I'm going to give my prediction. So here it is. In all honesty, I think Tommy Fury wins this fight. I'm familiar with boxing. I've trained in boxing. I have boxing gloves. I'm not no professional. I wouldn't even say I would put myself up there to say I can fight with the best of them. But, just giving an observation, right? For Tommy Fury, who has a background along with his older brother, Tyson Fury, who's the heavyweight champion of the world, he has an amateur background. He's been fighting. It's fighting is in his blood. It goes way, way back, right? But for Jake Paul, he's somebody that has somewhat of a very different background than most fighters, right? He went down kind of like the social media route and then trained himself up to this point to even become a boxer of this magnitude. And you know what? Jake Paul deserves every bit of credit that he deserves right now. I mean, to get even to this point, it took a lot of hard work. It took a lot of dedication. There's no way of going around the route that Jake Paul has went. Regardless of how you can have your opinion, regardless of how you go about it, Jake Paul still had to get in the gym, train hard, work hard, hit the bag, put on the glove, spar. More importantly, spar with some of the best of them, because there is no doubt about it. Seeing how this man has grown from the beginning, just looking at it from skill set. Now, I'm not saying he looks like the best of them. He doesn't even look like the best boxer out there. In all honesty. But you know what? You still got to give credit to where credit is due, just to point out the point that he's at right now, as it comes to skill level. Right? So, but yeah, man, I still got to roll with Tommy Fury simply because big part of it is muscle memory. Right? I feel like Tommy Fury is going to go in there with a lot of skill set, a lot of he has a familiar background in boxing, which Jake Paul simply doesn't have, right? So when it comes down to that, he approaches he's gonna approach the fight a little bit differently. Hopefully, Jake Paul will be able to tap into that, maybe learning something from BJ Flores, how to fight a guy like Tommy Fury, right? But this is. Obviously a needle in a haystack when it comes to boxing fights. We haven't seen two guys like this get into the ring with each other, but it's going to be exciting to see. So if I had to go round for round, I think both fighters are going to come out blasting. I think it's going to be a very heated fight in the very beginning. Jake Paul is definitely going to try to probably pace himself a little bit, in the beginning of the fight. Definitely gonna throw some haymakers, see what he can throw, see what he can land, see how, try to download what Tommy Fury's gonna do. I think Tommy Fury is definitely gonna be a lot more intelligent in the fight when it comes to how to process what Jake Paul is gonna do. The type of throws he's gonna punch, and definitely he's gonna try to stay away from that right hand that Jake Paul has, because Jake Paul is, at the end of the day, it's still a fight, still a boxing match. So anybody has, you know, that puncher's chance, I may say. But as the fight starts to progress, I think Jake Paul is going to wither out. I think he's going to tire out, and essentially, it's going to come down. It's going to come down to the decision or a Tommy Fury TKO. So unfortunately, if you guys are picking Jake Paul to win this fight, hey, by all means, that's your opinion. I'm not knocking it. Honestly, I would be rooting for Jake Paul. For one, you know, he's American. You know, I always try to root for the home team, for the home turf. You know, I don't like picking. There's just something in me, you know, to say I'm gonna pick a British guy over an American. And there ain't no way. I'm not gonna pick no American. I'm not gonna pick no British guy over an American fighter. You know, that's just the nationalist in me. I'm gonna pick the A side. You know, but we're gonna have to see, man. So I want to hear some of your guys' opinion. I want to see what you guys have to say on who's gonna win the fight, and tap in. Let me know. So I know I do have some people that are currently tuned in into the studio. So I want to hear what you guys have to say. By the way, man, like and subscribe to the video.
If his punk ass wins tomorrow, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. It won't be a good look for boxing overall as a sport. That's all I'm going to say.
Why you say that, bro? Why you say it's not going to be a good look for boxing if Jake Paul wins?
Bro, the fact that we've got all these YouTubers that decide they're gonna change their careers and become boxers. Like, bro, it's getting out of hand. It's fucking ridiculous. All this YouTuber, TikToker, boxing events.
Yeah, man, ain't nobody care about Jake Paul, man.
Yeah, Logan Paul, fucking KSL, all this motherfucker.
Disney Channel ass, bro.
I want to see real fights. I want to see no fucking YouTubers fight.
Hey, man,
I mean, it's like you said, like you were saying, it's admirable that he got in that shape and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, he's not a boxer. He's gonna every fight that goes long for him, he runs out of gas. He's not a boxer. He's a YouTuber.
Yeah, how can it run?
Yeah,
he runs out of gas, and that's what's gonna happen. He's
that's not even disrespectful, bro. No,
yeah.
Everyone's always gonna see him as a YouTuber, and that's the problem with Jake Paul. No one will ever take him seriously as a boxer, no matter what he does. Like,
and he's facing
guy's
a
talking
real
about
boxer.
Mike Tyson. You're not Mike Tyson, bro. Like, he should be struck for lightning for saying his name, bro. It's actually disrespectful. Like, people are gonna say don't hate on Jake Paul, but he's doing this to himself, bro. I see this guy on like podcasts talking about Mike Tyson, bro. You have no business bringing that name up, bro. It's actually disrespectful to the sport, bro.
No, and he's facing a real boxer, a guy who's been in
exactly
that's
for the
part of
first
his
time.
Not it's a real right. It's like this guy has been in the boxing world, you know, whether it's just because of his brother, because of himself, whatever. It's a real boxer. It's a real, you know, the real stage. So I don't know if he goes past 2 rounds, to be honest. You know, I'm with you. I'll root for him because he's American and all this stuff, you know. But at the end of the day, man, it's gonna be a bad look if he does actually win by a knockout or something. Because that's the only way I see him winning. But if it goes past 2 rounds, he's doomed, man. He's done. He's gonna get so tired. It's crazy.
But you know what? I mean, yeah. I would definitely speak to conditioning, and you know, I should have probably worded that better in the beginning during my soliloquy, speaking on just kind of like, you know, when I was talking about Fury, like, you know, his boxing history is definitely what sets him apart from Jake Paul. You know, the conditioning, the muscle memory, going into the fight with that confidence to go in there and saying to himself like, yo, I've been here before. I've definitely fought people, you know, who are more familiar with the sport. But in all honesty, though, you know, if I had to go look at Jake Paul fighting history, I know people have kind of knocked on him for quite some time. People kind of knocked on him for the people that he's fought. But I would even say that Jake Paul has had better opponents than Tommy Fury as of lately. Better fighters. I've looked at Tommy Fury's prior fights, and not to take away, from him as a fighter, because we understand, as a professional fighter, you have to build your name up. You have to build your resume up to be able to get those type of fights to fight against the best of the best. You know what I'm saying? But with Jake Paul's situation, he had a very different situation. It was entirely unique. Even though he went into the game fighting. He fought Nate Robinson, which was one.
Yeah, what was that? Yeah.
We're still trying to find Nate Robinson to this day. And then I think he took a turn. I mean, obviously, Ben Askren wasn't a boxer in any way, shape, or form. He was not ready for that fight. I was in that day, I was in better shape than Ben Askren for that fight. But then Tyron Woodley, right? And I think this is when it started to take a turn for Jake Paul, because at least Tyron Woodley fit the criteria of not of a boxer, but definitely a fighter. You get what I'm saying? So he was able to at least go in there and take some type of blows, take some type of hits, with Jake Paul. And then obviously the second fight, he went in there and knocked Tyron Woodley out. And then so now you have the next fight, right, when he fought Anderson Silva. That one, I would probably assume where he lost a little bit of credit. And I think Tommy Fury pointed this out, where Anderson Silva is a guy, he's in his 40s. He's fighting a guy in his 40s, and then he was gassed out. Just imagine.
Silva was he's a fighter anyway. Whether he's in his 40s or not, he's a fighter.
He's a fighter, but you gotta understand though, like when you're a guy that's like in your 20s, the prime, and you're in your physical prime against Anderson Silva, like I get what you're saying, because even if you were to spar with a guy in his 40s who has the fighting experience like Anderson Silva, trust me, he's gonna smoke you. Don't let people people should understand, regardless of how old the motherfucker is. If you spar with him and he has the fighting experience of Anderson Silva, he would still cap your shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But let me reply to this shit. Hey, couples. Tomorrow the fight is in Saudi Arabia at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So whatever time zone you're in, hey couples, just be mindful of that. So 3 p.m. Eastern time, that's when the fight is going to occur. Right. So going back to what I was saying. So with Jake Paul, I feel like, with Anderson Silva and Tommy Fury made a point where, I'm 23. This is what he said. I'm 23, right? If I'm fighting a 40-year-old guy, I'm not going to look like that at the end of the fight. I'm not going to be gassed. I'm not going to have bruises all over my face. I'm going to tear this guy apart simply because of the fact that Tommy Fury has been boxing on a consistent basis, has been training on a consistent basis. So a 40-year-old guy wouldn't be able to keep up with him. But you know what? I think that right there, kind of showcased Jake Paul's current boxing ability. I mean, I know it's been a long time. It's been a long time since then. He had a lot of time to train to make up for that fight. But, we've yet to see it, and we're going to see it tomorrow.
But it's not more impressive than Tommy Fury, because even though Tommy Fury's whole boxing record are just a bunch of nobodies, they're all actual boxers. Everyone fucking Jake Paul fought is either out of prime, out of shape,
or not a boxer.
And
a basketball player, and MMA guy, and
yeah, they might be fighters, they might be UFC, MMA, but that's not the same.
Yeah,
it's not the same.
No, I mean, I feel you. Yes, it's not the same, bro. But I mean, you know what? Let me even show you. Let me show you. Tommy
Remember, fucking McGregor Mayweather.
Yeah, that was a weak ass fight. Like, not the same.
Whoa! Why you say that was a weak fight?
Because McGregor was not gonna beat a Mayweather. in his ring, like just like Mayweather wouldn't have beaten McGregor in his ring. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like it's not the same.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically what this is coming down to. Jake Paul could fight, but he's entering the boxer's ring with a real boxer. Whether the guy fought weak opponents or not, it's a real boxer at the end of the day. And I don't know. He's not going to survive.
So let me tap into this real quick. Let me show you guys a little bit of something right here, right? So this is Tommy Fury's prior fights. These are all the people that he's fought prior, right? So first fight, look at the record. Look at the record, right?
What, 10-1?
10, no, not that one. Okay, that's his most recent fight, right? And so to kind of look deeper into how boxing fights are made, obviously, right? They try to get the easiest fights possible starting off. Not really the easiest fights, but they try to get somebody who can at least somewhat match your skill per se.
Right.
Or at your skill level, and then they kind of tune it up a bit. Yeah, they ramp it up more and more. I mean, anybody that kind of watches it understands, and then once you get to that point, once you start to get ranked, then that's that will start to get thrown out there, right? Yeah. But look at these records, bro. Look at the guy particularly on the bottom. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. I think he's bro, he's 10. He's 10, 102, and 3. This man has 102.
Jake Paul should have fought that game, man. I don't know.
He has 102 losses. I've never seen something like that, bro. This is like the opposite of Julio Cesar Chavez's boxing.
Why is this guy even still fighting?
Bro, you see what I'm saying? So, and then look at the next guy, Kaleem Adel. He's 0-26. And then the next guy is 2-26. And then the guy after him is 0-11, 0-9. And then he fought one guy, Jordan Grant, who was 2-0. Anthony Taylor was 0-1. And then the last guy who had the best record he's fought is 10-1.
You see that last one, 10-1, is more impressive. It's probably the hard way. Is by far harder than anyone Jake Paul had to face.
I disagree, bro. I disagree with that because I think going in the ring, I think for Jake Paul's case, I think going in the ring and fighting Tyron Woodley twice is probably better than probably most of the guys that Tommy Fury has fought on this list. If I'm being dead honest with you. Now, I'm not sitting here and I'm trying to say like these guys are better boxers, but like I said, speaking from the standpoint of just a fighter and going there and remember, like as a fighter, right? You have to be able to take a certain amount of hits. You have to be able to train your body and hone your body to get in the ring and go in a battle, essentially, right? Now, Tyron Woodley, like I said, is not a boxer. He's a wrestler, right? But he had a mixed martial arts background, so his specialty wasn't boxing. Which I do agree. I do agree with you. I agree with everybody who makes that case. But if I'm looking here, I mean, at least Tyron Woodley was a world champion. At least Ben Askren was undefeated. At least Anderson Silva was a striking specialist at the peak of his prime. By all means, he was old as shit. Anderson Silva was old as dog shit. But he still had the muscle memory. He still had the boxing IQ. He still had some of that fighting. What time is the fight and how long? Hey, I just put it in there. It's
just looking at these records, makes me inspired so that I could become a boxer and maybe fight one of these guys.
I'll kill you, bro. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Like, Hawk, yo, bro, bring this guy Will in here, bro. Like, bro, in his prime, bro. Like, he could actually fight some of these guys, bro.
Well, it's still in his prime.
I'm still in my prime. What are you talking about, bro? I'll fight these guys right now and I'll beat them.
Nah, bro. Realistically, bro, go back 10 years ago, bro. Bring this guy Will on, fam. Yo, this guy.
Yeah. Those are fighting words. I'll fight you right now, dog.
And you know what though? I would speak on this ground. I would speak on this level. You know, and you know with boxers, right? When they start off their professional career, because you gotta remember, Jake Paul. It's not like he started off as an amateur. You know, he took a couple tournament fights. He took a couple fights here and there that were promoted. Nothing on a level where, you know, Nate, for example, Nate Robinson was a boxer in particular, right? But every boxer starts off, you know, with a boxer at their own level. It's not like when they come out the woodwork, you know, they're just getting the best fights available to these guys. They're going to get these fights to match with their skill. So if you look at anybody's first couple fights, if you look at any professional fighter's first couple fights, it's not going to blow you out the water. You know, it's not like these guys were fighting guys, you know, that were the best in the world. You get what I'm saying? And so the reason why one of the few cases that you can really make for Jake Paul is that he fought better guys early, you know, even though they weren't what they should have been. I feel like he should have fought a boxer, you know, but I feel like this is the time, this is the fight in which he finally gets tested, and we're going to see for ourselves. You know, this is it right here. This is the moneymaker, because even the WBO, the World Boxing World Boxing Organization or whatever, they're one of the committees. They're one of the committees that issues. They're one of the three world committees that gives out the belts for world champions, right? So if Jake Paul wins this fight against Tommy Fury, they even came out and said that Jake Paul will receive a rank in the cruiserweight division. So this isn't for bluff now. This is for real. This is serious. You know, so you can see how important this fight would you know, how important this fight is for Jake Paul, and how much it could take a turn, you know, for the better if he were to come out there and capitalize off this win.
And yeah, I mean, we gotta also be truthful about the whole thing, that he's just looking for the bag. Like, does he really want to be a boxer? I mean, last week he was in the WWE Elimination Chamber pay-per-view event, and now he's boxing he's just looking for the bag. He was scamming a few people with the NFT Bitcoin scheme, whatever that was, a few months ago. Like, he's just looking for the bag. I don't believe that this is his big moment, because he's really dedicated to the sport. He's just looking for money. That's it.
I gotta disagree with that, man, because in a position where Jake Paul is at, bro, you know, like, dude, you could do anything for money. You know, like they have a prime.
He's basically doing everything for money. That's what I'm saying.
But here's my thing, though. Here's why you can't fake what Jake Paul is doing. He can't just do it simply for money, because boxing is one of those sports where you really got to go at it. Like you have that whole saying when they say you have a plan in the ring until you get punched in the mouth. I'm telling you, that can apply in damn near any situation.
Ayo. But the thing about boxing, though, and the thing about Jake Paul, bro, is that, like, boxing is just like a less superior sport when it comes to like other sports, you know. At the end of the day, you know, like basketball is just a sicker sport. NFL is just a sicker sport. Fucking
Explain. You have to explain that one, bro.
because at the end of the day, bro, boxing has a much less consistent audience than these other sports. You know, boxing is incredibly hype, but with the NBA, there's multiple games in a season, and even though these boxing games are bringing in revenue, it's only like one fight every 6 months. And the issue is that this guy Jake Paul has been known to fight less superior competition. At the end of the day, everybody he's fought against was smaller than him. He made sure that happened. And the guy he's fighting right now, even though Jake Paul's listed at 6'1", and the guy he's fighting right now is listed at 6 foot, Jake Paul is just he's a strong guy, you know? So at the end of the day, I don't know how coordinated he is. I don't know how quick he is. Like, I think he just relies on his size, bro. And like that's why boxing is like ass at the end of the day, because these other sports actually require consistent skill, whereas boxing, like the biggest skill with boxing is choosing your matchups, you know. But in the other sports, you don't have that luxury. So yeah, bro, this guy Jake Paul is just choosing his own matchup, bro. This guy's not fighting nobody stronger than him. Like that's what I'm saying. Will is stronger than this guy Jake Paul. So like, if Jake Paul actually fought Will, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, I gotta pause back. You gotta fall back on that one, because you can't. First off, you can't disrespect boxing like that, bro. You can't disrespect boxing like that, bro. Because I'm a huge boxing fan. I love boxing, right? So you can't shit on boxing like that. You feel me? So when it comes down to, you said you'll see a fighter fight, or you'll see them big fights probably like once every 6 months. That's one fighter. You know what I'm saying? That's one fighter that will fight once every 6 months. Sometimes you'll have other guys that fight 2-3 times a year. You know, now I feel like it's become a little bit more rare, and that's largely part of promoters. Promoters is what really took a negative, who have put a negative impact towards the boxing game. But boxing as a whole, man, is still a beautiful sport. I'm telling you.
No, but the problem is that it's not regulated. Like there is no organization or association like there is with UFC or any other sport.
But that's how it is. But you gotta understand, you can't compare UFC to boxing, because UFC is still a relatively new organization, and it's a league, right? UFC is a league. Boxing is just is pushed by promoters. It's pushed by promoters. You get what I'm saying? So with boxing, right? That's why Floyd made so much money, because he was his own promotion. He didn't have a man.
That's why
All
Tyson
he
made
had-
money too. Yeah.
Hmm?
That's why Tyson and Chavez made a lot of money. De La Hoya
Hmm.
and Mayweather too. Yeah, because of the promoters, they hyped it up. They promoted it like constantly.
Yeah.
TV ads and internet ads and all kinds of ads. It's not the same today. Klitschko was such an amazing boxer, and he got no hype for him, no promotion, no good promotion.
Yeah.
Pacquiao.
And yeah, there's a bunch of boxers, both Klitschko's and
Manny Pacquiao.
Even going back to the Holyfield days, like he didn't get a lot of promotion either, and that's when basically the sport started dying. When just promoters were not as good as Don King and all these other.
No, the problem. No, it's not the fact that boxing was It's not the fact that promoters weren't as good as Don King. Even though Don King was a great promoter in terms of hyping up the fight, in getting the guys who needed to fight, right? But the problem is that promoters are just way too corrupt. They have their hands in these guys' pockets. They don't let these guys fight and make the fights that they want to fight. Like, I guarantee you, Josh, you would feel a whole lot differently about boxing if the fights that were supposed to happen happen. Like this year, we were supposed to get Terrence Crawford versus Errol Spence, right? And not to mention, right, we still have Ryan Garcia and Gervonta Davis, which is still set for April, which is going to be one of the biggest fights of the year, probably the biggest fight in the past couple of years, if I'm going to be honest with you.
But only people who watch the sport, like I'll watch a fight like that. I'll go to the local bar or some shit to watch it like that. But really, is it a big fight if nobody even knows what's going on? You know what I mean? Like
See, that's the thing, because remember, with certain fighters, like people might not keep up with boxing as a whole, but when you look into certain fighters and their influence, like Ryan Garcia is a very big name when it comes to the boxing. Gervonta Davis's name has been huge for a long time. His name has been relevant in boxing for a very, very long time, on and off, right? So now when you have a fighter like Ryan Garcia, who's very social media heavy, talks, his name is in the headlines. Gervonta Davis, his name has been, good or bad, it's been in, whatever headline you come across. But when you have two of these guys who are known to be the best, who are undefeated, right? Gervonta Davis has been knocking motherfuckers out, right? Just like a baby Mike Tyson. Then now you have Ryan Garcia, who's undefeated, up and coming, young, and then and then you're gonna have them ready to clash. That's gonna be a big fight, regardless. Yeah, I had an argument a couple weeks back with somebody, who I would say a bigger boxing fan than I was, and he was making an argument that Gervonta Davis and the Ryan Garcia fight would be bigger than Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence, right? Because of their name, because of the how their clout and their influence.
But you're describing, okay, so a boxing fan knows this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember growing up, Chavez is gonna fight. Non-boxing fans would show up to watch the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Tyson's gonna fight. Just even Mayweather. Mayweather's gonna fight. Mayweather's gonna fight. The Filipino. What's his name? Pacquiao. Like, everybody, even non-boxing fans were showing up to these bars and to the clubs and all these places to go watch a fight. Like right now, there's no name.
Mm-hmm.
Unless like over here, like I don't know how it is where everyone else lives, but like if Canelo Alvarez does a fight, nobody knows that there's a fight. I mean, I knew about this Logan Paul shit, but nobody knows that Logan Paul. My kids, because they keep up with social media. They're like, oh yeah, he's gonna fight. Yeah, he's gonna. But they're under the impression that this is just another money scheme that he's trying to do. It's not a real fight. You know what I mean? It's not really a big deal. Like if a Canelo, like I said, when Canelo Alvarez fights, you see the bars here in New York get filled up and stuff to go watch it. Other than that, no one's fighting. No, you ask anyone if they know any boxers. No, I just know Alvarez. I don't know Canelo. That's it. Canelo's the only big name that's, and he's not the biggest name in boxing. Yeah, that's the. You know what I'm saying? Like
he's not the biggest bird.
No, disagree on that one. Canelo's been the number one pound for pound boxer for years, though.
I understand, but he's not the only boxer in the world. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
I know that.
He's the only one that anyone gives a damn about.
No, but trust me though, I know that. I know Canelo Alvarez is the number one pound for pound fighter, but trust me, bro, there's a lot of big names out there. There's Boots Ennis. The welterweight division is still up for grab. You even have what's their names? I forgot their names. The Charlo brothers, right? They're making a name for themselves. They've been made a name for themselves. They've been trying to fight Canelo Alvarez for the longest now. And you even have the lightweight division, Shakur Stevenson coming up, Devin Haney, right? Just became champion. So I'm telling you, trust me, bro. There's a lot of names out there. It's just the fact that the problem with boxing is because these guys simply aren't fighting each other, and that's a big part of the promotion itself, right? With the whole situation circulated around Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford, obviously these two guys want to fight. Like all this stuff about, one guy ducking this dude and this dude ducking that dude, like no guy is ducking anybody or scared of anybody personally. These guys are professional fighters. They want to fight each other. The problem is, when it comes down to the cut and how the money is being split. And then so the promoters themselves want to get the bigger bag opposed to the other team. And then now when you start to add contract simulations on rematches and fight clauses and things like that, that's when things start to get a little bit more complicated. Because, with the contract dispute between Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford, that took damn near months for that fight for that contract to even get close to where it was at. But then, things started to belly up. Terrence Crawford got tired of waiting. He didn't understand the cut of what he wanted. He apparently came out and agreed to everything that he agreed to everything from Earl Spence's side. He was still waiting for a response, and then came to a point where he had to defend his title and just took another fight. But that's the only big problem, and that's the difference between UFC and boxing. Is because UFC doesn't tread those lines. It goes with the narrative. It goes with the story, right? UFC is not afraid to make the biggest fights that us as fans want to see, right? Now, like for example, like with the Conor McGregor and the Floyd Mayweather fight, right? I'm pretty sure Dana White was strongly opposed. Him fighting, having his top fighter fight Floyd Mayweather.
He wanted him to fight him in the octagon instead of
But the thing about it was, the thing about it is, but he understood that this is what fans wanted to see, right? And then he made it happen. Now, imagine if Conor McGregor was a boxer. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if he was a boxer. You think his boxing promoter would want to have Conor McGregor go out there and get humiliated by Floyd Mayweather on a super stage, on the biggest stage of them all? You know what I'm saying? Like most boxers wouldn't even want their fighter to go through that sort of humiliation. Like typically it's not even the boxers that's doing the ducking. It's the promoters doing the ducking for the fighter because they don't want their fighter to get embarrassed or to save them from themselves.
Yo, Cash, I got a question about boxing for you, fam. Real quick, bro. So I'm asking you, if you just throw LeBron James into a boxing rink right now, no training, nothing, versus Jake Paul, who's winning that fight? Who you got?
I mean, that's
right now.
I mean, that's a weird question, bro. I mean,
38-year-old LeBron averaging 30 for the Lakers.
Honestly, though.
Jake Paul because
260 pounds.
It's gonna be Jake Paul because one hit on LeBron and he's crying all over the floor.
Of course,
That's crazy.
Of course,
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the only reason why I always say LeBron is because of really that weight and that height difference. It would be hard to close that gap for somebody like Jake Paul, who's 6'1", against a guy who's 6'9". You would have to do a lot of moving. Jake Paul, first up, like if Jake Paul was fighting, like if you brought up like a real professional fighter, like somebody who's really good with their footwork, has a lot of head movement, you know what I mean, knows how to close the gap, close the distance between fighters, then obviously I'm gonna take the professional fighter. But I'm talking about Jake Paul, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like Jake Paul, even though he's trained with professional fighters, he's gotten in the ring for quite some time, but that height and weight difference, it makes a difference, bro. Like all LeBron have to do is just set up his jab for the cross for his right hand. I guarantee you, it would be a tougher fight for Jake Paul just because of that distance. That's like freaking And to an extent, that's like Canelo fighting Wilder. You know what I'm saying? That's like that. It's just like that.
I mean, Wilder, I guess.
You know what I mean? Not. You know, I'm not
smaller. Yeah.
I'm just speaking from like, you know, with the length and the height and then the height difference with Canelo and things like that. So you know, that's where I'm coming from. So, but yeah, man, that's how
like for instance, who's the best heavyweight right now? Who, in your opinion?
Tyson Fury.
Usyk.
Tyson Fury, bro.
Nah, come on, dog.
You're tripping. That's just
Usyk,
ridiculous.
The Ukrainian is way. Oh, come on, man.
I mean, bro, you know he goes with his squad, though. You know he always go with his home team.
No, but he is the best boxer in the world. What are you talking about, man?
No, he's not, bro. No, he's not. All right, explain to me. Explain to me how.
I will easily explain to you because boxing is not UFC. We understand that. When you win in UFC, well, you win the title. You're the best heavyweight champ. In boxing, you have to win all 4 of the titles: WBO, IBF, and the other 2. Usyk has 3 of them, and Tyson Fury just has the WBC, which he will beat against Tyson Fury, and then he'll be an ultimate heavyweight champ.
Isn't Usyk like 19-0? Am I wrong about that?
What? He won in 19-0.
Bro,
his record. You're talking about his record.
It's like 20.
He's 20-0 with 13 knockouts. All right, so
okay.
Let me educate you, Artem, since you tried to tell me something, but you know, like I say, bro, I know boxing, bro. I know how the game works, bro.
Don't embarrass yourself right now. Just saying.
You embarrassed yourself. I'm telling you.
You're about to embarrass.
All right, so let me tell you this. Who do you fight? Who do you fight, bro? Who do you fight? Who do you fight? Usyk. AJ, right? You can make a valid argument that AJ isn't better than Wilder or Tyson Fury.
You can make an argument for Wilder.
What? Wilder? You can make an argument for what with Wilder?
Anthony Joshua.
And as it pertains to what? That AJ is better than Deontay Wilder?
AJ is a tougher competition than Wilder.
I doubt that. I doubt that. And I'm not saying I'm not trying to level down AJ's ability. I mean, obviously Anthony Joshua is a world-class fighter, bro. He was a heavyweight champion. But what you got to take away is Usyk got those titles beating AJ, right? He didn't get those titles. He didn't win a fight, got one title, fought another fighter, got another title. Like, it's not like he was clean. He didn't clean out the division. He just beat Anthony Joshua, right? Got the rematch, or Anthony Joshua got a rematch. And
he worked twice.
Able to let me finish, bro, and retained his titles. So that's why he got those chips. Remember, Anthony Joshua got those titles from beating Klitschko. Who beat Klitschko before Anthony Joshua? Do you remember? Do you know?
Tyson.
Wait, before that?
Tyson?
Yes, Tyson Fury beat. Tyson Fury was the first fighter.
That's the first fighter to beat.
Yes, he was the first fighter to beat Klitschko. Tyson Fury went on. Then he stepped away from boxing. He wasn't fighting for a long, long time. So then Klitschko was able to get his titles back, and then that's when AJ fought him. AJ fought against Klitschko, which was probably one of the best heavyweight fights I've seen in my lifetime. Klitschko versus Anthony Joshua. If you guys haven't seen that, go watch that. It's a great fight. You gotta watch, right? And then
I saw the Tyson Fury Klitschko fight. That shit was disappointing as fuck.
No, Tyson Fury is not an exciting fighter. He's not
That
inside
was
the 5.
disappointing as
But
fuck.
but,
man.
but you know what? And then AJ, right? Lost. We know he lost to Andy Ruiz, right? And then Andy Ruiz became world heavyweight champion with those 3 titles that you brought up, right? And then got them back, and then lost them to Usyk, right? But Tyson Fury, right? He never contended for those titles, even though but he had them though. He never lost them. He had them. They were vacated. Then he went straight into fighting somebody like Deontay Wilder. Remember, at that time, when Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder, and Tyson Fury were at the top of the division, right? They were the 3 best fighters. They were the fighters that needed to fight each other. Anthony Joshua didn't fight any of the 2 fighters. Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder fought each other 3 times, right? And then Deontay Wilder, say whatever you can say. People can say whatever they say about Deontay Wilder, but at the end of the day, not a lot of people want to go into the ring with Deontay Wilder. That's a fact. Not a lot of people want to get into the ring with Deontay Wilder simply because of his punching power and the way he gets into the ring and gets aggressive with you with that right hand. And Tyson Fury.
Until Fury drags him like a mop 3 times in a row.
Say again?
Until Fury drags him across the
See, but you're trying to be disrespectful and say, all right, he dragged him, bro. But you can say that, but you also have to analyze how the fight actually went. You get what I'm saying? And you say that, but then you're almost adding to what I'm saying by saying Tyson Fury is the best fighter in the game, because Deontay Wilder, before those fights with Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder was running through the heavyweight division, bro. He was running through the heavyweight division. He was cleaning motherfuckers out. He was knocking people out like a mofo. Up until Tyson Fury. And then even in that last fight, Tyson Fury still maintained the fight. He was up on points until Deontay Wilder knocked him down later in that fight, but still was able to come back up, finish the fight, ended at a tie, right? Karki, the fight is tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday on ESPN.
Do you think Fury Usyk happens this year?
I don't know about the Fury and Usyk fight just yet. But I don't know. Yeah, there's no big heavyweight fights that's been announced. Even with the Deontay Wilder and Andy Ruiz fight,
they said it was going to happen this year.
They said it was, but they said it got pulled back. It's not happening anymore. So, but going back to what I said, because I want to finish this, because we do have some basketball we want to talk. So I didn't forget you, Josh. We're going to talk some basketball.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, bro, when it comes down to
his Sixers just lost, but all right, like
yeah. Look at what I posted in the Discord, bro. Afterward, let's start.
I got you. You know, but yeah, when it comes down to the heavyweight fight, bro, you know, Tyson Fury didn't lose that championship spot, bro. You know, people are still looking at Tyson Fury as the best in the world. He has been beaten, and especially the way when he went in there and cleaned out Deontay Wilder. I'm sorry, bro. Tyson Fury is still that guy. And second off, I don't see Usyk going in there and doing the same thing what he did. I don't see Usyk going into a ring with Deontay Wilder and doing the same thing that Tyson Fury did in the ring. I don't see that.
Well,
especially with a much smaller guy. I don't see a guy like Usyk going in there who's smaller than Deontay and going there and doing the same thing that Fury did. I feel like with Fury, he has not only, due to his size, I've never seen a guy with his size move like that, dodge like that, right? And he has good footwork for a bigger guy, and with the power necessary to knock somebody out. I feel like with somebody like Fury, he was one of those people, one of the few people who can actually go in there and knock Deontay Wilder out. Because it's not like Fury with Deontay Wilder. It's not like Deontay Wilder is like a guy he had a glass chin. It took a lot for Tyson Fury to knock out Deontay Wilder. So yeah, man. If I had to finish off your question, Will, or in AK, nah, man, it's Fury, bro. The only I will say Usyk when he beats Fury, but as of right now, I've made consistent.
Right.
I've made consistency. I've made consistency to say that Fury is the best heavyweight up until somebody takes that away from him.
Okay, I'll
Casual
accept
take
that
because-
answer. I'll
because-
accept that answer. That's a good answer.
Fury has size. He has, I guess you can say, physical attributes on him, but he doesn't have the skill that Usyk does.
Oh
You
my
see?
God, bro. Okay. No, finish.
Unlike Fury, Usyk, first he dominated cruiserweight, then he moved up and dominated heavyweight. Tyson Fury always, his whole career stayed in heavyweight. And if he can't move up or down the weight class, I think
You saying pound for pound, Usyk is the best?
of course, yeah, 100%.
Bro, that's not how it works, though, bro. Like you can't take that away from Tyson Fury just because he couldn't move down, bro. Like you gotta understand, like Tyson Fury's 6'9", bro. Tyson Fury's naturally a heavyweight. He's not gonna be a 6'9" guy and be like, you know what? I gotta build my resume. Let me go down to cruiserweight. Let me see what that's about. No, first off, you take an L. You negatively impact your career when you move down in weight to fight a champion. Typically, people move up. Like now, for one, you always get credit. Like for somebody like Usyk who moved up, no, they definitely get. Don't get me wrong on this. Usyk deserves credit for moving up, right? But that's only specified to what he got going on. But when it comes down to the skill, bro, this is why sometimes you gotta listen to what I'm saying, bro. When it comes down to skill, because I've named off a couple things that Tyson Fury does that he shouldn't be doing, right? When it comes to head movement, footwork, right? Being able to really go in there and actually box. Boxing
he's fast.
Boxing,
and very
And
elusive.
Usyk is even faster, bro. Usyk is gotta be probably the fastest.
Usyk
heavyweight.
has a heavy hand too, man.
Exactly.
bro. But with Fury, first off, right? How long was Klitschko championship? Was champion, AK? How long was he champion?
It was a while. It was.
I know the exact number of years.
I don't know not
It
exactly.
was 9 years.
It was a while. Yeah, it was a while.
He was world
Yeah.
heavy. Klitschko, right? Was world heavyweight champion for 9 years, right? That is second to Joe Louis. Joe Louis held the record for the world heavyweight championship for 11 years. Klitschko was damn near close. Tyson Fury was the first fighter to beat him in years within that span, right?
But dude,
Klitschko-
come on, man. That fight was so whack. That fight
It was.
so,
But
oh
I mean,
my God.
hey, regardless of how, the Mayweather and Pacquiao fight was whack too. But hey, at the end of the day, Mayweather still got that dub. You get what I'm saying? But despite how bad the fight looked, that's not what grades. That's not what evaluates the fighters, though. You get what I'm saying? At the end of the day, Tyson went in there, right? And first off, it's not like Klitschko was selling fights anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's not like Klitschko was an exciting fighter. You go in there and just, jab, cross, hook you. Klitschko was probably the most fundamentally sound heavyweight boxer we've seen, right? When it comes down to those attributes. Tyson went in there and outboxed him, right? Outboxed him. He didn't go in there and knock him out. Huh?
I don't remember if you remember the same fight I saw, but Klitschko was the only guy was throwing punches, though, man. This kid was
bro. He outboxed
bobbing
you,
and
bro.
weaving the whole time. It was like, what the fuck is this, man?
Man. Yeah, you know what? I can see you were one of those people who was probably talking shit about Floyd and how he was fighting no two.
No. Now, I was a Floyd fan. No, I was a Floyd fan because he was one of the most accurate boxers, man. The guy, every time he would throw a jab was to hit the guy. Every time he threw a punch was to hit the guy. It was every time he threw a hook, it was to hit the guy. It was every time he was the Nikola Jokic of freaking boxing, man. Every time he takes a shot, he would hit you straight in the face. One of the most accurate boxers. So yeah, he was bobbing and weaving, but he was throwing too. This Fury shit, the Fury and Klitschko, come on, man. I don't know we remember the same fight, but all I saw was Klitschko throwing punches and the other guy was bobbing and weaving. I don't remember him throwing punches. I got to rewatch this fight, man, because what I remember was Klitschko going at it and he lost.
I mean, he landed less punches in that fight. Fury landed more punches. And they landed about the same percentage of fight.
I got to rewatch this fight, man,
but look,
I was so disappointed by this. Anyway, go ahead.
Look, at the end of the day, Will, I'm not sitting here and trying to convince you that fight was a great fight to watch. That's not what I'm arguing for. Remember, the fight I'm telling you guys to go watch legitimately is Klitschko versus Anthony Joshua. That was a great fight. You know what I'm saying? But all I'm speaking to, right, is the skill of Tyson Fury to go in there and do something that hasn't been done in 9 years. In 9 years, he went in there and outboxed the world heavyweight champion, right? In skill, and got in there and got the dub. And then after that, he maintained his crown. Obviously, he took a step back. There was a lot going on with Tyson Fury when it came to out the ring stuff. But at the end of the day, he never lost that crown.
Didn't he get hurt or something?
No, it was like something with like he was doing drugs and like it was like a cocaine thing. Apparently it got really bad. He was depressed. Yeah. He got out of shape, got back into shape. Mind you, in the end, you got to factor this too, AK. He was fat as fuck. Tyson Fury was fat as hell. Got back into shape, and then his first fight was Deontay Wilder. Not a lot of people, mind you, bro. Actually, I might be wrong on Deontay Wilder being his first fight, so I might be wrong on that. But even after that fight, after the tune-up fight, he fought Deontay Wilder. Most people, I'm telling you, most promoters would not take that fight.
Go there. Hell no. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So I'm not taking nothing away from Usyk, bro. All I'm saying is he only fought Anthony Joshua, and Anthony Joshua's position in the heavyweight division is questionable at the moment. He lost to Andy Ruiz, a guy he had no business losing to. He had no business losing to Andy Ruiz.
And then he destroyed him after. So
all right, bro. But like I said, Anthony Joshua's position in the heavyweight division was already questionable at that point. When he fought Usyk the first time, his position in the heavyweight position was already questionable because he hadn't even fought the other two guys. Remember, I told you, after Klitschko, the biggest fighters in the heavyweight division were Wilder, Anthony Joshua, and Tyson Fury. Anthony Joshua wanted to play hardball with Deontay Wilder. He was trying to say, "Oh, I'm the A side, I'm the champion. I list off everything." He was supposed to fight Daryl White. He was supposed to fight Daryl White. Daryl White tested for steroids, right? So he didn't fight him. Andy Ruiz stepped in, and then he beat Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua and Anthony Joshua, mind you this, let me tell you this. Anthony Joshua, right, he got in shape to fight Andy Ruiz. He lost weight to fight Andy Ruiz. Can you believe that? He lost weight to fight Andy Ruiz. So my point is, fighting, like, Usyk beating Anthony Joshua is not enough for me to say that he's the best fighter in the heavyweight division. Now, I'll tell you, I'll give you another route. Either he beats Tyson Fury, or he beats
Deontay Wilder. He unifies all the belts.
Yeah,
and
that's what he has to do.
All four.
That's what he has to do for him to say that he's the best boxer in the heavyweight division. Because right now, it's not that clear. The only person who's at the top of the heavyweight division right now, it's Tyson Fury, bro. And then Usyk is number 2. It's 1 Tyson Fury, 2 Alexander Usyk, and that's the way it is right now. Until those guys fight, it's not gonna change.
Yeah, I want to see that fight this year.
You know what I mean?
I hope that fight.
You're right. We can't say until the fight.
So one of them, until that fight happens.
But to say that Fury is 100%, you can also say, like I said, he's got 3 titles. Even though they're all from Anthony Joshua, doesn't matter. It's 3 against 1.
Bro, but you going off these titles, a lot of people don't even keep up with these titles, bro. And then and like I said, when you win those titles, you're not fighting each fighter. He didn't get those titles fighting 3 different fighters. He fought Anthony Joshua. He only fought one. He fought one guy.
Yeah.
That was the only guy. You're trying to say that you're trying to put a lot of stock into those belts when you can lose all those belts in one fight, bro. Remember, it's not like UFC where there's just one champion in that division, and then they get that one belt. Right? In boxing, if you fight the guy with all the belts, it's for all the belts. You beat that guy, you get all the belts.
Unless you're specifically fighting for the WBO, the WBC, or whatever,
And then even when Joshua had those 3 belts, right? Now let's go back. When Anthony Joshua had those 3 belts, with Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder still fighting each other, people were still saying he's not the best fighter in the heavyweight division. People were still saying that Anthony Joshua is not the best fighter in the heavyweight division because he didn't fight the other 2 guys. So it's in this case, it's not 3 against 1. It's about who you fought and who's beating you and where you're at in your career.
So the top 2 middleweight, you would say Spence and Crawford, obviously.
Welterweight, yeah, 100%, without a doubt. Without a doubt. That's the reason why the fight has to happen in the first place. I'm a guy.
What about middleweight? Yeah,
middleweight?
You're right.
It's Canelo.
Canelo and who?
I would probably say Charlo, one of the Charlo, bro. I don't know which one because their name is like very
Jamel
and Jamal. Yeah. So whichever one
is the one. Jamal.
Yeah, Jamar Charlo. Yeah. And then if you go if you go lower than that, let's just say we go lower, like light welterweight or even the lightweight.
Light heavyweight. Whatever light heavyweight.
Light heavyweight.
It's all my Russian guys. Bivol.
The Russian dudes are both Russians. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and Better Babe. Arthur. Cruiserweight.
The lightweight, I don't know much about the lightweight. To be honest.
No, and cruiserweight is complicated too.
Yeah, the cruiserweight too. Yeah.
Yeah, because with boxing, it is a lot. It is a lot of like names that we don't know. I'm not gonna say no names, but I would definitely say like a lot of unknown names, like people we don't know. But like if I'm looking at the Sports Illustrated pound for pound list right now from Sports Illustrated, right? So right now, number 1 is Terrence Crawford. Number 2, Anthony Usyk. 3, Canelo Alvarez.
Wait. You're talking about boxing? Wait. Number 1 boxing what?
So this is Sports Illustrated. This is Sports Illustrated pound for pound list. So they have Crawford 1, 2 Usyk, 3 Canelo Alvarez, 4 the Japanese guy. You know who I'm talking about, right? He his name starts with an N.
I don't know how to say his name.
Yeah,
but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
But that's like a lightweight guy, right? Or a bantamweight or some shit.
Nah, I think he's I can't even tell you. I don't even watch his fights to keep it on. I know he's Japanese though.
I know who it is.
Earl Spence Jr., Fury at 6, 7 Bivol, 8 Shakur Stevenson, 9 Jamar Charlo, 10 and 10 Devin Haney.
Oh, here's your answer.
That's not my answer, bro. Bro, you know the list that's Sports Illustrated, bro. I can go to somebody. I can go to the ring. I can go to anybody else. The list can change. It can change, bro. I
Googled it and it said Usyk. Usyk's number 1 right now.
Because even though for me, right, I wouldn't have. I would have Terrence Crawford up that high. But with Tyson Fury kind of going like in and out.
Yeah, I wouldn't have Crawford that high. I have Spence higher than him.
And then another thing though is, with Fury though too, because of the fact that he flirts with retirement, like he'll be like, oh, I'm going in and out of retirement. I'm retired. I'm this and that. That takes away from his pound for pound ranking to an extent. Like right now, I'm looking at the ring. And they don't even have him in the top 10. So, and they have Vasily Lomachenko in number 7. You know what I'm saying? So, it like once these guys fight, then we'll have a better assessment of how these things are split.
Yeah, I hope that fight happens this year finally.
Yeah. So what? Is it now time to talk about the greatest sport of all time?
What's that? NBA?
Was that baseball?
Hey, yes, sir. That's a W take by Artem, bro. That's a W take, bro.
Cricket.
Bro, I saw Embiid do. Me and Hawk saw something live like crazy, bro. That Joel Embiid did it. Honestly, this should raise his MVP candidacy, bro. Yo, click the link, Cash. Click the link, bro.
No, but that was nice. That was nice, but that didn't count, though.
Oh my God, Hawk, why are you a hater, bro? It was 1 second off, but you'll see it, bro.
It didn't count. Like those 3
Exactly.
points don't go
It
in this.
doesn't matter, bro. At the end of the day, the NBA
I'm
is
saying
about
that was
the
a nice shot. That was a nice shot, but I'm just saying it didn't count. So
Where'd you send that link?
It's about the fans, bro. So at the end of the day, the fact that shot even happened is crazy. I sent it in the Discord, bro. Live chat
in the
NBA.
Discord. You put it in the Discord. No, but I was watching the game. I have it on mute.
Yeah, I had it on me too. I had to be respectful.
I listened to you guys. Well, we were all talking about boxing at the time, but yeah, Tatum hits a 3-pointer with 1.3 seconds to go, and then they inbound the ball to Embiid. Embiid throws a prayer, and then she goes in, and this guy wants to praise him because of that, but it didn't count because of the time he shot it with 0 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Yo, Artem, you watching this shit?
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, bro,
There was 0 seconds on the clock.
Look at the screen. So they give it to Tatum. Tatum does a move that I think they need to do more in the NBA. Just a stop pull-up. He beams it.
Yeah, 1.3 minutes. He hits that, they go to overtime.
Yeah.
Hey man, so what's going on y'all minds when it comes to basketball? Because I can bring up some things, but give me some pointers, bro. Because who was watching that 76ers in Celtics game?
I was watching it. I was watching to be honest, I saw the second half because the first half I watched my Knicks just totally destroy the Pelicans. Yeah, man. She was beautiful. RJ Barrett 25. Randall had 28. The point guard had 20. What's his name? Brunson had 20, and Josh Hart had like 15. And Quickly had like 13. It was awesome.
Yeah, man. Like when it comes to the NBA, bro, I just think about. I was honestly just thinking about like our conversations and stuff, man. Something I want to get out my chest right out the way is you guys do not value scoring as enough as it needs to be. At the end of the day, defense and scoring are not equal in the NBA. Defense is important, but it's not equal because there's certain players that you can guard. And I'm looking at players that can shoot off the dribble and that have certain elements to their game that are unguardable. That's why I'm high on the Pelicans, because even a player like Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson, when you have two players like that who can't be guarded, it's just crazy, man. So,
Pass Tatum. Tatum, up a three. Bang! Jason Tatum from downtown. 1.3 remaining. No outs left for Philadelphia.
Right. So, I mean, that was a big matchup, though. Sixers and Celtics, right? I mean, two teams that's really just trying to battle it out for the Eastern Conference Championship, right?
They'll have to check it.
Right.
hey, anyone else getting that background noise?
Embiid.
We will review this last
Again?
the ruling on the floor
Yeah,
was
I'm hearing
no
like
basket.
some noise. Maybe it's on my end. I don't know.
Let me see. Let me try to lower that a bit. Then.
Oh yeah. Multiple.
A little bit better. Maybe I
Yeah, bro.
got something playing in the background.
Somebody got something playing in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about.
Brown picked up by Tucker.
Oh, okay.
Like a YouTube video in the background.
Yeah, it was ESPN. I had an ESPN video. All right.
Oh, sure.
All right.
What were you
Gotcha.
saying? And totally grasped what's going
No,
on.
I was just talking about the Celtics and 76ers. I mean, it's two teams that's kind of like battling it out. I think that, I mean, there was the biggest game today. I mean, I predicted this game to kind of be one of those games where they're going to be going back and forth because they understand the magnitude of this game, especially if we factor in like the whole standings and the seeding situation. Like Celtics, for the better part of the season has been one of, if not the best team in basketball, right? And with the 76ers, I mean, they're emerging the team to be trifling with, so they're still trying to find their footing and seeding, in Eastern Conference. Embiid came out, had a game, right? He had a game against one of the one best defensive teams in the league, right? Embiid had dropped 41 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, and then Celtics had came in. And then, but you know what? Throughout the game, because I was kind of going in and out as I was on my computer, Jason Tatum 13 points, 13 rebounds. But for the better part of the game, Jason Tatum didn't have a great game. He was 7 for 17 from the field, 3 for 9. Not great, didn't have a lot of value, even with Jaylen Brown, right? Jaylen Brown was 10 for 21. Not too bad, just under 50%. He was also 50% from 3. But I thought it was a great game from what I've seen. From what I've seen, I thought it was a great game. But the Celtics, once again, is just kind of proving themselves to be a much more formidable foe when it comes down to the East, right? But what do you guys think this has to say about his MVP standings? About moving forward, because he had a game today. So how would you guys measure his stance after this game?
Well, before we give Embiid props for flopping and shooting,
You're a hater, bro.
getting a lot of his points from the free throw line, like 17 points from the free throw line,
Yeah,
more than anyone in in both teams.
Because you can't guard him, bro. He's too agile.
Because of his flop mastery.
Fair.
Before we start, sucking on Embiid for his flopping, the best defensive team won at the end of the day. That's what it took. He had 41. The rest of everybody else was in single digits. It wasn't for Tobias Harris had 15 points in the first quarter, and he had 19 at the end of the game. And Harden. I gotta admit, Harden's having a great year, and he had a great game. That's it. Everybody else sucked, man. Because the Celtics are the better defensive team, and that's why they won the game. That's why they're always going to win the game. Embiid could go for 100. They're still gonna lose the game because it's everyone else is gonna do jack shit.
Amen. This is what I'll say about the Celtics or Sixers. I, as a Sixer fan, I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared of the Celtics. They're the only team in the East that actually scares me personally. I put Milwaukee on that level, but the only true team that I fear in the East are the Celtics, man. And let me tell you why. Al Horford is 6'9", and he spaces the floor, bro. This guy, like, he drains threes, bro. Like, his jump shot's whack, but he can actually shoot it.
It's true. His jump shot is disgusting. He is
disgusting, bro. This guy shot me out the game, bro. And like, what it comes down to, bro, is like our power forward is 6'5" PJ Tucker, and they have 6'9" Al Horford. I really don't like that. I think that's gonna. I really don't like that. That's not good math. You know what I'm saying? Second thing, Marcus Smart too. Like the Celtics are just a team. You have Brogdon coming off the bench, and the thing about the Celtics, Hawk, that the only thing you messed up on is it's not their defense, bro. It's all about their offense. At the end of the day, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown will get you buckets at any time. Jason Tatum had a bad game, but he had the game winner. And look at the stats. The stats say it all, bro. The Celtics shot 43% from three today. You know how hard that is to do? So at the end of the day,
you know how easy that is to do against a less defensive team? They're not going to shoot like that against the Bucks. That's what I'm telling you.
What do you mean, bro?
They played a weak.
The Sixers are number 3 in defense. You're acting like the Sixers have no defense.
But when Robert Williams scores 14 points on Embiid, Robert Williams, who does not even have a jump shot, scores 14 points on Embiid. That's the weakest defensive team out of the big three. Is the 76ers? That's why a good matchup is going to be Bucks versus the Celtics. Those are two great defensive teams. They're going to hold their own on every position. They're not going to let go. They're not going to let Jaylen Brown score 29 points on Harden. Like that's ridiculous. Like you can't compare a weak defensive team. The weak defensive team is always going to lose the game. At the end of the game, they're going to lose it. They're going to lose it somehow. That's what I understand, that the Celtics are a good offensive team, but at the end of the day, the defense is what won the game. Because or the lack of defense from one side compared to the other side. If it was evenly matched, I don't know, it'd probably be a different score. I don't know.
Let me add this to this though.
Because Tatum had a bad game. But the 76ers couldn't hold anyone else.
So that's not
everybody
because
else
of the
had double
Sixers
digits.
defense. Tatum just had a bad game. It has nothing to do with Sixers, huh?
But you know who?
Right, but the rest of the team went off. There you go.
Hey, but check this out though. Hey, Tatum had a bad game, but James Harden shot 31% from the field.
Damn.
Yeah, Harden had a bad game. I'll tell you that. Right, he had a bad game.
He still ended up with 21 points.
Yeah, and that's
he still did his thing.
You know,
he's having a great year. Sure. He's having an
21
amazing
points. 21 points.
Harden's having a great
21
year.
points.
Yeah, he had.
Hey man, he had 21 points, man. But hey, he had 9 of those points from the free throw line, right? Even though he had a good all around game.
No, but if you watch the game, the eye test, man, the dude was doing his thing. He was hitting these ridiculous threes. He was doing his thing, man. He was.
And that's why I love this guy Hawk, bro, because this guy will fucking like he talks about the eye test, bro. And one thing like that I have to say that like, bro, Cash, I'm gonna group you and Artem in this category. You do devalue the eye test, bro. Like, I'm sorry, bro. At the end of the day,
what you mean? I don't devalue the eye test. I'm saying, look. First off, check this. Let me say this before, because I was gonna say this, but now I'm gonna say it. If Harden did what he needed to do, right? This is just theorizing. If Harden had did what he needed to do, they would have won the game.
No, but he did what he needed to do offensively, but defensively.
No, he didn't. Bro, he shot 31% from the field, bro. If you think about it, by 3 points, if Harden had just had a little bit of a better shooting night on the field, on the court, on the game. It's that simple.
No, Cash
If he
is
had
right,
just
bro.
a little bit, if he was just, let's just say, all right, he would. I'm not even saying he took more shots. He should have took more shots. Let's just say if he was right. This is just simple math, right? He was 5 for 16. Let's just say he was 9 for 16, or even 8 for 16. They would have won the game.
Yeah, and Harden would normally get you 1 or 2 more threes. So, I agree with Cash at the end of the day. But, that's more encouraging than discouraging. That's not a knock on Harden at all. You know what I mean? Because Harden's been doing this all year long, and that's why they have such a high seed. But, it just is what it is, man. The Celtics are a very good team. At this point, I'm kind of ready to say that there's a big gap between the Sixers, Celtics, and the Bucks, man. The Bucks are going to get exposed in the playoffs. I'm very firm on that prediction. But at the end of the day, we can't really talk about it till we see it. I'm telling you, Cash. This is come playoff time. You're gonna be like, damn, that's who the Bucks are. Yes, bro. Yes, that's who the Bucks are. At the end of the day, shooting is still important in the NBA.
Yeah, nah.
Shooting and shot
Sorry, man.
creation is still important, bro.
But you know what though, bro? I can make the same argument about your guy, bro. You get what I'm saying? Because let me now let's go into a fantasy world, right? I wish I had my sound bar up. I was working on it today. I wish I had my sound bar up so you guys can hear the sound effects. Now I'm about to, right? We're in an imaginary world, right? Hey, if you guys are tuning in, we're talking. We did talk about boxing, the Jake Paul fight earlier. Now we switched it up to NBA. But if you guys still want to tap into that boxing tape, just go back into the beginning of the video.
You got
Jason
sound
Tatum from downtown. 1.3 remaining. No timeouts left for Philadelphia.
Well, thank you. But yeah, if you guys just now tuning into the video, if you guys want to tap into that Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury take, just rewind to the beginning of the video. You guys will be able to get. Right now, we talking about NBA. So, and like and subscribe to the video too. So let's go into this imaginary world, right? Because the Celtics, it's not like this was a regular matchup. You gotta remember, first off, this is second half of the season, right? And this is a team that they could potentially face down the line, right? They could be facing. They could more than likely be facing this team in the playoffs, right? Now with this thing with James Harden, you gotta understand, bro. With Joel Embiid is gonna do what he usually does. He's gonna play his game. Remember, the way I look at the 76ers, yes, we can pinpoint a bunch of different things with depth, with other players, but this team will only go as far as James Harden takes them. And I firmly believe in that. And in order for the 76ers to go as far as they should, James Harden is a big part in that. James Harden has to play better in moments like these in order for them to take them as far as they could have. Now you keep harping on the Milwaukee Bucks, but the Milwaukee Bucks have had a better output in the past couple of years than the 76ers. Giannis and the players on the Bucks have had better results in the playoffs than James Harden on the Sixers in at least just last year or even the past couple years or so, right? So you keep harping on shooting, but with the Bucks, they found a way to make it work. The only difference was last year they were without their second star in Chris Middleton, and they still went to Game 7. Do you not remember that? Remember, we made that
last year. The Sixers didn't have Montrezl Harrell, PJ Tucker, DeAnthony Melton wasn't who he was. And I'm telling you, bro, like the Sixers have done a lot since then, man. And what you're saying about James Harden, Cash, is absolutely right. At the end of the day, believers in the Sixers are also believers in James Harden, man. And what it comes down to is that in the playoffs, when defenses get tight, I believe that the Sixers have three guys that can score whenever you need them to. Joel Embiid, James Harden, and Tyrese Maxey. And at the end of the day, in basketball, like I keep saying with the Mavericks, you got to put more points in the basket than the other team. So when you have a guy like Joel Embiid down low in the paint, we saw what John Morant did against Joel Embiid in the paint, bro. John Morant was held to under 20 points because he can't do anything, right? So he came out today versus the Nuggets with vengeance in his eyes because he's looking at a guy like Jokic who can't jump nearly as high as Joel Embiid, and then he played nice. But the thing is, Joel Embiid's the best defender in the league right now, and the Sixers have great defense.
Bro.
And like Pat, like when it comes to offense, I think you like have to admit that the Sixers have it. Like they have the best offense in the East right now, bro. Like James
they
Harden
have
is
a lot of holes. They have a lot of holes. If Embiid
Negatives.
if Embiid doesn't score 100 points, they're gonna lose because look at PJ Tucker. You really tell me that PJ Tucker is a consistent, at least double-digit scorer in the playoffs? He didn't even
Hell
do
no.
regular season.
Hell no.
Milton,
Hell no.
he had a good first half, but he's having a bad second half. The only guy that I keep saying, Yang is whack. Everybody on that team is disgusting. Everybody on that team is disgusting. The only guy I'm telling you, Doc Rivers is the worst coach in the NBA. Tyrese Maxey should be the starting point guard of that damn team. I've been saying it for the past 3 years, and he still doesn't get the minutes that everyone else gets.
But he
you know why Doc Rivers is doing that, though? You know why Doc Rivers is doing that? Because he wants to lose again. No, he wants to remind his team that come playoff time, he's willing to make any decision that he wants to make. He doesn't give a fuck about who should be in the starting lineup. Like he's sending it as a message. But anyways, go on, bro.
Tobias Harris has 38 minutes.
Tobias Harris is the most underrated. He's one of the most underrated players in the league right now.
He's the most disgusting player in the NBA.
Bro, shut up, bro. I'm not. No.
That guy has the worst contract.
Slander Tobias Harris in this room, bro.
Yo, Tobias Harris.
No.
Yo, I was talking to a true Philly fan on Friday. I was talking about this yesterday, but I wasn't talking about Harris. I'm just telling you, I was talking to a true Philly fan on Friday at work, somebody I work with. And he was telling me, yo, this is the worst contract. We can't get rid of this guy. He's untradeable. Nobody in the league wants him. He's disgusting. We can't get rid of this guy. Why is somebody who's a true Philly fan from birth is saying things like this? Because Harris today, he did what this guy told me. Yo, this guy's only scores in the first quarter and then that's it. And I don't understand why he keeps getting minutes if he doesn't do anything. And that's true. He had 15 points in the first quarter and he ended up with 19 points. Yet he has 38 minutes played. What the hell is that? Like he is, and that's every game. Every game. He scores in the first quarter and that's it. He ain't doing jack shit for the rest of the game.
Tatum up today. I was watching that game and I know you were too.
He locked up. I'll tell you that is a fact. He did lock up Tatum, but
he's 6'8" and he can shoot the ball. And he's just a good, you want him on your team.
But if he's gonna keep doing this,
over who?
Bro, this guy Tobias Harris is a player who's a recipe for success, bro.
You take Tobias Harris over who?
I'm taking Tobias Harris or as the fourth best player on your team, because remember, that's what he is now. I'm taking him over Brook Lopez, who's the fourth best player for the Bucks. I'm taking him over Marcus Smart, who's the fourth best player for the Celtics. I'm taking him over a lot of these.
If you're scared of Al Horford, then Brook Lopez is gonna clean house with Philly. Because he's another one who spaces the floor like no one. He could shoot, he could pound it in, he's multidimensional.
Yeah, but the thing about Brook Lopez is you can comfortably put a guy like PJ Tucker on Brook Lopez and have no problems.
So who are you gonna put on Giannis?
Embiid. You just let Giannis shoot whatever the fuck he wants and just sit back on him.
You think he's gonna shoot? You think he's Embiid who's just gonna take the shots?
Yeah, Embiid has 40 pounds on Giannis, bro. That's what you're not understanding, bro. At the end of the day, that's hard to overcome in the playoffs.
Giannis is just going to settle. You think Giannis wants to shoot the three? You think Giannis is not going to go in to the basket and score at will like he always does?
Embiid eats more than Giannis, bro.
That's what they think.
Scores better than Embiid.
That's what they think, Will. They think playoff time comes. They think Giannis just only shoots the three.
Yeah, he's going to shoot the three. Like, he's going to settle for the shot that he's given. No, he's going to force it in. He's going to go in and score at will like he does all the time. In the playoffs especially.
Yeah, he plays his game in the playoffs, bro. Like, you keep trying to you keep trying to say, like, Giannis, he can't shoot. But you got to understand, bro. Giannis, last year in the playoffs, Giannis took a three after every 18 shots or so. It's not a lot of value.
In the playoffs, there wasn't a guy that can beat in the paint.
Yeah, but
in a playoff setting, Giannis has never played against Embiid yet in the playoffs. And I really do hope you see that because there's going to be a lot of exposing, bro. At the end of the day, Giannis is known for having great playoff series against teams like the fucking Celtics, against teams like the Heat, against teams like the Suns.
He's unstoppable.
There's no legit center, bro. There's never been a guy like Embiid that Giannis has had to have a direct matchup.
Do you watch how Giannis plays? Like he never asks the ball. He's not Patrick Ewing. He doesn't set up in the paint and ask for the ball. He takes the ball at the top of the key, and then you're gonna tell me that Embiid is gonna meet him at the top of the key, and then beat him again in the post?
Yeah, that would still be tough, bro. That would be tough for anybody.
That'd be tough for anybody.
It'd be tough for Embiid, but Embiid can do it. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys, like, you have to understand that with Embiid, bro. Like, I predict that he's gonna be the best player by far by the end of the season because not only can he score, but I think he's the best defender. I'm watching this guy, bro. Like, this guy's there's a different feel when he's on the court, bro. Like, the paint's pretty much off limits.
But if he allows Robert Williams, who has no kind of game, to score 14 points, this guy Giannis is going to score like 50 on him. What are you talking about?
Bro, what's 14, bro?
14 on a guy who doesn't average 14, a guy who averages, let me see, how many points does Robert Williams average a game? He averages 8 points a game. And he scored 14 on Embiid.
Oh, no one's tripping over that 14, bro. What, bro?
I'm tripping over that 14 because that means Giannis is going to score like 50 or 60 on him.
Yeah, but Giannis doesn't have the weapons that Robert Williams has around him. That's what you don't understand. Like, I'm looking at the team too. Like, Chris Middleton's washed. Drew Holiday's going to be okay, but he's not. Like, Drew Holiday's not better than Harden offensively, so that's basically what it comes down to.
Well, he is if Harden's going to allow him to score. If Harden's going to do that late defense that he plays all the time, then he's going to score. Drew Holiday's going to score 50 points too. So you're going to have 50 points from Drew Holiday and 50 points from Giannis and 50 points from Lopez. And, like, come on, man. It's not all shooting. They know how to score. That's the bottom line. If
the Bucks are going to get exposed so much, they're going to make me so much money betting against them.
They've. How many times we have to wait for the Bucks to be exposed? I don't get it. Like what? No one has done that yet.
This guy Giannis is the most corny player in the league, bro. Saying chicken, winner, bro.
Hey, man. At the end of the day, Embiid's trying to get to where Giannis is at right now, bro. He's trying to get to where he's at, bro. Like, Giannis sealed his deal. He got to where he needed to be, bro. Now right now he's the only one that stands above the rest. And with Giannis, obviously,
what I do,
and Jokic.
76ers.
Not Jokic.
76ers are
Jokic got something that Embiid can dream of, and that's a fact.
Yeah, and so does Embiid.
What does Embiid have?
A scoring title?
Bro, that's not as impressive.
What? Bro, like, being the best
Nobody
scorer.
Scoring titles aren't impressive anymore now?
They are impressive, but not.
Yeah, but nobody remembers scoring titles over MVP.
Yes, they do,
but
bro.
what I'm saying is the 76ers like you were saying before, they will go as far as Harden takes. I agree with that. But the Bucks have to go down with mad injuries for that to happen. Or and the Celtics, because those are the top two teams that are up there. I mean, even like I was telling you guys, as a fan, I would love to see Philly versus New York because I'm not really fearing them like that. Like New York versus, I know my season's over. My season's over if I'm facing the Celtics or the Bucks.
Your season's over if you're facing the Raptors. Okay, let's not. There's way more teams than that, bro.
If we're facing the second round,
the Knicks are a better team than that, bro.
Yeah, the Knicks are going in the second round.
According to what evidence?
Huh?
According to what evidence are they better?
According to net rating, according to offensive rating, like
what's going on in real life?
Yeah, they've
been. The Knicks play a team like the Hawks, the Raptors.
Has been playing well. Jalen Brunson have been playing well. Like
the Hawks.
Siakam been playing.
The Hawks
is better than any of their players.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, bro.
Siakam is better than any of the Knicks players.
It's not about you having the better players, bro. It's not you, bro. It's not. That's not what it's about. What team is playing well?
Defense too.
Bro, the Cavs, Raptors, and fucking Hawks are
better. Trend.
Fact is. The Knicks
Miami
are playing better basketball than the Raptors. That's a fact.
But they're playing better basketball than the Heat, than the Hawks, than the Raptors, than the Wizards, than the Bulls, and everybody except.
Yeah, like why y'all trying to make it? Trying to create something out of nothing, man.
Yeah, except Philly, except Milwaukee, except.
And what seed are they now?
They're gonna be in the playoffs, bro.
What seed are they now? Since you guys like to remind me about the Lakers, what seed are they now?
They're the 9th seed.
Okay, what seed is the Knicks?
Knicks is
the Knicks are the 6th seed.
They're gonna be the 5th seed by the end of the week.
Okay, thank you.
They're probably fighting the 4th seed. They'll probably be fighting for the 4th seed by the end of the year. And if Philly keeps losing games like they are, they're probably even fighting for the 3rd seed. That's what I'm telling you, man. That's why I'm telling you, bro. The only team that I fear as a Knicks fan is the Milwaukee Bucks and the Celtics, because everyone else in the East is beatable. The way the Knicks are playing right now, every team in the East is beatable.
Heat, too.
The Heat, hell yeah, the Heat ain't doing jack. The Heat,
yeah,
the Heat are like
you gotta give
the
teams
Heat
like
are
the
5
Raptors
games
and
behind the
credit.
Knicks. What are you talking about? The Heat are 5 games behind the Knicks.
But who cares about standings, bro? In terms of like player respect, in terms of players, you have to respect the Hawks who beat the Knicks. You have to respect the Raptors who have a playoff culture.
Really, bro?
The Hawks don't even have a winning record.
Oh
the Hawks don't even have a win. Yo, you're crazy, man.
The Hawks beat the Knicks in the playoffs.
So the Hornets can beat the Knicks too.
That was years ago, bro.
Wasn't even that far ago. This is the same core. Trae Young, John Collins.
Yeah, John Collins.
But bro, the Knicks are a completely different team, bro. You making it seem like this is the same Knicks team from a couple years ago. It's not. It's not, bro. They're a better team. The Knicks haven't had they haven't had a drought in a while, bro. They've been consistent. I don't know why is there so much blowback against the Knicks right now? And they've won 5 straight games. They literally just won 5 straight games. And
they beat the Celtics twice this year. They beat Philly once this year. They've lost really tight games to the Bucks. Remember, I watch every game, man. I watch every single game. And they got over the hump against the Nets finally. Ever since they got rid of KD, and they're gonna face him again this week. They're gonna face Philly again this week. They're gonna face the Celtics again this week. And if by the end of the week we're fighting for 4th place, you can't tell me that Miami or Hawks or any of the other posers like the Raptors are even in the same level as the Knicks. Man, get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Tripping, bro. Cash. At the end of the day, bro, you know, like you might have large market bias because what it comes down to is that only 4 teams in the East can make the second round. So the Knicks aren't making the second round. So they're just a mediocre team. And like there's certain players in both conferences that are frauds. Like if I was going to describe the Knicks, I would say that they're the kings of the East, honestly, like the Sacramento Kings of the East. Like at the end of the day, yeah, they might get all this hype, but I'm sorry, Hawk. I love RJ Barrett, I love Brunson, and I love Randall. I think that's a very solid big three, but they just can't score the ball like these other teams can score the ball.
I disagree. I completely disagree. So let
Okay,
me
so
ask you,
are they making out of the first round? Yes or no?
Of course, they're making it
depends
out
on
of
who
the first round.
depends on who they face.
They're making it out of the
Facing
first
Cleveland.
round?
They're facing
So-
Cleveland in the first round, at least. Cleveland.
Bro, yo, you got everybody here knows damn well that the fucking Cavs are beating the Knicks.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't argue that. I wouldn't argue that. But
That's what
I mean,
so
but
like,
you,
what are we talking about? We're talking about mediocrity, bro. What are you
no,
saying? The
no,
Knicks
we're
are the
not.
fifth best
No,
team in
no,
the
we
East?
weren't. No, we weren't. We were talking about the Knicks actually being a good team this year and being somewhat
Define good.
formidable. And we were saying
No,
that they're on a
formidable,
good
you have to
trend.
be in the second round to
They're
be
trending.
formidable.
Fact is, they're trending upward, right? Jalen Brunson has been playing well, right? Julius Randle has been playing well. They just got Mitchell Robinson. They're one of the best. They're getting their stride defensively. They have a positive net rating. They've been one of the best offensive teams. I don't see how you can take this opportunity to be like they're a shit
They're
team.
one of the best.
And then talk about the Heat, who's lost the last 2 games and is still trying to find their identity offensively. Now, I'm one of those people. I would lean more towards your side on how I would look at the Heat, because I know the Heat are not they're not a regular season team. You know, they're one of those teams that turn it up, you know, when it comes playoff time. You know what I'm saying? But with that being said, just from an offensive standpoint, even if they were to go against the Knicks, that would still be a tough matchup for the Heat, bro. That would still be a tough matchup for the Heat.
I still contend that I'm not scared of any team in the East, especially if the Knicks. I mean, the Knicks score more points per game than the Philadelphia 76ers, and you're telling me that with the Philadelphia 76ers offensive firepower and the Knicks don't score
Yeah, what
at
happened
all?
Christmas game? What happened Christmas game? I was watching that Christmas game in my fucking Christmas pajamas on my fucking couch, feet up.
Right, that was one game. And what happened is 2 weeks ago when we destroyed them, and then B couldn't do shit. And all
Yeah,
this
but what we
flopping.
care about is
They didn't
Christmas
call.
game.
They didn't
Nobody
call
cares
any.
about a February 9th game on a
Oh, so
Tuesday
we care
afternoon,
about the Christmas game, but we don't care. We care only when the Philadelphia Sixers win, but we don't care when the Knicks
just care
beat
about
the
Christmas.
Philadelphia 76ers
Just care
on
about
a.
That's what they
It
pull,
wasn't
bro.
even a close game. It was a blowout. So we don't
That's
care
what they
about that
always
game.
pull.
Yeah, like what? We don't care that so the Philadelphia Sixers have this monster offensive firepower and they score less points than the Knicks do. Like, we don't care about the Knicks. Like, what are you talking about? The Knicks, the only 2 teams in the East that score more points than the Knicks, points per game, are the Boston Celtics and the Milwaukee Bucks. Other than that, no team in the East scores more than the Knicks. And you're telling me that they can't beat a Cleveland Cavalier team, they can't beat a Philly team who they've beaten, they've blown out before, they can't beat a Net team, they can't beat a Heat team who only scores 108 points per game. One of the lowest scoring teams in the East. The Raptors, come on. No, I'm not scared of any team in the East, only the Celtics and the Bucks.
Yo, you understand Siakam would terrorize Julius Randle and it would not be vice
Siakam ain't
versa?
making the playoffs, so that's irrelevant to me. Like, I don't give a damn about Siakam if he ain't gonna make the playoffs. We could talk about Siakam all you want.
Well, to be fair, though,
They're going to the play-in.
The Raptors are playing, though. They are in the play-in.
They ain't gonna make the play-in the way they're playing right now.
Yeah.
No, the Bulls are gonna make the play-in with the Wizards and the Hawks and the Heat. Those are the 4 teams that are making the play-in.
I mean, but the Bulls have a worse record though. They're 27-33 right now.
Yeah, but they're trending up, man. You see the way they're playing right now. They have this.
No, I think I agree with Hawk, but the Wizards will probably get bumped out just because this guy Bradley Beal is struggling this year.
Yeah, probably the Wizards. I mean, okay, fine. Maybe I'll give the Raptors. You know, it's between the Raptors, the Wizards, and the Bulls. Two of those teams are making it in the play-in.
But even if the Knicks played Brooklyn, like, don't get me wrong, bro, the Knicks would probably win. But like, even this Brooklyn team, like, just with Spencer Dinwiddie, Mikal Bridges, like, they can just come at you in different ways. And you know, like, don't just think Brooklyn's gonna disappear. Brooklyn's still trying to win games. They want to be like they were in 2019. If you remember that, bro. I'm not convinced that the Knicks are better than Brooklyn. Sorry.
Oh my God, they have. even when having Kevin Durant and Kyrie, the Knicks scored more points per game than the Nets.
Yeah, but they never beat the Nets.
And the Nets play worse defensively than the Knicks. Like, no, man, I'm not. I know that the Knicks and the Cavs are going to go at it in the first round, and hopefully my Knicks pull it through, and then they're going to face Philly in the second round and beat them too, and then lose to the freaking Bucks or something. That's what's going to happen.
Hey, man.
I don't have championship aspirations. I'm not stupid. I'm being real.
You think they could beat the Sixers? You really you're in your heart. You really think that?
Hell yeah, Harden is.
That's crazy, bro.
Harden is trash in the playoffs.
That's where we part ways, though. Will, I don't think they beat the Sixers, though, bro. Because I still think playoffs is still fueled by star power. And at the end of the day, I believe that Joel Embiid will still play his game. James, I don't think that's a serious. I think James Harden will have maybe 1 or 2 bad games. If anything, I think it goes to 6 games. But I still think 76ers take that series, though, bro. I think 76ers still wins, and I think the better team is still the 76ers.
Damn.
Well, I'm not gonna really argue too much.
But that's.
But
that's
76ers. At the end of the day, if you want to say they're the better team, yeah, I'll give you that. They have more star power. The Knicks weren't supposed to even be this deep, yet they're showing all the naysayers. They're this good. They're literally one player away from being like a real true contender.
You're just a Donovan Mitchell away from being a
contender. Wow, that's a low blow catch. That's crazy.
Yeah,
but
just a player away. But I'll still be really invested in.
So let me
beat everybody.
Let's switch this up though. Switch it up. Because today the Nuggets got screwed by the Memphis Grizzlies. Getting blown out when I was watching this game.
Bro, what are you talking about? Blown out, screwed.
They were, bro. It was 80 to 102 at some point when I was watching this game.
For less than 20 points. That's not even blown out. It's over. Sorry.
20 points is a blowout, bro. If it's more than 20, it's a blowout, Penny. So
yeah, that's fair criteria.
Like, come on now, always trying to push the goal. 18 points. They lost by 18 points, bro. So my thing is, at least with the game, I mean, I'm not blowing too much smoke on it. I mean, it's a regular season game. I'm not like you, AK, and Josh that look into regular season games. Oh my God, this was the greatest game, the MVP because of this one performance right here. Nah, I don't go there, bro. But at the end of the day, like I said, in key matchups, key teams, the Nuggets didn't play any team. They played against Memphis Grizzlies, who are the number 2 seed in the Western Conference, right? So we know, what the criteria are. We know what's going down in the second half of the season. Memphis Grizzlies are one of the teams I've spoke about them in the past, stating that, they have a chance to go deep into the playoffs. Now, that might shift because of how the Western Conference to be. It's a trade deadline, but that doesn't take away from the Memphis Grizzlies. And you know what? They're still fiddling with some injuries. Steven Adams is still out, so that he's yet to come back, and he's also an important part of their game, right? Jaren Jackson Jr. We've stated that in the past. He's the leading candidate for Defensive Player of the Year. Ja Morant hasn't necessarily played well the past couple games, but for the most part, he's still playing his game. Desmond Bane, Dylan Brooks on a contract year hasn't had a great year. I would probably even say this is probably his worst year so far. But nonetheless, I still see the Memphis Grizzlies as a team to be beat. In the Western Conference, they're still a team that you got to get by. They're still a physical team. They're a defensive team, right? And they can give you that offensive output also, right? So when I look at this between the Nuggets and the Grizzlies, in like I said in the past, bro. I know you guys will remember this because I know listen to what I say. But the Memphis Grizzlies, I look at them as being a bad matchup for the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs, strictly for their physicality and brain.
They are a tough matchup. They're a really good defensive team.
Yeah, they're a tough matchup, definitely.
Yeah, the issue with that though is that the matchup won't happen. They're
a
one
tough
and two
matchup defensively, but offensively, not so much.
They can match them, bro. They can match them offensively for sure. Besides Jokic, right? He's the one that really that's a clear standout, right? But Ja Morant can still put up numbers, right? He would be by far the most athletic. He would be next to Aaron Gordon. He would be the most athletic guy on the court, right? Desmond Bane, he brings versatility with the shooting, right? And not to mention, I think the Grizzlies are very deep when it comes to their bench and what they could provide and what they could mix up with their roster.
The Grizzlies are definitely the deepest team in the NBA. If you really look at it, they're the deepest team in the NBA. The problem, they would be a big matchup against the Nuggets, but I don't know. I think they're too young still. They're too hot-headed. I don't put a lot of stock in Phoenix because I feel like they are one of the least deepest teams. What's that? I'm hearing
Was that it?
Music.
Were you talking?
Music. I was hearing loud music. Oh, that's my phone. They're too young. Yeah, like I was saying, I don't put a lot of stock in Phoenix, but I think Phoenix would be a team that has the experience enough to beat a team like Memphis. I think Memphis is too hot-headed. They're not into the game. They're into the perceptions of them. Maybe maybe that puts a lot of pressure on them for some reason, but they're putting pressure on themselves because they put a target on their back and they want to perceive themselves as the best in the West and when they haven't even done anything yet. So I don't know. I think they're going to shoot themselves in the foot in the playoffs. That they're not even going to get to face the Nuggets. It's going to be Phoenix versus the Nuggets at the end of the day, I feel. If they do face the Nuggets like in the Western Conference Finals, that's going to be a hell of a series. They're too inexperienced. I don't know. They're not convincing me yet. You know, they're not. Their leader's John Morant, a freaking kid who has no kind of maturity, who's still thinking about gang banging and shit like that. Like it's not a good look for them. I don't know. They don't have a real good leader. You know, invest in basketball. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no.
Hey, Ken, you got anything?
I feel like their immaturity is gonna really take them down in the playoffs.
You got anything to say, AK?
On which account?
I mean, just referring to just the matchup today with Nuts and Grizz.
Bro, everyone has good days. Everyone has bad days. Like, it's all right. They're still number 1 seed. Grizzlies are not going to pass them in that.
I actually have something to say though about this game.
What's up,
bro? Under any circumstance, field goal regardless, if Embiid got you 15 points, he would be crucified by the entire nation, bro. And that's just an objective fact, I think, you know. And like, we're rewarding for Jokic of being
10 rebounds and 13 rebounds.
15 points though, and like we're rewarding Jokic for being the
most, Adams, though, by the way.
We're rewarding him for being the most efficient player of all time, but by doing so, we're rewarding him for taking 11 shots. How are you the best player on your team? Like, you know, Jokic fans would have you believe that he's one of the best scorers too, but you only take 11 shots. Without Aaron Gordon, I might add you.
Yeah, I gotta add to that kind of. Yeah, man, because whenever I look at, because I mean I have him on my fantasy, so whenever I look at why he has 15 points, I always look at the amount of shots taken. You know, and he's only taken 11 shots, and that's just kind of what we spoken to yesterday. You know, about Jokic and just being a little bit more aggressive. You know, he had 3 assists. I mean, he could have been no doubt about it. He was probably trying to find open guys and get pass the ball into the guy. I mean, but then again, he only played 20 minutes, so I won't put too much into that. But yeah, man, I'm just gonna keep falling consistent with this take and just being like, I would want Jokic to just be aggressive when it comes to shooting the ball. In times like this, especially when you have a game like this against the Grizzlies, a team that that you could potentially also face in the playoffs. And especially, they don't have their guy with Steven Adams, which I think would primarily be on him from a physicality standpoint on defense of the court. Like, this is one of those games where he could have been a little bit more aggressive. You know what I mean? Like, this is one of the games where Jokic could have been a little bit more aggressive, could have put a foot on the MVP, rankings. Like he could have showed out in this game. This is one of the games where I felt like Jokic could have showed out. But like I said, man, I mean, like you said, AK, it's one game, right? I'm not putting too much to it. There's still a lot of season left. It's not. I don't necessarily see the Grizzlies.
It's just one game, and
I don't see
it's the first time the Grizzlies beat Denver this year.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's tied 1-1. Yeah.
Last time that they faced, they did have Steven Adams, and the Nuggets won. So, it's still a wait and see. You know what I mean?
They didn't have Aaron Gordon, so.
Yeah, they didn't have Gordon. It's like, and like you said, this guy only played 27 minutes, so it's like,
and the rest of the team sewed because, like, look at the Grizzlies. Everyone was like quite spread out. Like everyone had like a lot of them had like over 10 points. As of Nuggets, like barely anyone had over 10 points. Like it's not
barely anyone had minutes though. Everybody was. I don't know what was going on. I didn't
They
really pay attention.
they put
to
the whole
this game.
bench on instead.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on in this game. I didn't see it, like, to be honest.
But one thing I do, one thing that I do, one thing that I do want to take away from this game, because of this loss, and I'm not gonna say this is something to be worried about on the Nuggets end, because I still think they're gonna be the number 1 seed in the West. I think they have a firm holding of the West in terms of seeding, right? But this loss put them now at 500 on away games. Right now, we know when it comes down to playoffs, them away games, man, you gotta come up. You gotta be able to win those away games.
Yeah, but they're going to be playing more home games. If they're the
you will.
Then the number 1
Hey,
seed.
man, you'll play more home games for sure. I'm not taking that away. But I'm still speaking on the standpoint where you still got to be able to win at home. Remember, the series doesn't start until you win at home. Until you win away. So, and that's a big part, and that's a big part of it too. But I'm just asking from this standpoint. I think Nuggets win-loss record in a away game. Do you think that's something that could be a problem in the future?
No, because
This is
like Hawk mentioned, like they're gonna play way more home games than their away games, since they're number 1 seed.
Yeah, that stat goes out the window if they're going to be playing all the home games, most of the playoffs at home. It would affect them in the NBA Finals if they're facing the Celtics, because then they would be facing the Celtics.
Honestly, I'm worried if for the Nuggets, if the Warriors or the Lakers are the 8th seed, because we know they're going to be the 1st seed. But if the Warriors or the Lakers are the 8th seed, yeah, I'm worried for the Nuggets, man. Like, who do you guys got in a 7-game series? Like the Lakers or the Nuggets, man? Like, honestly, I need you guys to
What do the Lakers have that would put them above Nuggets?
They have a completely new team, bro. Did you see what Malik Beasley did the other day?
Do you mean that,
bro?
You need us to break that down for you?
I'm not worried about the Warriors, but I was telling you guys yesterday, the Lakers are going to be a scary ass team if they do make the playoffs, man. That team is scary as fuck. If you look at them right now, the way they're meshing too, like the way they mesh right now, it's scary, man. It's scary.
And I look at AD as being a primetime matchup for Jokic, man.
Yeah, but AD's pussy will start to hurt within like the first game.
Yeah, that's true. He's gonna break like glass. Yeah.
Hey, bro, give an actual basketball take, bro.
Actual basketball take. Out of all those teams, they're still the most less likely to make the playoffs.
I just want to make a little fun fact, and then we go back to this. Who's the best away team in the NBA?
I think the Celtics, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and you know who's number 2?
Hold on.
The
Knicks.
Might be the Knicks.
The Knicks? Oh, the Knicks. Okay.
Is the second best NBA team playing away from the Garden. Anyway, go back to the Nuggets.
No, but yeah, because teams would go through, because teams get their career games.
I'm just giving you, like you guys are trashing on the Knicks. Well, the Knicks are all right. Anyway, go.
Not me. I wasn't saying that.
No, not you. I'm saying them. Yeah, go.
It's crazy. I was gonna say the Bucks, but they're 3, and then the Knicks are actually above them.
The second best team in the NBA.
Going back to what goddamn, why people keep asking about this fight, man? Man, read the comments, man. Look at the pinned comments. I put it in the comments. 3 p.m. Eastern Time, ESPN Plus. All right, guys.
Actually, I got 2 p.m.
Schmitter is back. You heard that? 3 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, ESPN Plus. Right? Hey, like and subscribe though. Tomorrow. But yeah, going back to what Josh said, with the Lakers. I mean, obviously they got to get there. They have to. They're gonna have to get into the play and then hopefully be able to win in the play to get that 8th seed. Now we're going to get into theoretical territory, right? Now to be fair, right? Because I'm not gonna throw that out there. If the Nuggets were to face the Lakers in the first round, they would beat the Lakers. I would be fair to say that at least right now, right? Until we get there, then we can make our assessments then. But right, and I'm gonna piggyback off what Josh said because I've said that in the Discord. That would still be a tough matchup for the Nuggets, right? Because for one, that's not going to be the bye week, right? That you would want. You know what I'm saying? Because typically, when you're the number 1 seed in your conference, the narrative is that you face against the worst team in the Western Conference. Now, right? But in that situation, the Lakers are not. If they were to get to that point, right? If the Lakers were to get to the 8th seed from where they are now to then, they wouldn't be the worst 8th seed in the team. They probably wouldn't even be an 8th seed if they played consistently, if they were to be able to stay healthy throughout the year. But with that being said, where I'm going with this, right, is Nuggets would not want to go against the Lakers in a 7-game series in the first round of the playoffs. For one, that would be extremely tiring, right, on the Nuggets part, right? They don't want to have a tough matchup in their first week of going against the Lakers and LeBron James and Anthony Davis and the new team that they have, right? So I, for one, want to see it. And I stand firm to say that would be a difficult matchup for the Nuggets because AD has a history of still giving Nikola Jokic work when it comes down in the post.
But here's the thing: like the Lakers are a totally different team. They are scary as shit. To be honest with everyone here, they're not going to be the 8th seed. They're definitely going to be higher than that. They're better right now. They look better than the Minnesota Timberwolves. They look better than the Jazz. They look better than the Warriors. They look better than the Pelicans. I think they contend to try to make it into the playoffs. They're only 3 games out from Dallas. And Dallas is trash. They're not going to
lose.
Dallas is trash. I'm telling you, the Lakers are not going to face no Nuggets in the first round. The Nuggets.
But how the fuck are you going to come on here and say the Dallas Mavericks are trash, but yeah, you're preaching the fucking New York Knicks? They can make sense.
Well, the Dallas Mavericks have no kind of defense, and they suck playing in away games.
If you had the Dallas Mavericks roster in New York, you would say that the Knicks are winning everything, bro. The Knicks have never had a player like Kyrie Irving. The Knicks have never had a player like Kyrie Irving in the last century, bro. And Kyrie Irving is number 2.
All right, good for them.
But
Kyrie Irving is going to have to score 100 points for them to beat the Knicks. If
look.
Everyone else is not scoring, he's going to have to do all the scoring. Him and Jokic. And look,
like Kyrie's not a scorer, bro. Yes.
But look, let's be realistic. Let's say Lakers make the plan, and before they face the Nuggets, they have to face someone in plan. If we look like right now, it's going to be Timberwolves. You want to say Lakers are being Timberwolves?
Yes.
Yes.
1,000%. Yes. Not even.
Yes. The fuck?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
The Wolves lost me $50 yesterday.
Okay, you're the only one that's not sold on the Lakers, bro.
Yeah, I listed, they're better than the Timberwolves, they're better than the Jazz, they're better than the Warriors, they're better than the Pelicans, they're better than the Mavericks right now. The only teams they're not better than are the Phoenix, the Clippers, the Kings, the Grizzlies, the Nuggets. Right now they're not. They're not proven. But they're better than all these other teams. I'm telling you, they're going to make the playoffs. They're not making no play-in. They're going to be comfortably in the playoffs. Why?
No, they're not, bro. Because even the 7th seed makes, like, best case scenario,
like best case scenario. And if this happens, bro, people will be boosting so much saying that they're gonna win the championship. But say they make the 7th seed, right? Say they push fucking say they push like Warriors and Utah out and New Orleans too, because New Orleans is gonna catch steam too. I don't think.
Yeah, New Orleans is catching steam too. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So I think the only two people that they really have to fear is New Orleans and maybe Golden State if Curry comes back. I don't know when Curry's coming back, but we can't dismiss Stephen Curry.
Yeah, we can't.
Okay. Yes. So the Lakers are going to be in the play-in, but
yeah, I'll say play-in. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I'm not.
they ain't coming for that 6th seed. The Mavericks have that 6th seed.
Yeah, I would lean more to say that they have a better chance of making the play-in than the playoffs, and then I would go from there. I feel like yours is a pretty strong take, and even though I'm rooting for the Lakers, like I'm
not rooting for. That's what I'm saying. I'm the most unbiased dude here. I'm not rooting for the Lakers. I hate LeBron James. You know that. I'm telling you, that team is mad strong. They're gonna make the playoffs. They're gonna come in 6th at least. I'm telling you, man.
Hey, bro, I fuck with it. I fuck with the take, man.
Okay.
But yeah, Artem, you're crazy, bro. The Lakers will definitely be like. They'll either be the 8th seed or they'll just miss it. But if they just miss it, that's a whole separate issue. But I think
Rudy Gobert scores up on LeBron.
Oh my god, bro!
What?
Really, bro? Bro, I'm about to kick you out this motherfucking chat. Man just brings up any name to bring up against
him. What the hell is that, man?
Rudy Gobert, bro.
Rudy
I heard Rudy Gobert be mentioned in a positive way.
Yeah,
Cat, be mentioned in a
Cat comes out of
Ken Anderson against LeBron James. What are you gonna say, bro?
Cat on a stretcher comes up against LeBron.
Yo, when is Cat coming back?
Apparently soon. Not too. He should be coming back. I think within I think they said there should be 10 to 15 games left in the season for Cat.
They're such a dysfunctional team. I don't believe in them.
Yeah, I don't.
The Jazz are a fake ass team right now. I don't believe in them either.
That's a lie. The Jazz aren't that bad, bro.
The Warriors,
no, they're bad, bro.
They're
bad.
fake. They're fake.
No, the Jazz are not a good team, bro.
Yeah, they're fake. They're gonna fall off.
The
Warriors. When Curry comes back, Warriors are gonna, make their little push. I feel like the Pelicans are also scary. They're gonna make their little push. And I'm telling you, man, the Lakers come, and the Mavericks are trash. The Mavericks are trash. So it gives the Lakers the opportunity to come in. They're only 3 games. 3 games out, man. That's just 3 games out. That means the Mavericks losing 3 games and the Lakers winning 3 games. And guess what? The Lakers are 6th. That's what that means. It's not that far. They're not that far off. For everybody to discount. Huh?
They need to win 5 games.
No, the Lakers need to win 3 games and the Mavs to lose 3 games, and the Lakers are in the Mavs' position.
No, Lakers have 28 Ws. Mavs have 32. So that means they have to have 33. So that's 5 games that Mavs need to lose and Lakers need to win.
Wait.
Seem very likely.
Oh, no.
No. The Lakers have 28 wins. And the Mavs have 32. That means they're 3 games apart. That means the Lakers win 3, and the Mavs lose 3, and they're in the same spot. You see what I mean? It's only 3 games that separate them. That's it, 3 games.
Yeah, like you make it seem like you make it seem like the Lakers are like you realize throughout
they're
this
very close.
Like literally, bro, throughout this entire time. First off, hold on. Let me address this comment. T-Bar, we did coverage on this video. We did coverage. We talked about it. If you at the beginning of the video, we just talked about the fight. The fight is not until tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time. I was trying to reply to you. For some reason, it wasn't working. But the fight is tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time on ESPN+. All right? So, we'll go back to what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, you were going to say something. You were going to say something.
Oh, I was saying something.
Yeah, because I was saying that they're only 3 games out. They're not. They're not far away. They're like right there. They're right there to catch the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, like
Dallas Mavericks could easily lose 3 games, and just like the Lakers could easily win the next 3 games. It's not that far off, you know.
Yeah, bro. Like through this whole year, bro. You keep trying to make it seem like, oh, like the Lakers are 13 seed. But you realize throughout this entire time, the Lakers have only been 3 games away from the 6th seed, bro. 3 games. Like, if it literally, that's just a run. If the Lakers
that's just a tiny run, right? Exactly.
Yeah, it's a tiny run. Like, literally, they can just be consistent. If they had, and not to mention, right? Muka. Once again, tomorrow, 3 p.m., ESPN, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the fight. This video, we just did coverage. What was I saying? Yeah. And then the Lakers, right? They've had...
And it's not like the Mavs are a powerhouse. They're fucking trash. So they're going to end up losing 3 games at some point. You know, they literally just lost like 3 games, right? They're on a 3-game losing streak? Or I got to look it up.
Who?
The Mavs.
The Mavs? No, they won the last game. But the Pelicans...
They were on a 2-game losing streak.
But the Pelicans are on a 3-game losing streak. And the Timberwolves are on a 2-game losing streak, right? So that's why we have to factor in, like, you know, with the Lakers, like, I mean, what we were just saying, you know, they just need to go on a little run just to get themselves back into playoff fruition. You know what I'm saying?
This team could go on that run. This team is scary.
All it needs is a run, bro. They're not too far from what you think.
What's the take for tomorrow? Because we got Lakers against the Mavs tomorrow.
The Lakers beat the Mavs. Definitely. Yep. I'm watching that game.
Yes,
hell
sir.
yeah.
Lakers definitely beat the Mavs tomorrow.
I'm definitely, hell yeah. Mavs
This is what's going to happen with that game. The Lakers are going to go up by 5 in the first quarter. Then I'm going to put fucking $20 on it. It's going to make me like 70 or something crazy just because you dick riders. And then Mavs are going to win by fucking at least 15. And I'm going to get someone.
With the defense that the Mavs play, yep. They're going to win, right?
Yeah, the final score will be 135 to 120 Lakers. Because the Lakers... offensively, they're going to be no problems. They're going to get their 120, you know, which is very high in the NBA. The only issue is Mavericks are going to get 135 because you can't stop them, bro. This is just going to be a 3-point barrage, and you're going to see why Luka and Kyrie are, some of the best scorers right now, man. They are the best scorers. Both of them are top.
Oh yeah,
top
I'm
8
not
scorers.
saying they're not. I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying that Luka. I'm not saying that Luka and Kyrie are not the best scorers in the league. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the Mavs are trash as a team. They're trash. They play no defense. They got no depth. All they got is 2 players, and this is a team basketball. This is a team sport, and the Lakers right now have a better team than the Mavs. At the end of the day, they're going to come out with. I'm not saying they're going to destroy them or anything. It's going to be a good game. I'm going to watch.
I'll watch it too, man. I got that.
Yeah, at the beginning of the season, I was saying the Lakers are trash, and I changed my tune now.
Hey, but you know what though? You know, it's a crazy thing. You know, it's crazy, right? Because I know I had other people on here, but I was probably the only person that stood firm on their Laker take. I'm the only person that stood firm on their Laker take. Because do y'all remember what I was saying before the trade deadline?
Yeah, I remember.
No, what were you saying?
I was saying, well, Josh probably remembers, but I'll just resurface it. I was saying in the first half of the season that they're not a bad team. It's just and I even brought up this point that I said if this was like a team that played a little bit in the early 2000s, maybe the early 2010s, this would be a really good team. The only problem was, I mean, they fluctuated too often with defense, right? They weren't consistent on defense throughout the year, but they did have a really good defense in the beginning of the year, despite their record, right? And then, we all know about the whole shooting fiasco and turning the ball over, Russell Westbrook, right? That whole situation, right? But I've maintained my consistent stance at saying the Lakers weren't a bad team. But from what I've seen in the Lakers, they were not good enough to make the playoffs or to go far in the playoffs because they didn't have the requisite pieces to be able to compete in today's league. And I said the only way I would be convinced that the Lakers would be able to make the playoffs is if they make a move at the trade deadline. And once again, they did. And now we're sitting here talking about the Lakers having a chance to go to the playoffs.
No, and you know where it all started? And when the Lakers made that move to pick up Rui Hachimura, everybody was like, "Oh, that's it. He's not the savior. He's not the last piece that you need." No,
yeah,
that was
that's what they were saying. They made it seem like
that was the piece that what they needed for them to open up for these other trades that they ended up doing. That's what people don't understand. That was the starting point. And then, and if Pelinka would have stopped there, then like what? That's it. All you got was Rui. That's retarded. But no, he kept going, and you got to give him an A+ for all the moves that they did in the deadline. But I disagree with you that they were trash at the beginning of the year, and injuries made things worse. But after this trade deadline, it's totally changed.
I gotta disagree with you because for one, right, even to the point last year, I mean, if you give me shooting, and if you give me shooting, yes, you can beat that up all day, right? But even despite everything that they've been through as a team, I'm to the point. You gotta remember, at the point of the halftime, at the point of the All-Star game, right? Remember, they didn't have the plays that they have up until the last couple games. So they were still only within a couple games within being in the playoffs with the team that they had that you said were bad, right? Now, I'm not trying to say that they were I'm not trying to convince you like they're a better team than the way I make them seem, right? Because that's not what I'm trying to do, and that would be a very hard thing to convince to convince people of. You know what I'm saying? But my point is, right, the fact that they were able to stand firm, and then not to mention though too, they had the most roster lineup changes throughout the league, more than any other team in the NBA. You know what I'm saying? And LeBron harped on that, just being able to have a consistent lineup. You already know a lot of these teams that we're talking about, they have a consistent lineup. We know who's going to start in these games. We know who's going to be in these games, right?
And and another thing, okay, maybe I'll change my tone a little bit because to kind of agree with you. If you're watching the Laker games in the first half of the season, all of their games are close. They weren't getting blown out. They were losing close.
Yeah, not to mention the fouls too.
Yeah, they were losing close games.
Westbrook was
constantly playing close games. Yeah, maybe Westbrook would sell a game here and there. Maybe LeBron did. Maybe the rest of the cast did. Whatever. But they were losing close games, so they were basically in every game. If a few calls go their way, a few buckets go in, or whatever, those games are wins, and they're not this deep. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they weren't as trash as I felt they were. I felt that they were trash because they were using Westbrook the wrong way. When before Ham took over, and then when Ham took over, he kept trying to use him the way that this guy was using him last year. Like that's the way the Clippers use Westbrook is the way that he should have always been used over here, over there in the Lakers.
I agree.
He's
It's
a
a travesty
slash-
what the Lakers did to Westbrook.
He's a
It's actually
slash,
travesty.
slash and kick out type of guy. That's his style. Slash, kick out. Slash and kick out. But the Lakers wanted him to be a 3-point shooter, and Ham continued that trend. He wanted him to shoot so that LeBron could be the inside guy and AD. It didn't work. It was never going to work. They were using him wrong. And the that's why that was in part why they were trash, because they didn't know how to use a key guy that they had. Who was their point guard at the time then? Beverly sucks. Man, he's only good at defense. Like he ain't gonna do jack for you. You know, and that's why they were trash. They were. I mean, they weren't. You know, they were still in the games. When he started putting him off the bench, it made things a little bit different. But still, they were using him the wrong way. So it was never going to work. I don't believe, that's another thing. I don't believe in Ham. Ham is not the guy. Ham, I don't know. He's lucky right now that he has a team. Let's see what he does. Hopefully he doesn't turn out to be like Doc Rivers, but I don't know. I'm not convinced of Ham yet. Let's see what he does with now that he has a real squad, you know?
Hey, you're muted, my guy.
All right. Thank you for letting me know, Josh. Hey, by the way, if you guys are tuning in, like and subscribe to Cash Media /CashSports, man. Drop that like. If you guys came in to tune in for the Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury coverage, we did that at the beginning of the video. Right now, we're talking basketball. So if you guys need an update on when the fight is supposed to start, it is tomorrow in Saudi Arabia, 3 o'clock Eastern time. So account for that. All right, guys. Now back into the conversation. Who was talking last? Was it me? Yeah. No? Yeah. What was the last thing that was said?
I was talking about how the Lakers are using this guy.
Oh, Darvin Ham. Yes. Okay. I mean, yeah, Darvin Ham is still is a rookie coach, man. So I'm not going to be quick to beat a guy up, especially in his first year. Like I'm one of those people. I need a year. I need a year's evaluation. You know what I'm saying? And especially in the thing about it is too, we got to consider the pieces that he was dealt. You know, I felt like I mean, don't get me wrong though. Even with the pieces that he was dealt, like there were some lineups where I was like, bro, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? So I definitely meet you there. Like there were definitely some lineups. I was like, what are you doing? Like, why do you have Westbrook and Patrick Beverly in the lineup together? That's not gonna work. You feel me? That's probably by far the worst backcourt I've seen this year. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Generate no kind of offense.
you hear what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I'll be fair with you there. But when you have so many guys just kind of going in and out of the lineup, I think with any coach, I think that would be difficult, especially when you don't have the necessary pieces and the personnel to have a successful roster, you know, to go through the motion. You know what I mean? You're starting guys, and then you don't know. Yeah, I mean, you're starting guys one game, and then you're starting a different group of guys the other game. Really, the only guys that were consistently in the lineup was LeBron James and maybe Anthony Davis if he was healthy. Cody Hobbs, 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, Saudi Arabia. Tomorrow, Saudi Arabia, 3 o'clock Eastern time, ESPN.
I mean, that's what I mean. Let's see what he does with this real lineup that he has right now. You know, hopefully, like I said, Hopefully, he doesn't turn out to be like Doc Rivers and
Mhm.
ruin the shit. You know.
Am I showing the fight? I want to, honestly, but for one, I don't want to get copyright again. Because I showed some games, on my Twitch, man, and yeah, I got in trouble. My thing went down for 3 days, so I can't afford that though, bro. Let me see. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. I hope I can get the game. I can stream it, but you already know, man. People trying to get on me on that, man. They got me on a wanted poster now on Twitch. You got my face on a poster now.
Yeah, man, that's funny as hell, bro. But yeah, in terms of the Lakers, just to say my final piece, I think that they made great moves, but it's a travesty what they did to Russell Westbrook. And I'm glad he's out of that asylum right now, fam. Because honestly,
The Lakers, and
that was
talking about the Lakers.
That was a team he should never have went on. It just didn't make sense at all at the time, and it never made sense.
Yeah. No, it didn't. You're right. It was a bad move. Definitely a bad move. He should have never went to the Lakers to begin with. I felt like Russell Westbrook should have just never left OKC to begin with. If I'm keeping
he was nice on the
100,
Wizards. He actually had good numbers, though. He should have stayed on the
Yeah,
Wizards.
good numbers.
That's the thing. He had good numbers everywhere but LA. Everywhere but
Yeah,
LA.
that's so true. Yeah, he had good numbers in Houston too.
Everywhere, everywhere
I'm
except LA, he was a star. He goes to LA, they ruined his legacy, bro. Now with the Clippers, he's gonna revive himself because, according to evidence, now.
According
to evidence.
Come on.
It's all right. He won't have
The Lakers fucked him
LeBron to
up.
bring him down like he did in the Lakers.
Bro, you keep trying to make LeBron. You gotta understand, bro. The games didn't mesh. And let me ask you this, bro. Since you want to be a smart ass, right? Who are you? Who would have the ball in their hands? Russell Westbrook or LeBron James?
LeBron James.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But they could have had someone who I would rather have the ball rather than LeBron. And they could have drafted a person like that.
Bro, you don't even believe that, bro. There's a lot of people first off, there's not a lot of people I would rather have their hands on the ball besides, but there's only a very
but Cash, they're right though. The Lakers ruined his legacy because you got too many slashers on that team. LeBron is not a shooter; he's a slasher. So to add a slashing point guard to, of course it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work because yes, you're right. You want the ball in LeBron's hands. You don't want it in. So it didn't work. It was never gonna work. Didn't matter who the coach was gonna be. It was never gonna work, and they ruined this man's legacy because what he is a slashing point guard. He ain't a shooting point guard. He's like I keep saying, he's slash to kick out, and he needs to have shooters around him, which was the Lakers didn't have at the time because LeBron's not a shooter, neither is AD. They're more of a post presence, they're more of they're more of slashers themselves. So it was never going to work if you got all these slashers playing with a point guard who's a slasher. It's not going to work. So he should have never. And like Josh was saying, he was a superstar everywhere. Why? Because everywhere he played, he was the slasher who kicked out to the shooter who would drain it.
Fact.
He was a superstar everywhere in OKC, in Houston, in Washington. Everywhere he went, he was a superstar. He was a superstar when he ended up in LA, but it was not going to work because he was not surrounded by shooters. So it was never going to work. It was the team. It was the way the team was designed. It was built. It wasn't going to work for him. So it was a huge mistake. I mean, I know it wasn't his decision, but Westbrook, I mean, he accepted it because he was okay, I'm going to play with AD and LeBron. Like, who's not going to accept that, right? But yeah, it just sucked for him. It was really bad. And now I feel like now in the other LA team, he's actually gonna play like he used to, and he's gonna have a resurgence, and everybody's gonna be like, "Hey, where was this Westbrook?"
Disagree
All
on
these
that one,
TV
man.
analysts these days, all these NBA TV analysts, they're like the
Disagree
worst.
on here on that one, man. Because first off, you guys, we have to factor this in because I think let me go back to that comment about ruining legacy or things of that nature. I think when people look at things, and here's my problem with it, right? Because I'm not one of those people, that look at one season. I look at the whole shebang. I look at the whole ordeal because I've watched Westbrook play basketball for such a long time, back to his beginning in OKC as a young player. So I don't just look at one side. His career is ruined. Russell Westbrook, when he retires, he'll be one of, well, this is me assuming, right? Because I don't think he wins a championship in his career. But he would be one of the best. He would be one of the best players to not have won a ring. But you can even make a legitimate argument that he would probably be the best player to not win a ring, right? And that goes with being said with what he's accomplished. He's an MVP. He was the only player to average a triple-double in 4 different seasons, right? He's an all NBA first team player, right? So that should not be taken away from him, right? That shouldn't be taken away from him. I don't think that ruins his legacy. Yes, his time with the Lakers was travesty. It was bad. Honestly, it was horrible. It was probably the worst thing I've seen. I don't think I can't even come up with another player that got ridiculed to the extent that Westbrook did in the league, in the media. I would watch Undisputed with Skip and Shannon, and they would have like clown highlights of his turnovers. But this thing about how he's gonna play with the Clippers. I mean, first off, man, he had 7 turnovers in that last game. He didn't shoot well in that last game. He had 10 assists?
Yeah, he had more than
10
that.
assists? But
He had more than
how many he had?
He had more than that.
How many he had? No, tell me legitimately. I'm not
He had
actually.
like 13.
Huh?
Look it up.
He might have had 16, honestly.
He had 16 assists.
He had something crazy, bro. I don't even remember, but it was 13 plus.
He had 14. Okay, he had 14,
Yeah,
right?
14.
And so, for one, and you know what? I think if anything that helps, if there's anything that helps his game, and then you gotta remember, though, bro, they went to 2 overtime. They went to 2. This game was 176 to 175, right? So Russell Westbrook is not going to another team to be a first or second option. He's going there to be yet again a third option on and usually third options, right? Either you have to be able to play off ball. Westbrook has shown on the Lakers that he is not a great off the ball player. He needs the ball in his hands, right? Those 4 assists that came from him having the ball and dishing it out. Right? Yeah. Now, we understand the Clippers need
to Kawhi Leonard and George, who had 34 and 44.
Yeah.
And
so
Powell had 24. It works. That's what I mean.
And I get that. I get that. You get what I'm saying?
Him being the third option works.
That's the only thing that I see being elevated is the passing, because now he's surrounded by players who can shoot, right? Who he can dish it off and more than likely make it. But that's not going to change the turnovers. That's not going to change. That's not going to change his shooting percentage. He still shoots poor.
Oh yeah, it'll change his shooting percentage. His field goal percentage is going to skyrocket, bro. He's going to get way many more open drives.
No, and he's going to be driving. Like I was saying, he's going to be driving more. That's what he did yesterday too. He drove more. He took some dumb shots yesterday, to be honest. I was watching some of the
He
replays.
shot 7 for 13 on his first game. That ain't that dumb,
It's
bro.
not
That's
bad,
pretty
yeah.
good.
But some of those shots, he did take like 2 really dumb shots. I think it was 3. He took some threes. It was like, what are you doing? Stop. But I agree. He's going to shoot better just because of the fact that he's going to be driving to the basket now. That's his only function is drive to the basket and kick out. Drive to the basket and score on the layup or a dunk. That's what he does best. And so I agree that his total efficiency is going to improve. Of course, he's going to have turnovers because even when he was in OKC, he was a turnover god. But it was all overlooked because of the other things he did. He with his triple doubles and just facilitating for the rest of the team. They were winning games. When you win games, those turnovers really don't hurt you as much.
Mm-hmm.
Like those turnovers didn't hurt them. They lost because that game was just mad exciting. That game was just crazy. What's his name? Fox just went off. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But Monk went off too. But that wasn't because of his turnovers. He had 7 turnovers. But they didn't lose because he had 7 turnovers. There were other factors. Mm-hmm. He was actually one of the ones who was helping them probably win the game. They almost won the game because of his the stuff that he did.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just his debut, like Josh was saying, his debut. He went. That's not a pretty bad. That's not a bad debut. Going 7 for 13. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
He played 39 minutes.
Okay. So
I think his like I said, I think it gets restored to some degree. Like his credibility gets restored to some degree playing for the Clippers.
I mean, just for me, the way I look at it though, man, it's just like I just look at Westbrook as just kind of reaching a point in his career where he's just not that same guy, and I think that's okay to come to that conclusion.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and you gotta also remember though, like when he played on the teams that he did prior, right? He was able to shoot the ball at a lot more value. He had the ball in his hands. He had control. He had a lot more control over the offense. With his position on the Lakers, that was the first time he was on a team, right, where he didn't have complete control over the offense, or at least to some extent, a good percentage of the control over the offense, right? That was the first time he hadn't had that level of control. He was a third option on the team. So at that point, as a third option, the way I look at third options on the team, right, you have to take more efficient shots, right? You have to learn how to play off ball, right? And you got to defend. Those are 3 things that Westbrook does not do great at, right? It's just an honest option. He doesn't do those, and he hasn't, even before he was a good defender at some point, but he hasn't been that case in some odd years, right? And then if I even want to add some fuel to the fire here, last year or even this year too, in the restricted area, right? This is particularly last year. Westbrook at a lower rate in the restricted area, 56.8%. 56.8%. That is in the, mind you, this is the restricted area, right? So I look at that number and I say, you know what? Maybe he's not as athletic, not the same player as he used to be. And then you factor in the shots that he used to take, and then you cut that in half because of the attempts, because he can't take the same attempts. Even if it weren't the Lakers, right? If you just compare his style to Rockets, Wizards, OKC, he's not going to be able to take him out the amounts that he did in the past. He has to take smarter shots, and his field goal percentage would tell you him shooting the ball, period, is not a smart shot.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I would still have where I want the way I maintain consistency in saying that Westbrook should be set up like the way you should have set Westbrook up. If you want to set Westbrook up on the Lakers, right? This is the way they should have done it. They should have looked back at film with LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. Look how they played together, because Dwayne Wade wasn't a great three-point shooter. But LeBron and D Wade worked together because they knew how to complement each other's style. You know what I'm saying? So somebody messed up, and somebody should have went back to that type of tape and tried to see, you know what, we can make something work here. Try to set Westbrook up, find him to, find ways to get an open lane to the basket, because I feel like that's where Russell Westbrook is a lot more effective. Despite even what I just said, I brought up the restricted area percentage just to show, that he's not that same MVP guy anymore. Now, he's still effective. He's still a good player, in areas. But in the way that you guys are trying to hype him up and say, this and that, like, I gotta wait to see, how this works out, because at the end of the day, he's still a third option, and I want to see how he adjusts to that, not just off one game. Because we've seen a good couple first games in the beginning of the season. And guess what? It went right back to where it was. He went right back to being that uncle that one shot, at the ball court. Let me get a shot with that broken ass jump shot, bro.
Russ played his heart out every game. He didn't want to miss a game. He gave you his all, his entire heart, his soul, his passion.
Yeah, he gave us too much. He gave us too much basketball.
Well,
He should have left with Kyrie. He should have took a vacation with Kyrie.
Yeah, but maybe if AD was playing some of those games with his fucking injured ass, they would have won, and this Westbrook might have been shined in a different light if it wasn't for AD injured ass.
Nah, I agree. But you know what? I'll even go as far.
Pat wanted Russ to stay home with AD with his injured ass.
No, but you know what? Josh? Josh? I'll even go as far as to say this. You know what? To the point that AD deserves just as much blame as Russell Westbrook. Just as much blame. I would go as far as to say that. I stand firm on that. If the Lakers
that there's turmoil. I mean, there's turmoil with AD now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not. You saw that? I don't know if you saw this. I'm sorry to go in another direction, but I don't know if you saw this thing where AD wasn't celebrating with the team when LeBron hit his broke the record and all this stuff. And then they asked him, why weren't you doing it? And he was like, I was just mad because we were losing. Okay, fine. But they weren't losing by a lot. It was still a full quarter to go. And they were just down by 5. The game was in reach. He just didn't want to celebrate. And there seems to be some fatigue playing with LeBron for some reason. He doesn't look the same. Like I don't know if it's a LeBron thing, or I don't know if it's an AD thing, but something's not clicking with them. It's crazy. I mean, it. Hopefully they start winning and things start changing. And this is just just people talking and stuff. But I don't know, man. Something's going on with AD. And like you said, like he has a lot of blame because, first of all, I've been saying this for years. Why is the dude wearing low tops? He's a freaking 7. Why is he wearing low tops?
Haven't I been saying this?
Dude has the weakest ankles ever, and he's wearing low tops instead of like.
Bro, he got them Steph Curry ankles, bro.
Jesus
He got them
Christ! Like, come on.
paper maches.
So you're gonna get sprained ankles on a regular playing the sport that you play,
I mean,
and how tall you are and shit. Like, come on.
That man out there,
Where's some high tops,
out there in flip flops.
Yeah, he's wearing freaking chanclas and stuff. Like,
that
what
man
the
wearing,
hell?
my man wearing Crocs to hoop.
Yeah, he's wearing Crocs and stuff. Like, come on, man. What are you doing? Like, take care of your body. You know, like
Yeah.
he's really at fault for a lot of the Laker mishaps because he should be there. He should be there, but he's never there. He's always hurt. You know, and it's always his freaking legs. It's always his legs.
You know, and that's the reason. That's a big reason why. You know, and I will always go back into. I will always fall back to this season, right? 2021 to 2022, NBA season, right? The year after the Lakers won the championship. The narrative was that AD was supposed to be taking the mantle as the number one option on that Lakers roster. Right. That was
let
the
LeBron
let
LeBron go to the you know, into his retirement. You know what I mean. Right. Exactly what you're saying. Exactly. You're right.
That was the stigma. But then that year, Anthony Davis had career lows that year. He averaged 20 after a championship season. Anthony Davis averaged 22 points. Yeah. Right now, that might not seem like it ain't nothing, but for somebody like AD
playing in this league,
looked at,
hell yeah, that's low.
Yeah, and for somebody like Anthony Davis, right? That's way too low for somebody like Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis has to average at least 25 points. At least 25 points with 10 rebounds.
528 at least. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I feel like, I mean, you can pinpoint some of the things on LeBron, you know, but I feel like it's very minimal, especially due to the where he's at in his career.
It's super minimal. It's super minimal because the guy plays in and day out. If he misses a game, it's because he's really hurt. He's trying to win. He hates losing. Like, everybody should have that attitude, especially a guy like AD. You know.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And then my thing about it is Anthony Davis should adopt LeBron's mentality a little bit more. You get what I'm saying? Like, he should cling on to where he's coming from. Like, yo, I'm getting old, bro. You feel me? I might be playing on the Orlando Magic in 2 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but Anthony Davis really needs to take the bull.
Maybe this is all LeBron's fault, because if LeBron hasn't told him, yo, wear some high tops, then this is LeBron's fault.
Oh, it's LeBron's fault. LeBron's fault.
Yo, you better wear some high tops, otherwise, yo, this is all your fault.
That's crazy, bro. Yo, 80's a grown ass man, bro. You don't need another grown ass man telling you what you're doing.
He needs another grown ass man to tell him to wear high tops, obviously, because he don't have the freaking common sense to do it himself.
No, but the fact that Russ was on the team was Le GM's fault to begin with, and that's a fact. That's a pure fact.
I mean, bro. You
deserve just as much blame as does Russ and AD and all that.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess.
I mean, you can say that, but remember, AK, for the 1000th time, there were a lot of names that were in the fray that LeBron won on the team. Like, Russell Westbrook wasn't the only player on the team. Remember, they also
LeBron chose him over DeRozan. Don't forget that now.
Yeah, they also wanted DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan was also playing well. So you can't just look at Russell Westbrook, okay, like it's all LeBron's fault. Like, LeBron is not the official GM. LeBron, at the end of the day, a GM, Rob Pelinka, is the one that goes in, makes the call, and actually goes in to execute the deal.
And right? LeBron and the thing too, LeBron James was kind of sort of acting like KD, like he wanted to be out of LA because Pelinka wasn't surrounding him with good pieces.
Mhm.
You know, like he's like, yo, you better do something, otherwise, I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna be out. That's basically what was the perception of what was going on.
And another thing that you keep missing out on, AK, you gotta remember after that championship season, you realize they rebuilt their entire team. The Lakers changed up their team. LeBron had nothing to do with that, bro. That was all Lakers.
Yeah, that was
all
Pelinka.
Yeah, that was all Lakers. I don't know any GM that has a championship roster and then changes their roster after they win the championship. That makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
That makes no freaking sense. So factor that in too, right? So that's a Rob Pelinka thing. So you can't say
the Mavs won. The Mavs.
Oh yeah, the Mavs won, and then they ruined it though.
Mm-hmm.
The Mavs won, and then they changed their lineup, and they haven't been the same since.
Wait, what do you mean the Mavs run?
Back.
Well, you said that no one does it. I said the Mavs when they won.
Yeah, the Mavs did that. Yeah, when they won the chip, they traded everybody. They didn't re-sign. They came the next year with a different team.
Like Tyson Chandler. I mean, but they didn't go back to the championship. is my point. But my point is, the fact is, usually when you have a championship roster, you're not going to switch that team up and expect the same result, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's my point. If you switch up your championship team,
maybe you add a guy or subtract a guy here, and that's it. But not the. They just
not the team. Yeah. I remember the only players from that championship team, literally the only players from that team is LeBron James and Anthony Davis.
That's it, yeah.
Those are the only two players from that team. And guess which one of your players is on that team, is on your team from that team. Make a guess.
What?
No. AK. One of those players from that Laker championship team is on your team now.
Westbrook?
Okay.
I got Westbrook. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He was on that team. Yeah. And he had a big part to play in that. Well, not big part, but he had a crucial role. I'll say he had a crucial role.
Yeah.
What, DeAndre Jordan?
No, bro.
No, man. Pope, man.
Pope, Contavious Caldwell Pope.
Jordan. Nobody ACP this big ass. 60 overall setter just in the paint, bro. Just chilling. But But yeah, man.
And say what you will though. Say what you will about LeGM. LeGM, when LeGM on the forefront of being LeGM, he's gotten 3 rings out of it, bro. He's got 3 rings. 3 rings out of being LeGM.
Hey man, but it's crazy how this guy Hawk wants a grown ass man to tell AD to put on some high tops.
Hell yeah, you gotta put on high tops.
At his big age, bro, he's a grown ass man.
I'll be like, yo, I'll buy you some high tops.
Yo, Hawk, honestly, bro, you need a grown ass man. Hawk, you need a grown ass man.
Bro,
to go come with you and grab some university, bro.
Yo, I got some nude LeBrons for you, some shit with some high top shit. I don't know.
Hey man, this is how it would go down. If I was the equipment manager for the Lakers, I would get like the Kobe 9s, the ones with the Achilles protector, the high top joints. Nice as hell though, too. I love those Kobe's. If I had those, I would slip them on his feet and motherfucking staple them shits to 80 ankles. So he would always have to wear some freaking high tops, bro. Because there is absolutely no reason why he doesn't even wear protection on his ankles.
No, he don't. That's another thing.
He doesn't even wear ankles.
He's on low tops and he just puts a sock over. Come on,
bro.
Dog.
I'm surprised he even wearing socks, to be honest with you.
Get you an ankle brace.
I'm surprised AD even wears socks, bro.
Yeah,
I'm surprised you don't just wear the Nike low tops and just hoop.
And that's it. Go out there like that. Yo,
That's
well, you
crazy.
suck, dog. What do you wear?
No, that's
You know what I mean?
crazy.
Yeah, LeBron should be up his ass with that stuff. Like, yo, come on, wear some high tops.
Man said, I'm surprised he wears socks. That's crazy.
You got socks on, dog?
So let me ask this though.
Ankle brace. You gotta put on knee braces. You gotta put all kind of braces on those legs because those shits.
Hey, yo, Hog, I think you need braces. Crooked ass teeth.
Damn.
Hey, let me ask this though. Let me ask this, man. Is Jason Tatum a superstar?
Yes.
Yeah, because he wears
Yeah.
high tops. Fuck that shit.
Yo, no, this guy Hog's actually fucking Still talking about that high top. No, but yeah, he's easily a superstar, man. Basically, man, once you're like at the end of the day, bro, it's pretty undeniable. Like once you're top 10 in the NBA and you play at that level for a consistent period amount of time, meaning about 2 years or longer, like I said, because last year in the season before, Jason Tatum was definitely hovering around that top 20 range, but now he's clearly in the top 10. We saw him get that game winner. You know what I mean? Very clutch. Took that game shot, switched it. Yeah, man. I mean, if you say no to that question, I think you're objectively wrong. What do you guys think? I think you guys agree with me.
I'm gonna hear AK. You can go.
No, he's 100% superstar. He's on the number one player on the number one team in his division, and yeah, I mean he's in MVP convo, and he's been proven it for the past 2 years at least.
Oh yeah, and you said yeah, right? Well,
Yeah, he's definitely a superstar.
yeah. So
And for
yeah,
the
man.
past 2-3 years.
I mean,
Definitely
I was
top 5 at least.
Yeah, I've been trending in this direction. I mean, I've been on this kind of like last year when people were, especially in the playoffs, when people were looking at Jason Tatum and saying like he's emerging superstar. And then going into the finals though too, people were saying, he's on the crest of superstardom, or he's entering that field of superstardom. Are you showing the fight or reaction? I'm definitely going to be doing a reaction to the fight. Now, as far as showing the fight, definitely not going to do it on YouTube because I do not want any copyrights on my any strikes on my YouTube. But we'll see on Twitch. I will see on Twitch. So stay tuned. I'll let you guys know if I can pull it up. But I will be doing a reaction. That is 100% for sure. All right. So like and subscribe, man. Hit that bell notification button. So whenever I go live, you definitely see me go live. But as far as showing the fight, I'm not going to be showing it on YouTube. That's for sure. If anything, follow Cash Media, Twitch. If I were to stream anything as it pertains to live games, sessions, things like that, it would more than likely be on Twitch. So now going back to what I was saying, with Jason Tatum being a superstar, I saw this from his rookie year, bro. Honestly, I was early. I was early as hell to what Jason Tatum could have been, because Jason Tatum was just one of those players where you can see it in his game early on, right? Even since the beginning, right? Remember, he was taken under I believe Lonzo Ball, if I'm not mistaken. If that's correct, yeah, he was taken in the same draft as Lonzo Ball in that same draft class, right? So ever since then, the Lakers could have had him, but unfortunately, the freaking Boston Celtics got him. So it is what it is.
Yeah,
but,
the Sixers wanted to take Markel Fultz over him. Don't get me started.
Yeah,
Markel
joke.
Fultz. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
another one. Yeah.
Bullshit.
I mean, he's having a decent season right now in Orlando, but yeah, that was a
Yeah.
horrible pick.
Yeah. Yeah. But honestly, we can even talk about that. We can talk about that afterwards. But let me just finish this up. And with Jason Tatum, I knew Jason Tatum was going to be a star, particularly in that game series in 20 what? Because he was drafted in 2018 or 2017, and then played in the 2017 to 2018 season, and then he went to the conference finals that first year, and then went to a 7-game series against the Cleveland Cavaliers, and dunked on LeBron James, right? But then ever since that game, I saw something in Jason Tatum. I was like, yo, this guy is going to be special for real. And then as the seasons went on and on and on, we started to see more and more of Jason Tatum. And then especially within the past 2 or 3 years, Jason Tatum's game has elevated on a whole nother level, right? This year in particular, right? Not only is he shooting, I mean, he's not shooting percentage-wise, but the volume of threes that he's taking, right? And because he's making them, he's putting up a lot of points. He's gotten better. He's gotten way better defensively, right? Key moment in his career so far. Last year, when he guarded Durant, majority of guarding Kevin Durant had low percentages against Jason Tatum, right? So, we're dealing with a whole different beast now, and I stand firm on what the game is like today. Regardless of bigs, regardless of centers, if you do not have a dominant wing, if you don't have a dominant 3 or 4, you're not going to be able to win in today's basketball. And fortunately for the Celtics, they have their superstar, Jason Tatum, right? So that's it, man. Unless you guys have anything to say as it pertains to what I said.
Yeah, I mean,
No, man, I agree with everything you say. Everything you said, man. At the end of the day, Jaylen Brown also deserves his credit for the Boston Celtics success because as much as Jason Tatum's taken elevation, Jaylen Brown's been right there with him. Honestly, they've improved the exact same amount. So, yeah, man, I just want to give Jaylen Brown his flowers. Another thing I'll say about Jaylen Brown, too, is Jaylen Brown's more athletic than Jason Tatum. That's what people need to realize. Jason Tatum,
he's a better defender,
he has about 3. Yeah. And that goes with athleticism. But, yeah, that's another good thing that I missed, Cash. But, Jason Tatum, the reason why he has that nod is because at the end of the day, he's 3 inches taller. He's probably stronger just because he's taller. And he can see over you in his dribble creation. He's hitting that 3 a lot more now, like you added, Cash. But Jaylen Brown, this might sound crazy for a lot of non-watchers, but Jaylen Brown's one of the most athletic players in the NBA, bro. Like, let's keep it a stack. I fuck with Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, he's a big part of that success of Tatum too. Not to take anything away from Tatum.
You're breaking up a little bit, Josh. I mean, Will.
Hey, yo, Will, tell your son to stop downloading the new Fortnite update, bro.
Yeah. Oh, going back to that Markel Fultz situation though, because I was just reading an article on that with Markel Fultz because they drafted him like first, right? I forgot they drafted him first in there. and they should. Do you guys think they should have kept him?
Oh, hell no. No.
No.
Fuck no.
Probably no.
I mean, he's having a decent
I don't know,
season
man.
now. He's having a decent season right now in Orlando. But
Yeah, it's all fine and dandy, but Shake Milton is better.
I
Tyrese
agree. They
Maxey's
shouldn't have
better.
kept him. Hell no. Nah, that was a bad pick.
That was a bad pick.
I mean, they were competing with Jordan to be the worst judge of talent, man. Because Jordan's really up there with like one of the worst. I mean, you know me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it day in and day out. He's the freaking GOAT, but he has no eye for talent at all. I mean, throughout his entire ownership of that squad, he has made the worst picks ever. Like, he's the worst. He has no eye for talent at all whatsoever. And if he picks someone, you can guarantee that guy is not going to do anything in the league ever. Because he's trash. He just picks trash. I don't understand how the GOAT can be such the worst. What do you mean? The ball is
LaMelo Ball.
LaMelo Ball is a white chocolate reincarnated, man.
That's very, very slanderous of you to say.
Yeah, it is slanderous, bro.
At the end of the day, his career is going to end up. At the end of his career, he's going to end up not accomplishing a thing. That's it.
You know, LaMelo Ball is taking 11 threes a game and making like 38% of them right now.
That's all fine and dandy.
What's he averaging?
She's taking 11 a game. It doesn't matter. He's taking 11 a game.
LaMelo Ball is not a bad play. Like, I don't know why AK is still on this thing where like LaMelo Ball is like shit, bro. Like,
he's a good player.
Well, it matters when they're the worst seat in their fucking division.
Bro,
look at what team he's with.
Bro, but you're the only one that has expectations for the Hornets. Like, you're the only one. Like, you're the only one who has expectation for the Hornets. No one has expectation for the Hornets. Like, literally zero people. Like, Will just came on here and said MJ is like the worst evaluated talent. They can't draft anybody. And I pointed out LaMelo Ball being the only talent that they've drafted that was actually good. And you're saying, well, they're the worst player. Like, bro.
Miles Bridges.
You're the Hornets. They've always sucked.
Yeah.
They've always sucked.
Kemba Walker's your franchise player, bro. It's that bad. Like, it's that bad, bro.
And LaMelo Ball is way better than Kemba Walker.
Yes. Like, LaMelo Ball is like the best player to ever wear a Charlotte Hornet uniform, to be honest. If we're keeping it a stack. And that's pretty crazy because LaMelo Ball is far from reaching his prime.
Miles Bridges.
Miles Bridges is not the best.
He's not even playing, bro. Like, he's not even playing right now.
Yeah, but he was.
He's not playing though.
He might be back next season.
I heard it. I heard that too. That he might be back.
Yeah, he could be back. But bro, but you were trying for one, because you're trying to bring up this argument, which we already kind of went over. All right, between Miles Bridges and LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball is a better all-around player, and then they average the same amount of points. Like, literally, they average 20 points. So in LaMelo, the offense runs through LaMelo.
LaMelo averaging 24 now. That was 20 last season. He took a jump to 4 points.
So this year, LaMelo's averaging 23 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 1.3 steals. I mean, it's not blowing you out the water. You know, he's a good player. I feel like if you had a contending team, a championship team, LaMelo Ball would anybody. I would want him on my team if I'm contending for a title. He's a 6'7" point guard. Why wouldn't you want him?
Yeah.
6'7" point guard, doing numbers like that, shooting, passing.
I'll give you that he's having a nice season, but
he was rookie of the year.
And he was rookie of the year because no one else was good that year. But we can't sit here and be hypocritical and be like, yeah, LaMelo Ball is a great ball player and Jokic sucks.
But
Like,
Anthony Edwards wasn't good that year too.
Huh?
What about Anthony Edwards?
Yeah,
no.
Ant
Anthony
was
Edwards is
snubbed out.
different. Ant is the man. Yeah,
Yeah, he was snubbed
and
out
I
Rookie
love
of the
the
Year.
fact.
He wasn't snubbed.
100%.
Yeah,
No,
he
it
was
wasn't.
snubbed. He
It
was
wasn't a
snubbed.
snub. It wasn't
Eh,
a snub.
eh,
I remember
okay,
that
yeah,
very,
maybe
very.
he wasn't. Yeah, he
vividly.
wasn't a
It
snub.
wasn't a
You're right. You're
snub.
right. I like that hot take that he had the other day at the All-Star game. He goes, "Yo, they asked him what would you do to improve the league?" And he was like, "Yo, number one thing I would do is stop with these people sitting out games." And it's true. This league is such a trash. I have so many like reasons to shit on the league today because it's such trash, and that's one of the things. That's one of the many things that this league has is they sit out guys because of res, because they're fucking fingernail hurt, or because they got like come on, man, and guys like him who like who's young. That's a guy who we want to promote. Guys like him who are going out there like, nah, man, we sitting out for what, man? No, I'm over here trying to bust my ass every game. I don't care. I'm not gonna sit out no games. I'm gonna play every game that I can. Even if I'm hurt, I'm going out there and doing my job. He's getting paid millions of dollars to go play a game. I'm gonna sit out because my, whatever.
A finger injury.
Yeah, like. I mean, I'm not gonna say that about AD because when he's out, it's because he's broken. But like Kyrie, even LeBron to an extent. LeBron was after he broke the record, he sit out the rest of the time. But he ends up playing a whole half at the All-Star game. I mean, granted, that's not really a game. It's a layup line. So, of course, he could go up in the layup line and not get hurt. It doesn't matter. But look at Giannis. He's another one. He's hurt and he's out there, But there's a lot of these guys that just sit out, and we know this firsthand because we play fantasy. We don't know when all of a sudden randomly due to sitting out because you know what, I don't know, because whatever, he's sitting out, and that's trash, man. That's not. And Anthony Edwards, that's the type of attitude. A young kid like that coming into the league, that's cool that he has that attitude. Hopefully, most of these guys coming in are going to continue with that shit because these guys right now is like, for any little thing, no, I can't play back to backs. Oh, I can't. Come on, man. What is this?
You a hater, bro, because at the end of the day, Hawk, this is where like you being an old head kind of shows, bro. And like I don't want to be like rude or anything, but this is where it's coming out because LaMelo Ball is here on this earth, here in his basketball game to change the wave, to change the perception of basketball. He's going to be the next AI when it comes to influence. You know what I mean? When you talk about a guy skipping college, skipping university, and going straight to the pro league to Australia, like the way Melo's coming up is just different, bro. Like we've been watching Melo since high school. That's the craziest thing since high school, bro. I remember, when mans were comparing him to Julian Newman back when I was like fucking 15 years old. Like
Yeah,
what other
Julian
NBA players
nowhere, bro.
like
Julian Newman not going to the league, Brody.
like this guy had the spotlights from young, bro. And now he's here. He's doing what everyone thought he was gonna do. And honestly, bro, like we should just sit back, watch, and like just praise him because this guy was really under the microscope before he even hit puberty, bro. Like that's crazy.
Yeah,
He has a very good promoter. I'll give you that much. But we can't sit back and enjoy anything be hypocritical and sit back and enjoy one guy's non-success and look at another guy's success and trash him because he's not as flashy or he's not. Come on, man. We're always impressed by shiny new things, but at the end of the day, that's not winning basketball. He's the reincarnation of white chocolate. This guy, when white chocolate came into the league, he was the same way.
That's
He was
crazy,
mad
bro. That's
flashy.
crazy.
He was mad
That's a
flashy. He
horrible
was,
take, bro.
dude. You weren't around, but he was mad flashy. He had mad promise. He didn't have the promotion of LeVar Ball, but he did his own thing on the court, and he was winning basketball games on a trash team. And then all of a sudden, that team got lifted. I ain't gonna see that from no Charlotte Hornets ever. This team is always gonna be trash, and he's always gonna be stuck. It's unfortunate. That, I'll tell you that much. It's unfortunate that he's on his rookie contract, and the CBA locked these guys in, and he's not able to get out of that team until like 30, I think, until the year 2030, which means his whole career he's going to be there in that trash system that Michael Jordan has created. And we're never going to see him flourish. We're never going to see him flourish. He's always going to be, oh yeah, Ball. He's pretty good. Oh yeah. But he's always on a losing team. So that's always going to be the stigma with him. You know, and because of guys like Harden, because guys like Kyrie, because guys like KD, the CBA is going to get even worse in this next one. Was it next year that it's going to happen? The negotiations happen next year or at the end of this year?
I don't particularly know off the top of my head.
I think it's next year. I think it's in 24. But because of these freaking actors switching teams like they switch underwear, the CBA is going to really, really come down on players now. And guys like Ball is going to be stuck on that team forever because of that. He's on his rookie contract. He's not going to be. He's going to be a Hornet for life, man. That's it. He's going to have all the Hornet He's going to have all the Hornet stats and all that stuff. It's crazy, but he's not going to amount to anything.
March 31st, 2023.
Oh, this year. All right. Wow, that's going to be interesting.
So the NBA, the NBA and the NBPA have mutually agreed to extend the deadline to opt out of the current collective bargaining agreement from February 8th, 2023 to March 31st, 2023, as the two sides continue negotiations to reach a new agreement, they said in a joint statement. So I know this was recent though.
Who's the president again?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's CJ McCollum.
Oh, right. Yeah. It used to be Paul, yeah.
Yeah.
That was McCollum, right?
So we'll see. We'll see how that goes, man. Hey, but check out them stats, right, that I put up, man, since you want to be disrespectful, bro. This has been LaMelo the past 4 games, you know, putting up some numbers.
That's on a losing team. That's not impressive.
I mean, but you said losing team. They've won the past at least a couple games. They beat the Miami Heat today.
Yeah, like AK said, you know, sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad days, you know. But on a consistent basis, I don't know, man.
Hey, remember, I'm not speaking on the Hornets, right? I came in looking at the Hornets, right? And remember, the Hornets used to be the Bobcats. I used to watch it when the Hornets were the Bobcats, the Charlotte Bobcats, right? And they were still butt, right? Yeah. But, you know, and I don't see them going anywhere then, and I don't see them going anywhere now. The New Orleans Pelicans used to be the Hornets, right? Back when Chris Paul was playing.
Right.
But I'm just speaking to LaMelo, man. I'm just saying, like, he's a positive player. I think he would be a great addition to a team. If you could say whatever you say about Russell Westbrook, I don't see how you could say something different about LaMelo Ball. You know, who's
I can't say that because Westbrook was winning games.
Nah, as a third option.
Westbrook. Huh?
I could see LaMelo Ball being a third option in and shining. He could be on that Lakers roster and play a whole different game and add to that team's success, as opposed to Russell Westbrook, who is trying to be stuck in his game. Like LaMelo Ball, what Josh said earlier, he shoots on average 11 threes per game, but he's shooting 37% from the field, bro. And these last 4 games alone, he's had 30 points, 6 rebounds, 15 assists, 28 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists, 32 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists. That's not a bad player, man. If I give it to you with the other picks, because my God, like one thing, because I don't want to make it seem like I'm going too against you here. Because remember, the only reason why we brought LaMelo Ball up is because you said, MJ had a shit observation when it comes to drafting talent. I'm just saying LaMelo Ball is the only pick he got right. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm saying LaMelo Ball is the only player he got right.
I'm saying I'm being consistent. I'm saying I'm being consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan has consistently picked trash talent, and if it ain't showing now, it's gonna show at some point. LaMelo Ball is not that good. He's just the reincarnation of white chocolate. He's not gonna end up to be anything special.
Bro, you can't say he's a reincarnation.
Jason Williams, also known as White Chocolate Fan, never averaged 20 points, bro.
Way better.
Nah, but he was the shiny new thing when he came into the league. He was a shiny new thing. He was mad flashy with his beautiful pass.
Jason Williams was never rookie of the year. Jason Williams never averaged. He didn't 10 points in his career, right?
No, I know.
LaMelo Ball has averaged more points so far, more rebounds, more assists, right? More steals, more blocks, right?
More losses. More losses.
Bro, but Jason Williams wasn't the first option, bro. Jason Williams is just like you're saying Jason Williams or LaMelo Ball is a reincarnation of Jason Williams. LaMelo Ball is far way better than Jason Williams.
But he's not comparing them. Jason Williams
Jason Williams did that one elbow pass and then Magic eliminated him for the rest of the life.
But he's not comparing them in terms of like
who's better. Bro.
They'll have the same.
Bro, how are you saying he's not comparing him when he just said he's the reincarnation?
Listen to what he finish saying what you were saying. That's the point I'm trying to make. Finish what you were saying, Artem.
No, I said that Wilt is not trying to like compare the two, like in terms of who is better. He's trying to say that LaMelo Ball will have the same situation as White Chocolate, that he's gonna be all hype, but then it's gonna die down because he's not gonna live up to the hype.
So let me ask you this then. Would anybody here build a team around Jason Williams?
They built a team around Jason Williams. They built a team around Jason Williams, and it became successful in Sacramento.
Bro.
They built a team around Jason Williams.
How successful were they?
I mean, they didn't win a championship, but they were in the playoffs like almost every year. They're a very formidable team, and I forget this guy's name. Their forward that they used to have.
I know you Chris Webber.
Yeah, Webber.
Yeah, bro, that was Weber's team, not fucking Jason Williams' team.
Yeah, but that was Weber's team. But that's what I'm saying though. The team wasn't built around Jason Williams, though, bro. That's where you're misconstruing. It wasn't built around Jason Williams. He's part of that team, but he wasn't the part of the team. He was just a part of.
When he came in, when he was drafted, it was the same hype. It was the same type of the same style of basketball. It's the same style. It was the same that's what I'm telling you. It was the same thing, and it didn't amount to anything. And he had success in the beginning, in his early in his career. While LaMelo, though he has individual success has not transferred to the team being good. That's what I'm saying. And to build around him, okay, I'll give you that 100%. He has no kind of cast, but I would argue also that when everybody's waiting for him to be the man, he was not even the best player on his team. Well, this guy Bridges was Bridges. The guy that's not playing for them right now.
Yeah,
Bridges,
Miles
right?
Bridges.
Miles Bridges, and even Rozier, like he wasn't even the best player on his team, and we're like, oh yeah, we got
bro.
Negative, bro. I gotta disagree with that because when you say best player on the team, in what factor would you say he was the best player on the team?
Bridges was
Yeah,
like who'd you want? Who was scoring more points? Bridges
they were averaging the same amount of points. They were literally averaging the same amount of points.
They weren't, man.
They
We
both
were
averaged 2 points
watching
per game.
this. You know why I'm saying this? Because hey, I used to play 2K a lot with Josh and Artem, and there used to be another person that we used to play with a lot, and he kept telling us that Ball was God, basically. And and this was like an everyday thing. So an every day we used to follow the stats, and the stats would always show us that he wasn't even the best player on his team. The stats would always show us that he wasn't even the number one, the number two, or the number three option on the team. He was always, but he was God. He was God, and this guy kept telling us that he was God, and we kept showing him that he's Bridges, Rozier, and who was the other guy? Oh, and then they hired Kemba Walker. Was it Kemba Walker?
Kelly Oubre.
Kemba Walker was gone. He was on the Celtics at that point in time, I think.
I forgot who they hired, but they were like, "Yo, we need a point guard because this guy sucks."
No, they hired Isaiah Thomas.
Oh, Isaiah Thomas, right? They hired Isaiah Thomas for the remainder of the year because with this point guard situation is not good. Do we move this guy to shooting? Do we remember that, Artem?
Yeah, I do.
This was like an everyday conversation that we had, and every day we had to pull up the stats and be like, "Yo, he's not even the third best option on this team." How are we today even giving him any kind of props? I mean, right now he's the best player on the team because Bridges is not there, and Rozier is like past his prime, obviously. Like he's obviously today he's the best player on the team, and they're doing worse than when he was the third option. That's what I'm saying. Like they were a playing team at least when he was the third option, and now that he's the best player on the team, they're not even sniffing the playoffs. So how are we sitting here saying that? Oh yeah, he's. I mean, this is still lower than what we were. This is still less of a conversation than what we used to have. This was an everyday thing, but still, we can't sit here and say that he's gonna amount to anything or he's amounting to anything. Yeah, on an individual, at an individual level, maybe he's doing good or whatever, but he's doing their team is doing worse with him being the best player on the team. Right now that he's the best player on the team, they're doing worse than when he was the third option on the team.
Well, because and then now you gotta you gotta bring in the team factor. It's because Miles Bridges. I mean, because I'm not trying to make it seem like Miles Bridges was a shit player. Miles Bridges was still a player that averaged 20 points. So if you lose a guy that averaged 20 points off of 50% shooting from the field, I mean, that's gonna hurt your team, bro. That's gonna hurt any team if you lose a legitimate guy who averaged 20 points per game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I mean, yeah, you can probably hold that against LaMelo Ball because they should have, if you're looked at as the face of the franchise, there's always this stigma that there's no excuse. You should be able to elevate your team to certain standards so that they'll be able to compete. No, I hold LaMelo Ball to that standard because I feel like regardless if you're the number one guy or if you're looked at as the number one guy on the personnel roster, yes, you should be looked at in that fashion. But you gotta remember though, the Hornets didn't get better; they got worse. What legitimate addition have they got on this team
None.
for them to be better than last year?
None. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's not, and that goes with any team, with any superstar. You have to be able to add requisite pieces, players, in order for you to be able to compete. I mean, just look at the East in general, right? The Cavaliers were ambitious enough to get Donovan Mitchell, right? The East, the top three teams in the East are the most competitive teams in the whole entire league, right? So I just don't think it's fair to kind of look at LaMelo Ball and be like, okay, like he's just not what he is. I feel like there's a lot of growth, right, that he can gain over time, right? Because that's how I'm looking, and I feel like to have a better evaluation of him, you know, like last year was a good build-up, but then Miles Bridges, you know, done effed up and did what he did during the offseason, so that set the team back as a whole. You know, remember, because he was supposed to get paid this year.
Right.
So now it's looking like he's going to have to come back, right? Probably at some point in time, maybe, I don't know, maybe a month into the second half of the season, but we got to wait on that. But as far as like, you know, and saying like, you know, LaMelo Ball is this and that, I would say, man, he's still putting up numbers. He's still doing a really good job. You know, he's average. And the fact is, you got to also look at it that he's gotten better on an individual level. Like, yes, you're right. They've regressed as a team, but their roster hasn't gotten better. The only thing that's gotten better is LaMelo. He's the only person that got better on that team, with some stints here and there from Terry Rozier. You know, like that's just the way it is. You know, and I'm even looking at I'm making a comparison.
I'm not convinced with Ball. I'm not convinced with. Of course, he's going to get better on a team that regressed. I'm not convinced that if he lands on the Lakers, he's going to continue doing what he's doing now. Nope. Yeah, or he goes to Chicago, or if he go, you know, like he is a good player on a bad team type of guy. That's what he is. In my view, that's what he is. He's a good player on a bad team, just like Wall was, just like Beal. He's one of those guys. He's one of those type of guys. He's not gonna help a contender. I don't feel like I don't see that. I don't see his style of basketball is not winning basketball. He doesn't have that style. He's not a Kyrie. He's not even a Brunson. He's not a point guard. He's a more of a flashy guy, like White Chocolate was when he came in. He's flashy, and everybody's impressed by shiny new things. But when they stop shining, everybody forgets. That's what he's gonna be.
How does he not have a winning formula though, bro? Like, he's 6'7", he can shoot the ball. We imagine that as he gets old, because he's still a kid right now, he's still like 21. Once he's like 25, you know, he's gonna gain at least 20 pounds of muscle. You know, like, you can just drop this guy anywhere and he'll win. Like, I could name like 3 teams right now that if you put Melo on instead of their point guard, they're better. Better basketball.
What three teams?
The Raptors. If you swap out Fred VanVleet and drop in Melo, that Raptors team is looking very, very different. That's one team.
Okay. I'll give you that.
Lakers, you know, as
no, not the Lakers. Definitely not the Lakers.
Bro,
the Lakers, they got their guy. The Lakers got their guy. That guy.
No, I mean,
Melo's 10
now
times better than Russell.
Making a comparison, but no, not the Lakers though.
Not the Lakers. No, I'll give you the Raptors, but definitely not the Lakers.
Or even Clippers. If they got, I mean, he's still. I I mean, that's just theorizing it. But just imagine if you were on the Clippers, though.
He'd have to take a big step back. No, that would not work. It wouldn't work.
Yo,
Nah,
you
you're
don't want him
tripping.
on the Knicks?
Play like the
No,
Raptors.
bro,
If he
you're
played on the
bugging, bro.
Raptors, I'll give it to you because yes, he would have to be the man and help out the other guy. Yeah, definitely. I'll give you the Raptors. I'll even give you Miami. If he ends up in Miami, hell yeah, that works. I think that's about it.
You don't want him
Yeah.
on the Knicks instead of Brunson?
I'd rather Brunson.
That's
Brunson-
crazy.
Brunson is
Yeah,
is
I
an
would
automatic
take Brunson.
bucket.
I would take Brunson, bro.
Brunson's
Over
an
LaMelo
automatic
Ball?
bucket.
Yeah,
Hell
bro.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hell
Brunson's
yeah.
not all that, bro. You
Yeah.
guys are putting too much stock into Brunson, bro.
He
Nah,
is an
bro, we're not.
automatic
We're
bucket.
going off what we see right now.
Yeah,
And
dog.
yeah, I gotta go with Brunson, bro. You're tripping, bro.
Yeah, that's a little
You're-
too much
you're
stock
tripping.
for a guy who's not going to be known as a star, bro. We're going to forget
Bro,
about this.
what you mean, bro? Bro, Brunson literally put up.
Brunson carried
Oh,
the
we got
Mavs
another
last
guy
year.
here. Yeah, Brunson
Brunson carried the Mavs last year. Now he's carrying the Knicks. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Bro, Brunson's going to be
What's up,
Eric
Sarge?
Bledsoe in 4 years.
Welcome to the chat, man. Hello?
Brunson's going to be Eric Bledsoe in 4 years, bro.
Eric Bledsoe. Nah, you getting disrespectful, bro.
It's so disrespectful, bro. You're getting a little too much respectful.
You gotta understand,
You
bro,
ain't
but like,
you ain't watching enough basketball games if you make that statement.
Brunson last year. Brunson last year, bro. What? That's weird. Jesus
I understand
Christ.
Brunson as a top 10 floater package. I give him credit for that. I see him. He's a top 10 floater. But let's calm down, bro. Like at the end of the day, the best I'll give Brunson is a slightly more versatile Lou Williams. I think that's the best like thing I can say about him.
You don't watch
he's there to
basketball
score,
games if you
but
say
he
that.
can't score with the best of them.
He's scoring with the best of them every night.
Yeah, okay, but like playoffs is different, bro. Playoffs gets more intense.
And he
Hey,
does it in the playoffs too. What are you talking about?
He did it
Splash
in one
Lucas.
playoff series against the Suns.
Hey, hold on, Splash Lucas. I didn't see your comment, bro. I was browsing real quick, but the fight is tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time. Right? So tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time. So whatever time zone you're in, you gotta just account for that. All right. Now you tuned in to the video for the fight. You have to go back earlier into the video. Because now we're talking basketball, but yeah, we were just doing coverage. As far as streaming the fight, fuck them. As far as streaming the fight, I don't know if I'm going to stream it because I don't want to get another copyright strike. But just tune into the Twitch. I'm definitely going to make a reaction, but yeah, the fight is tomorrow. All right. Sorry about that. Continue, guys.
But yeah, man, like at the end of the day, LaMelo Ball is a top 10 point guard. You could not name me 10 point guards right now.
He's a top 10 point guard in your estimation. When Brunson leads, it has more points per game than him and a higher field goal percentage than him, and you don't put Brunson in that category. Like what kind of asinine like stat line are you looking at? You know, and Brunson is actually on a winning team. He's leading a winning team. He's having a career year on a winning team. You know, and we're praising Ball for doing less than what Brunson does. Yet we're praising Ball. I don't understand. I don't get it sometimes. Like I don't understand the logic sometimes.
6'7" over 6'2", and
but he scores more points and a higher percentage than
how many more points,
he's
bro?
winning more
Don't they
games.
both average 24? I swear they both average 24.
They both average like 20. Yeah, no, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. So they both average 24. The only difference is that LaMelo's getting
that one
the
guy
only
wins
difference
and
is
the other guy
LaMelo's getting
doesn't.
double teamed. LaMelo's getting double teamed,
And
and
so is
Brunson can't
Brunson.
get double teamed.
That's what I was saying earlier. You're not watching enough basketball games if he's making this statement, because Brunson gets double teamed too, and when he goes up, he's one of those. I keep telling my kids this. Like, some of these guards are like retards. I don't understand why you gonna go up against a center, and that's what Brunson does all the time. He goes up against the center, and yet somehow he doesn't get blocked. He just finds a way to score, and he's a tiny piece of shit on the court, and he's going up against centers. Like, what are you doing? And then he scores, and it's like, oh shit, he just scored.
Yeah,
Like,
he's got a crazy
we're
flow
getting
that he-
used to it. We're getting used to the fact that he could go up against the center and still score. He's doing it night in, night out, all night long. And then occasionally he shoot a three. Like, he's the man. I don't understand. He's playing winning basketball on a winning team. We're praising one guy that's doing less.
Yeah, but if Melo's on that situation, they would be better though. That's the issue.
They'd be better than what they are now.
They would be better. Yes, they would. I firmly believe that. At the end of the day, Brunson just getting the opportunity. I'm not here to say LaMelo's like 10 times better than Brunson is. Brunson's obviously ascended into a great point guard, a great quality point guard. But Melo has star written all over him, and Brunson does not. At the end of the day, some players just have star written all over them. Like Pat was saying earlier on in the video, this guy Pat said that he called Jason Tatum being a superstar from since he was a rookie. And back in the day, like it wasn't crazy to say that Kyle Kuzma was better than Jason Tatum. A lot of Laker fans were preaching that, right? But it's all about opportunity, bro. It's all about, who gets the time to shine. In 2 years from now, when we see Melo doing super, like, star things, like, way better than what he's doing now, and we see Jalen Brunson come back down to earth, like, at the end of the day, like, Jalen Brunson isn't going to be the next Kyle Lowry. When we think of Kyle Lowry, we think of point guards that have made a career about being solid, about hovering about the 8 or 9 spot when it comes to point guards. Like, Jalen Brunson is going to be another Eric Bledsoe. We have more Eric Bledsoes than we do Kyle Lowrys, just to make a comparison to these older term players.
You're basing this on what? Brunson was a champion in college. He was a star player in college. He was one of the best point guards in the NCAA, and he comes into the league and he continues the trend.
All right, so what do you think Jalen Brunson is going to do?
But you say that he's going to somehow regress to being a Bledsoe, because I don't know what logic that has, when he always has been better and better and better. Like, he got better when he went to the Mavericks, and every year he improved. Last year he carried the Mavericks in the playoffs. This year he signed with the Knicks and he's playing better. The trend keeps getting better. Every year it's better and better, better than the previous year, better than the previous year, better than previous. But somehow, with your logic, he's going to regress to be a Bledsoe. I don't understand.
LaMelo has one All-Star appearance. Brunson has none. How many is Brunson going to get by the end of his career? How many is LaMelo going to get?
The All-Star, you're going to put stock in the All-Star appearance? Are you serious? The way that the voting system goes, are you crazy, man?
Actually,
the All-Star appearance has no freaking. That's no relevance at all. All-Star appearances have no relevance at all.
After what I've seen, this All-Star voting,
about.
That's a good point.
No, what I'm saying is he keeps improving every year. He keeps improving and improving and improving. I see him being like a Chris Paul maybe at some point. Not ending his career. I don't think he's going to end up his career in New York. But I see him improving and improving and improving. Every year he keeps improving. And everyone, now Brunson, this, but he keeps improving. So I don't understand. I don't understand where that logic comes from. Again, I 100%. I'd rather have Brunson than than Ball. Now, Ball probably would fit in another team. And like you said, even you said this right now. You just brought it up. Everybody was saying that Kuzma was better than Tatum, but he didn't have the opportunities in LA. So he started playing like trash. He started to regress. Now that he's playing with the Wizards, he's back to being, whatever he's improved to be. Some players are good on bad teams, and that's what I see. LaMelo Ball, he's a good player on a bad team, just like Kuzma is. When these people go to a good team, they're not going to be the same. That's all I see. That's all I see. That's the eye test. That's what I see. He's a good player on a bad team. And some of these guys, just like Ball, just like Wall, just like Beal. These guys are good players on bad teams. And this guy is proving to be the opposite. Bi from the Pelicans. He actually turned out to be a good player. Like that was such a bad. They should have kept him. The Lakers should have kept him. Another one that they should have kept was, maybe they should have kept Randall. They should have kept the point guard that they have right now, that they got him back. They should have kept him from the beginning. The point guard that they just got in a trade. What's his name?
Who are we talking about? What team?
Russell.
Oh, D'Lo,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like they should have, they just gave up on Russell. They gave up on Randall. They gave up on Bi. But these guys turned out to be good when they got rid of him. They gave up on Kuzma, but he's a good player on a bad team. He's a good player on a bad teime type of guy. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's called the LeBron effect.
It's not really, because other people have flourished under LeBron, like Kyrie and Kevin Love and
Kevin Love.
Yeah, Love.
Yeah, he won a championship with him.
In Miami with Bosh and what's his name? And Wade. Shaq won a championship with him.
No, Shaq won a championship with Wade. He didn't play with.
With Wade,
LeBron.
right. He played with LeBron in Cleveland.
No, he played, but he didn't. He didn't
win a championship, man.
He didn't win a championship with him. Yeah, man. I mean, you could still stick to that narrative about LeBron, that LeBron effect, bro. Remember, LeBron. Any star player that's played with LeBron has won a championship with LeBron. So.
Well,
KCP ain't won no chip with Jokic yet.
Speaking of balls, right? That is so tragic.
Hey,
What's
yo.
happening to Lonzo, man? What is going on with that knee,
bro?
That knee is like, that ball is mad weak. I don't understand. What's going on with that knee? He's been out for 2 years. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
They just shut him down again. Like, he has not stepped foot in an NBA court for like 3 years.
I think it's
because of his knee. Like,
yeah, it was something going on, and then they were saying like,
hey yo,
they were saying like he, like, they didn't know why it kept hurting him. Like, it was weird. It was weird because they were like, even the doctors were saying like they didn't understand his injury. and so they
He got
just kind of,
operated on it twice, right? Like
yeah, something like
it's
that.
still
Yeah,
not, and it still hurts.
yeah. So basically, yeah, it's just like a big mystery on like what's going on with his with his leg or with his knee.
The
So.
ball is mad weak. That's what's going on.
Man, I'm not too down. I side with Josh. I'm on your side on Will. When it comes to Jalen Brunson, I think I think he's elevated his game to tremendous heights. Like I can even bring this little graphic right here, with Jalen Brunson right here, man. And just like how efficient he's been in the offense that he's created since being on this team. Like, remember, it's not just Jalen Brunson though, too. It's the team as a byproduct of his success and
Of
him
his
playing
success, right? Exactly. Yeah.
well. Yeah, like Julius Randle, his game has elevated once again. Remember last year, we were looking at Julius Randle like
he's about to get traded. And shit. Yeah.
Yeah, but now he's playing at star level now. I would even say that that Julius Randle deserves an All NBA recognition. I would go as far as to say team at least 13 maximum.
Yeah, he's having a career year, man. Both of them having a career years. Both, and it's part because of Jalen's play, man. Definitely.
Yeah, I would say this year when it comes to all NBA selections, it's gonna be a hard year to unravel what that's going to look like this year for all NBA, because there's a lot of players playing well this year. There's a lot of players playing well this year for all NBA selections, man. Because if you think about like a lot of these guys, like with first team, because you go first team first, right? I say like, okay, who's the number one point guard? Who like by far the number one point with NBA first team point guard?
Well, you know that the
Luka.
writers are gonna probably.
I want to say Luka, but Luka missed a good amount.
I want to say Luka too, but the writers are gonna go with Ja. Definitely, the writers are gonna go with Ja.
No, they're not, bro. It's gonna be Luka, bro.
Nah, that's the case. If they go, nah.
Who do you think they go? I really don't have.
I don't know. Let me see. Only because I'm just thinking I'm thinking about like from a positional standpoint, obviously, because all NBA selections they go position based. But I'm trying to. I mean, obviously, Luka was the first answer that came to mind, right? Okay. So I'm not trying to like push. I'm not trying to say Luka's out, But all I'm saying is like at the least, Luka would be like All NBA second team. It's just that I'm only factoring in the games that's been played, but there's still a lot of second half basketball to be played. So he could still shit. It's not like he's gonna get it. I don't think it's like and Dame also has been playing really well. I think it's just sad to see that with the team being so low. I think that's gonna hurt. That's definitely gonna hurt his chances. That's gonna hurt his chances for sure when it comes down to how that's gonna look down the line. But I would say, if I had to say, I would say Luke. I would say Luka. Number one, shooting guard. Who would you guys have a shooting guard? I would say Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown, Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, Mitchell's the first name that came to my mind. To be honest,
Mitchell. Yeah, I would have to go to Mitchell. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Small forward, Jason Tatum. I don't think that's really much for a debate.
No.
Power forward, Giannis. Not really much for a debate. And then the third, it would be
Come on, you have to. If Jokic wins the MVP, you can't say that he's not.
I don't know who would be the
Oh my God!
I don't know. Nah, I'm kidding. Nah, it would be Jokic, man. man. I don't
So
think.
why do you say that so
I don't think
confidently,
we
bro?
do. Huh?
Why do you say that so confidently, bro?
What?
Because he's
It'll
the
be
best.
Jokic. Like the answer is it'll be
Because he's
Embiid.
the GOAT right now,
Nah,
dog. Right, Arnold?
he need to go to shit. Hey, the only thing I'll give him this, and me and Josh said this already. We gave this to him, right? It's just that Artem likes to take a mile. We give him an energy trying to take a mile. Feel me?
Yeah.
But we already said this already about Jokic. He's the best Denver Nuggets player they've ever had. I'm not even going to dispute that. I think that's very fair to say that Jokic is the best Nuggets, the best French Nuggets player that they ever had in their franchise. I would go as far as to say that. I don't think that's really disputed at this point. And I'm talking about like Chauncey Billups. I'm talking about Carmelo Anthony. Who else have they had on the Nuggets?
Yeah. Combo.
They had AI.
Yeah, but that was AI was more known for
that was
Sixers, bro.
Yeah.
Now for the first 2 seasons, he was alright.
He was all right, but he wasn't Sixer. Like AI is a Sixer, bro. He's not a Nugget. Yeah, he's a Sixer, bro.
Yeah.
Well, the first two
Trust me, I remember that
seasons,
time.
yeah,
But trust me, he's a Sixer. Philly ain't giving that up. They over here bullshit. He was a fucking Nugget. You feel me? But nah, man. By far, Jokic is the best Nuggets player. It's not even up for debate.
Of course,
and he would get all NBA first team.
He's the best, right, Artem? He's the best. He's the freaking best player in the NBA right now.
Exactly.
No, hell no. See. You know what? I kept coming to this conclusion
For the past 3
You
years.
gotta stop gassing this man head up, bro.
Yeah,
I'm telling this man the goddamn truth, bro.
That's crazy.
Because I'm like, where is he getting this information from? Like, why does he think this shit? And then I'm starting to hear your shit.
I'll be coming out with the facts though. What are you talking about?
Hell no, man. Hell no, bro. Because everything that I said in the past couple of days, you've agreed with me. Everything that I've said as it pertains to Jokic, you've agreed. So don't come on here and try to switch it up. I also
said
bro.
that he's the GOAT, though. What do you mean?
Hell no. Hell nah, man. Hell nah, bro.
But that's the same way as LeBron is only the greatest Cavs player. Not the greatest Laker, not the greatest Heat player.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he's the greatest.
But I mean, LeBron is LeBron is the greatest player, the greatest all around player, bro, in NBA history.
If MJ died, if MJ,
it's not. It doesn't with LeBron.
existence.
It doesn't stop at the Cavs, bro. Like he's cemented in basketball history. I hope you know that. Like there's nothing to get around that. Like he is.
What?
Bro, the only thing he cemented himself in is the worst out of the 2 Space Jam movies. Because let me tell you, fam, that Space Jam movie was ass.
Bro, the first Space Jam, bro. Space Jam wasn't even that great of a movie, bro.
Yes,
I don't know
it
why
was,
y'all gassing it up, bro. Space Jam was not like some.
Bro, look at that Lola Bunny, fam.
Bro, Space Jam was not a movie in which people freaking. Oh my god, this was so innovative. This movie,
it was innovative.
Bro,
it
never been done
Very,
like
very good. It was funny too, bro.
that movie was not anything like the first Space Jam was nothing special. I don't know if you guys think like that movie was like, oh my god.
Bro, we actually
But
saw
you
him
want
on
me
the
to just
hours taken in the second. We
barely
didn't even
man.
see them. What
Huh?
the fuck was that shit? We saw Clay Thompson, we saw Dame, but we didn't even see them like in like live action.
Bro, I
That's
don't,
some
bro.
bullshit.
I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, bro. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you,
Live action.
bro. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, bro. I don't care about that Space Jam movie. I don't care.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's because you're a hater,
I mean, I
bro.
really don't give a fuck about that movie, bro. Like,
That was one of the greatest.
it was
movies
a
of
kids
our
movie,
generation.
dog. It's a kids movie.
one of the best kids.
So you movies you critique.
It was the Goat Kids movie. That's what happened.
Bro, you go in there, you critique nations, bro. You critique movies like that, dog. Come on, dog.
But the point is that LeBron can't even get the movie right. Just some cringe ass shit.
Bro, I mean, that's their opinion, man. The movie's the movie. If you thought it was shit, but first off, bro, what do you mean he can't get anything right, bro? Like, you see statements like that, that's what pisses me off, bro, when you say shit like that, bro. What do you mean he can't get nothing right? Like, he literally, like, there's things that LeBron has that Jokic wouldn't even, it's not even, it would be deemed untouchable for Jokic to even touch some of the accomplishments and accolades that he
Bro,
has.
even Kevin Durant's movie was better than Space Jam 2.
What's KD's movie?
What's KD's movie?
It's called
That
Thunderstruck. You should go check
Come
it out.
on, bro. Quit the hate, dog. At least
Yo,
he funded it himself. He had his own
But this guy LeBron
production
had
company.
Godzilla, Superman, on
Hey,
his
man,
guys'
man.
movie,
Yeah.
Hey, bro,
Yeah,
James Harden shot
surprise.
31% today.
Yeah,
James
surprise.
Harden shot 31% today.
Damn.
I don't hear nothing.
Yeah, surprised Josh didn't say Kyrie's movie, you know?
Kyrie doesn't have a movie.
Nah,
Yes,
you
he
know,
does.
He does.
Uncle
Uncle Drew.
Drew.
He does. Yes, he does. Uncle
That
Drew.
movie was hilarious, though. You gotta admit, that movie is the best. That Kyrie movie is fucking funny. Yo, I'm the GOAT on the 2K court, man. Nobody can stop me. I'm 7'2" with a big fat blue afro. Unstoppable. Why Josh don't be playing? Why you don't play no more, Josh? What the hell?
I'm sorry, bro. I just life.
Oh,
life
wait.
balls at you, but I'll be back on soon. Don't worry.
Yeah. Pause.
Hey, Josh, you were talking about Thunderstruck?
Yeah.
I didn't even know he had a movie, bro.
Yeah, bro. Katie got a whole ass movie, bro.
Yeah, what the
shit.
fuck?
Yo, he wasn't even lying. Yo, Will, he was not lying.
Fuck
He
is it
did have a
about?
movie.
What is Thunderstruck about?
I don't even know, man. Look,
Thunderstruck? Wait, I don't know.
Kevin Durant has a freaking movie. Jesus Christ.
Thunderstruck a freaking song by AC/DC?
This shit is on HBO?
Yeah, it was a funny ass movie too. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, you gonna watch it now?
Nah, I ain't gonna watch this. I wouldn't waste my time.
Shit, he had a movie.
I wouldn't waste my time watching this.
This looks
Look.
freaking trash.
Look, this is what you need to watch, AK. This is what you need to watch. This would educate you.
Probably some propaganda, some
What
little
movie is that?
propaganda.
Yeah, whatever. Propaganda. The last dance was propaganda.
No, Last
Fuck
Dance
outta
was
here
actual
with that.
facts. Actually,
No,
shows
the last
why,
dance was definitely freaking propaganda, bro.
shows why MJ so
Yes,
much.
it fucking was, bro. Don't freaking lie to me and say that it wasn't. By my eyes and ears, it was 100% propaganda. That shit was made.
Nah, if anything, it was
Jordan.
truth telling. It was like realization, bro.
No, it wasn't freaking truth telling, bro. They shitted on the GM. They made
Anything is
Scottie
truth telling.
Pippen look. They
That's
made
what
Scottie
happened.
Pippen look.
That's what
bad.
happened. I don't. That's,
They made Scottie Pippen look bad like a motherfucker on there.
they made who look bad?
Scottie.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they
I mean,
did,
that-
bro.
But
Yes, they
that's
did.
what happened during those days. What do you mean? Like, do you not know that those contract
I'm talking-
negotiations was going
I'm
on?
referring to like the perception of just how they made Scottie Pippen look throughout the whole thing, bro. Like they could have given damn good and well they could have given Scottie Pippen a lot more credit. The only time when I've heard Michael Jordan actually give Scottie Pippen credit was one time he said, "I couldn't win those championships without Scottie Pippen." That was the only time. Other than that, he was like, he fucked up on his surgery, did this and that.
Yeah, but that's the
critiquing this and
biggest
that.
praise you
That's-
can get.
The whole thing about Isaiah Thomas and keeping him out because he couldn't beat him, right? Remember that too,
Yeah.
right? Since we were, remember he didn't want Isaiah Thomas on the Dream Team because he kept busting his ass.
No, that's not why.
Why?
There.
He didn't. Was it false that Michael Jordan didn't want him on the Dream Team?
Oh no, that was true, but it wasn't because he kept busting his ass. It was the disrespect that this man had for everyone. It's like he said, I don't want this guy, and everybody was like, "Yep, we don't want him either." Isaiah Thomas is one of the most hated people
So why did
in the NBA circles.
Hold on. Oh, actually, no. Finish your point.
No, that was my point. So yeah, Michael Jordan didn't want him because this man disrespected everybody.
But my point is, why did Michael Jordan not want him on the team? Not everybody else. Why did Michael Jordan not want him on the team? They kept busting his ass.
Well, that's not why. That's not why.
Yes, it is. He said it in the documentary. He hated him because he kept beating him.
Beat him physically, bro. Like this guy just elbowed him all the time, bro. That's the thing why Isaiah Thomas needs to be disqualified from top point guard conversations. Because at the end of the day, Isaiah Thomas, all he was, bro, was fucking knees and fucking elbows, bro. He kneed and elbowed.
Isaiah Thomas was the only and I forgot I don't know the name of the other guy, but most of the time, Isaiah Thomas was the only All-Star on that Detroit Pistons team. Yet they kept in the Chicago Bulls. That's what happened.
But it wasn't because of that. When Michael Jordan, whenever during those days they had that unwritten rule, right? That when you beat a team, you meet them, you should congratulate them and all this stuff. You don't be a sore loser and go to the locker room like he did. You know, the Pistons destroyed the Bulls for 2-3 years in a row. 4 years, some shit like that. That they had him on lockdown, and then finally, when the Bulls go over the hump and they beat the Pistons, these guys go off the court like a bunch of sore losers.
Yeah, I remember
so
that.
That was a mad disrespectful, and he was like, "Fuck it." So then, when the selections came up, he was like, "Nah, fuck this. I don't want this guy on the team." And everybody was like, "Yep, we don't want him either." And that's what happened. It wasn't because he was disrespectful, and that's it. You know, okay, fine. You don't have to kiss Michael Jordan's ass, but you got to show respect. I mean, back in those days, that was an unwritten rule, and everybody was going by it. Every time you would lose, you would go up to the guy and be like, "Congratulations, you beat me. Good. You're the better man. I'm out." Not hide and run away like a little bitch. And that's what he did, and it was mad disrespectful, and he didn't like that, and everyone else thought the same. That's why he didn't pick him. And it's not because of the elbows and all this stuff. Everyone in the league was doing that. Everyone. All the Knicks players were doing that too. We loved it out here. And so were the Celtics. Everybody was dirty. Everybody was dirty. It wasn't just Isaiah Thomas. So that's not the reason. You looking at movies now?
Oh no! I was just keeping this up for AK so he can write it down. More than a game. Oh, you know, you guys can watch it too. You know, guys, it definitely did better than Space Jam. Did better than both Space Jams. It got a 71%.
More than the game.
Yeah, it's a documentary on LeBron James's time.
Oh my god.
No, you see that? Hey, I don't see your favorite player got no documentary.
I see some next level meat glazing in that movie,
bro. But you gotta understand, dog. LeBron had a lot of expectation fueled from the moment he was in high school. He was already
had hype.
He was already school. What?
He was already hyped up in high school.
How was he already hyped up? Explain, bro. You see what I mean when you say foolish things?
Because he was. He already was getting the hype. Everyone was so.
How is he overhyped? How is he overhyped if he was deemed the best high school basketball player in the country, and then went into the league and became the best player in the league? So how is that overhyped? How would you explain that to me?
Well,
Bro, because overhyped is like somebody like Kwame Brown. You're overhyped. You're one of the best players in high school, and then you go to the league and you're not good.
Or Brad Daugherty.
But for LeBron's case, right, you're saying he's overhyped, but he went into the league, became the best player in the league throughout his tenure in the league, and has the all-time scoring record. So I think he lived. I think he kind of beat expectations, if I'm not mistaken. So how is he over? If anything, he lived up to the hype.
To be honest with you, Cash, to be honest, I'm going to be plainly obvious, honest. Okay. I don't know what Arden was trying to portray by calling him overhyped, but I remember in those days, he was hyped. He was super hyped.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad,
I'm aware.
My dad at the time.
But hold on, because I do want to let you speak. It's just a quick little no. I want just so you kind of get like you see my lens, right? I was actually a Kobe fan watching the sport. To be honest, I hated LeBron. I'm being 100% honest. I hated LeBron because I was a Kobe fan. Right, so I'll get into that, but I want to let you say what you gotta say.
Well, like to paint you the picture. I don't know if I've expressed this before. I think I have, but me and my family hated Jordan. I mean, to this day, we hate watching those highlights or those games. You know, because NBA TV has games. NBA, NBA. I forgot what the channel's called, but I have this
NBA.
NBA League Pass. NBA. Right? They have the best games of every right, and we hate reliving the fucking story that every year Jordan beat my Knicks. We hate Jordan, but I could be unbiased, okay, when I say Jordan is the GOAT. Even though I hate the man, I hate the guy, I hate the dude. I even today, I love criticizing how much of a bad eye for talent that man has. But I cannot give anyone the satisfaction to say that that LeBron is the GOAT. I cannot do that with a plain conscience. I can't, because and I hate the dude. I don't like the guy. But here's the thing. Going back to LeBron. Him coming up, he was super hyped. He was hyped, and my dad, who's not alive today, during those days he would tell me, they are trying to push an agenda with this guy. They want to make a controversy. They want to make this guy. They're gonna push the agenda that this guy is better than Jordan. Watch, mark my words. And I was telling my dad, "Nah, man, he's actually this good. He's actually this good." And and then he came into the league, and he had amazing court vision and all this stuff. But my dad kept telling, "This is all propaganda. They're pushing it. Watch, they're gonna give him championships. They're gonna give him accolades that he doesn't deserve. They're gonna weaken the league." And my dad is not alive today for me to tell him, damn, Dad, you were right. They weakened the league, man. They don't play no kind of defense here, just so this man can pad his stats. And they gave him that championship just so he could in the bubble, just so that he could be all in the conversation still with the GOAT and all this stuff. Like, I feel like the cowardly move that he made to go to Miami instead of staying in Cleveland. You know, like all this stuff adds up to me when I see his whole career from beginning. Like, I had really high expectations for him, but I kind of feel like my dad was right. It was all hype. They were pushing an agenda and they were doing things to make this conversation that we're having today a conversation. And one thing I can't dispute is his work ethic, because the man spends, I don't know, billions, millions of dollars on his body work and, you know, on his body, period, to keep his body healthy and all this stuff, and his work ethic. Like, he lives at the gym. Okay, I can't deny some of the stuff like that I did see when he came into the league. You know, like he still has the court vision today, and he still like, I feel just watching him play today. Even he's an old fuck, and he's out there playing, dominating some games like it's crazy, you know. But I can't deny what my dad was saying. He was calling it right before he came into the league. Watch. They're going to soften up the league. They're going to make this guy be the best just so that they could knock Jordan off of his throne. And I kind of have a feeling like that's what happened. Because why is this league so trash today, man? It's like it was all gifted to him. And it felt like that the way they celebrated his thing when he broke the record. They stopped the game. I see both sides of it, you know, because a lot of people are like, why did they stop the game? They should have done something at the end of the game, or maybe the next day. But I was like, nah, but why? He broke the record. He did the same thing for Curry when he did that, when he broke the record against the Knicks, and Curry did it in the first quarter. So why not celebrate LeBron right now? Like, that's stupid. But again, like, I see both sides of the argument, you know, and I was a LeBron fan. And like right now, I feel like sometimes I push for him too, because it's like right now he, you know, the past few years he had a trash team and finally he has a good team, and, you know, I feel like he can make the playoffs, whatever. But I feel like his numbers are super inflated. Like I really do. I really do. I saw my dad's today. I see my dad's point with that when he saw it coming before, and I think that's what, I don't know if that's what Arnold was referring to, but he was hyped. He was super hyped. I'm not saying he was overhyped, because he did live up, I guess, to what he was gonna do, what they projected him to do. But I see my dad's point too. Today, after all these years, I see what my dad was trying to say. Yeah, and he was another thing he kept saying. They didn't do this for Kobe. They didn't do this for anyone else. Why are they doing this for this guy? He has
in terms of what?
The hype. The hype and the softening of the league. They didn't do that for nobody. They did it for this guy. Now that he's gonna leave, they're gonna watch. They're gonna be, this league is too weak. They're gonna start emphasizing on defense again. Bring it back to earth, because right now it's ridiculous. Nobody plays.
So let me. Are you done, or do you still have?
No, I'm done.
All right. So let me break this down a little bit. All right. And I'm gonna talk about LeBron, and I'm gonna talk about what you said. Right. First, let me ask you a couple questions because I wrote some things down as you was talking. So when you said like they were giving credit to LeBron. What were they crediting? What were they giving him credit for that he didn't deserve?
What do you mean?
Because you said something. You said in your spiel, you said that they were giving him credit that he didn't deserve. I'm saying, like, what did they give him credit for?
In terms of what, when he broke the record or something?
No, you didn't say when you made that statement. You didn't say that particularly because of the record. You were saying that shit, I'm trying to move this. Sorry about that. Jesus Christ. All right. You were saying that just from a generalization, right? You were saying they were giving him credit. You were giving him credit that he shouldn't have gotten, or way too early. I think that's kind of like where you were getting at. And so when I thought of the question, I wrote it down. So I was just trying to ask where you were coming from, when you were saying they were giving him credit way too early, or giving him credit of something that he didn't deserve.
Right?
No?
I need more context. I don't.
You said it. I'm just trying to understand.
I don't. Again, I would need to know what I was saying at the time.
Okay, so all right, so let me just switch it up then here. All right, so when we talk about the game, because I did research, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, obviously I can't go back and watch game for game, so I have to like analyze, what people are saying, statistics, things like that, right? So I went into how the game changed and shifted over time from the 80s, 90s, 2000s, whatever. So let me ask you this, right? In terms of defense, right? We're going to start with defense. Which era, what decade do you feel had the best defense?
Best defense?
Yeah.
I would say the 2000s.
Okay.
2010.
Yeah. I would say 2000s. 2000s would be fair in the money. There's a reason why I asked that question, right? So, reason being was they were actually trying to shift the game to actually help guards, not big men, more so guards, right? They were trying to manipulate the rule of hand checking, right? Hand checking was a rule that obviously benefited the defense to some way, shape, or form. But when they tried to implement the rule of reducing hand checking, first, when they tried to do that, right, they didn't completely eliminate the rule of hand checking. They established the rule to reduce it, right? But it wasn't completely out of the league. So it was still there in the early 2000s, right? That's one. Second,
they've been trying to do that. They've been trying to do that for a number of years. Because back in the 90s, a guard, or anyone, guard or forward or center or whatever, the defender could put two hands on the player, two hands or two arms, right? And then they said, no, you could only do one arm, one hand, right? So yeah, you're right. But this change has been coming from the 90s. It was, but like you said, you're right. You're correct. It was still existing in the 2000s. Yeah, but go ahead.
And then so
I just want to make that point because it was a thing coming. It was a thing coming.
And then so also another big rule change was this weird awkward rule with illegal defense, right? Now illegal defense is kind of like a weird concept. Honestly, it's still hard I think it's still hard for people to really define what illegal defense really is. You know what I mean?
Illegal defense was you were double teaming someone who didn't have the ball.
Yeah, spacing.
Kind of dumb, right?
Yeah. It was a spacing thing, right?
Right.
So a big part of that, right, with illegal defense, and which was much more enforced in the earlier eras rather than now, right? So
yeah,
in the 2000s, you start that's when zone defenses become a lot more implemented, right? Zone defense obviously plays a big part in today's game, so that was a huge part in why the defenses in the 2000s were so much more different. Now, what we have to factor in with today and how defenses play, and the reason why the defense is so different, right? It's not just because players are not allowed to score. I think, well, the NBA had made these rules so that guards, because they wanted the league wanted to promote guards to be able to drive to the hole or drive to the rim a lot more. They wanted to establish guards to be able to score a lot more, right? So in a way, they were trying to basically find somebody who almost in a way to find another Jordan. Not essentially like that, like not to the literal sense, but to almost promote more guard play. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that, and that's that. So we agree there with the defense, right? With the whole defense scenario. Actually, let me pull it up right here for you. All right, so this is a graphic. 1980s, 1990s, 2000s. 2000 had the lowest point per game when it comes to scoring, right? And then scoring, right, is not just it's not, defense is not the biggest. Well, it's a big factor, but that's not the only factor when it comes to defense. It also pacing is also a huge part of offensive scoring and being in for teams to be able to rack up as many points as they do today. Like today, the pace is out of this freaking world, right? Paces jump through the roof. And if you look at this, like I have a graph here, and I don't think it's necessary to pull that up. Honestly, I mean, hey, if I do, I do. I think I should. But if you follow the graph, right, with points per game, pacing with that chart follows. They're basically like damn near neck and neck. Like it's almost literally like the same thing when you look at scoring and pacing, right? So that's just kind of to cover up on the defensive end, right? So let me now switch it up because I know this is a completely different topic. I'm going to talk about the GOAT argument, right? I mean, LeBron was drafted in 03, right? 03. He was drafted in 03, right?
Yeah.
Came into the league, averaged 20 points, right? He was rookie of the year. Honestly, you could probably make a fair, I'll even say this. You can even make a fair assessment and say that you can make a very fair assessment that Carmelo Anthony probably deserved to get rookie of the year over LeBron James. I think that's pretty fair to say. I mean, he won damn near every rookie of the month award up until rookie of the year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But despite that, probably doesn't hold much weight into my argument. I'm just going back to how far LeBron has played.
Yeah.
Now, I'm gonna shift it to the GOAT argument here, right? Now, this is how I look at the GOAT argument, right? This is how I observe it. First off, I think the GOAT argument is like it's a narrative, right? It's something, it's story driven. It's I look at it as the same way how you could how your dad talked about LeBron James, coming into the league and saying, this guy, they're trying to push this guy, they're trying to push him as like this next guy. I believe it all. Trust me. Like that's how the media gets their story. That's how the media gets things going. It gives them something to talk about. It gives them something to fuel and have a reason to come up every day and on Sports Center and talk shit about players on the court. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about the GOAT argument, which I feel like has become somewhat biased to an extent. When I look at the GOAT argument, I feel like when we have this conversation, people try to limit it to certain criteria, certain accolades, certain accomplishments. And the way I look at the GOAT argument, right, is I look at it in every aspect, shape, or form. I feel like when you talk about the GOAT argument, you talk about everything, not one thing, not two things, not five things. You talk about everything as it pertains to their career, right? From how crucial was their role to winning, what they accomplished during that timeline, how great they were for a long period amount of time, right? And then you got the stats, then you got the accolades, and you got the awards, and you got the records, and you got all that jazz. I'm not trying to sit here, and honestly, I'm not even trying to sit here and push the fact, like, if you hear what I say, right? If you really notice what I say, you notice I rarely ever say LeBron is the GOAT. I rarely ever say that. If anything, I would rather say Mount Rushmore, or I would say LeBron is the greatest all-around player of all time. But
I wouldn't dispute that.
And if I had to reach just a little bit, I mean, you could say LeBron is the greatest player to have, the greatest player to have touched the basketball. But I feel like, for some people that might be a little bit far-fetched depending on, what matters to you. You know what I'm saying? So the reason why when I talk about the GOAT argument, right, and when people bring up Jordan's accomplishment and what he did, don't get me wrong, Jordan had a fantastic career. He honestly, I feel like because of Jordan's career, he set the standard, right, on what a superstar is supposed to be like at the peak of their career, right? Even a lot of these players even fall victim to that narrative, right? I.e. LeBron, Kobe, right? I mean, Kobe had a different route because he was still playing that era. He played alongside Shaq, right? So he started out as a sidekick to a sense, right? But if a player is an MVP caliber player, right, they're going to be in that conversation to win a championship, right? And then so when I factor in, this whole GOAT narrative, right, it's like when people talk about Michael Jordan, right, they only talk about the 6 years he won a championship. And then they bring up the scoring and then the steals and defensive player of the year. Other than that, I don't hear them talk about anything else as it pertains to Michael Jordan. I don't hear them bring up anything negative. I don't hear them bring up any other year. I don't hear them talk about any other stats, right? But with LeBron, right, when we try to pinpoint, when we try to create every single thing about LeBron James, you can always bring up something. Anything that we brought up to him, with the exception of the titles and some accolades where he may have gotten short, but even then, right? Even with the MVP conversation, and I can even bring up something with that, right? But when you talk about every other aspect of the game, people were talking about clutch. You can bring up clutch numbers. People talk about scoring. You can still bring up scoring, but on a different degree, in a different aspect. LeBron can even make up for it in other ways, right? So I feel like when you talking about Michael Jordan and LeBron James, you literally comparing apples to oranges because their career is literally so different. It's literally so different.
Yes, I
right?
agree with you. Yeah.
to the point where it's like it's hard to compare. So you either have to choose one without the other, or you have to choose one or the other. And the problem is, I think when people look at LeBron, right? When people look at his career, they like to pinpoint they only like to pinpoint the worst things about his career, especially against Michael Jordan. But then they never want to bring up anything that Michael Jordan has been through throughout his career when it comes to bringing up anything against LeBron James, right? So my thing about it is, and kind of going back to what your dad said, as it pertains to LeBron James is just being overhyped. I think that's I think that's a very unfair statement simply because of the reason and where he's at today. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember I started off, and that's the reason why I wanted to put it in. I wanted to put in my note that I was a Kobe fan. I'm telling you, I was a diehard Kobe fan, bro. I hated LeBron. Like they were, remember those LeBron and Kobe puppet commercials?
Yeah.
What's up, Swift? How you doing, bro? Remember those LeBron and Kobe puppet commercials?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, bro. I was a die-hard Kobe fan. And up to this day, I'm still not a LeBron fan. My only difference is with a lot of other people, right? And why I take the stance that I do with LeBron James is because I saw this man, right, literally go for 0 championships, right? I was one of those people. I looked at LeBron. This man has 0 championships. He can't be better than Kobe. He has 0 championships. He has 0. He's not gonna be better until he gets a championship. Trust me, I was there. I said it. Everything that AK says to me, trust me, I said it myself, which is why I could rebuttal. You know what I'm saying? So to see LeBron go through everything that he's been through throughout his career. Yes, it wasn't with one team. Yes, he went to the Miami Heat, leaving the Cleveland Cavaliers to get those 2 chips. Honestly, if you had to say the worst thing that LeBron has done throughout his career was probably the decision, right? That whole decision fiasco when he went to the Miami Heat. And even then, right, when he went to Miami, right, he became a better player because of it. He became the player that he was supposed to be as opposed to the player that he was. And ever since then, right, the day I started to change my stance on LeBron, right, even to the day, right, when they came back 3-1 on the Warriors, I picked the Warriors to win that series, right? I did not want LeBron to beat the Warriors in that series, but yet he did. And since that series, since that year, that's when I started to look at LeBron a whole lot differently. And that's when that's when I officially stopped the hate on LeBron, and I gave him his respect, because you know what? He did exactly what he was supposed to do. 1, be an all-time great player. 2, live up to his hype. And 3, get a championship for the Cleveland Cavaliers, which no other player has done in NBA history.
But you see, we have different trajectories. We have different lives. Because I was the opposite. I was for his the hype. I was like, hell yeah, he's gonna do all this shit. He's gonna do all the stuff that they saying he's gonna do. He's gonna be the man. He's gonna be better than Jordan. I wanted it to happen. When I changed my mind was after he won that championship with Cleveland. When he started to he's gonna shift to another team now. He's gonna leave the Cleveland Cavs. You're like, what? That's when I started changing my stance on him, and I started to believe my dad. But they wanted to pad his numbers and all this stuff. That's when they want they want to pad his numbers and give him a championship so that he could be in this conversation with the in this GOAT conversation.
But pad his numbers how?
That's when
You can't pad.
they start padding his numbers, man.
How do you pad his numbers?
Because
That's what you gotta explain,
the
bro.
league. When he came into the league, he came into a defensive league. Still, he played in a defensive league, and he would have flourished. LeBron, bro. He flourished in the league. If he would have played in the 90s, he would have been the same LeBron that he was in his prime. He would have dominated. He would have been in the conversation all by himself because he has that talent. He had that talent. Okay. Just like Jordan would have been playing now, he would have been having astronomical numbers. Just like LeBron is still having in his old age. You're telling me that the league is sound, that an old man could continue to score this way, and no team in the league tries to shut him down because no team plays defense anymore. That's what I'm saying. Like, even when he came in the league, when he started in the league, they still had that attitude. Oh, LeBron's coming to town. Let's shut him down. Nobody in the league has that attitude today. Everybody's like, the All-Star game that we just saw a few days ago is the embodiment of this league. This is what this league is. It's a layup line. That's what it is. And an old man can flourish in a layup line. Anyone can flourish in a layup line. You know? That's what I mean by padding his numbers. He obviously was going to go after the record. And they had to... Come on, you're telling me that there was no change? There was no change from that championship on? They played defense in that championship. And LeBron still won the championship. After that Cleveland championship, man, this league had changed dramatically. This league is soft as hell. I'm every year it's like, oh my God, it just gets worse. It just gets worse. And I know that. That's why I keep telling you. The next CBA, they're going to really clunk down on this thing. It's really going to switch. It's going to turn around. Why? Because his career is over. That's basically why. His career is over, so you know what? LeBron's gone, and nobody else is going to break his record, and that's it. We're going to go back to playing defense. They're going to try to salvage the All-Star game. They're going to try to salvage the league. They're going to try to promote this league to make it fun again to watch because, you know, you call me an old head or whatever you want. Those times were exciting. Those were exciting times. During the season, it was exciting because rivalries existed during the season and they were amplified more during the playoffs. Today, a regular season game, dude, we're watching, we don't, whatever, like all of a sudden there's a good game. Oh, yo, turn to watch this game because it's good. But there's no like hype like Knicks versus Celtics or Knicks versus Bulls like back in the day. You know? Like, oh, everybody's waiting for this game to happen. Or even when LeBron was in town. I mean, when LeBron and Carmelo was a Knick. You know, like, oh shit, LeBron's coming to town. Oh, it was like a big fucking thing. Today, there's no hype. During the season, there's no hype. The league is really losing out a lot because there's no hype. There's no rivalries. There's no controversy. It's just a layup line. It's a layup line. It's ridiculous. And that's and like you said, you switched after that championship to liking him. I switched to like, oh shit, Dad, you were right. Look what they're doing. Before that championship, I was rooting for him all the time. And I've said this even on this channel many times. I was rooting for him, and I was disappointed when he didn't take. You're right. I don't want to go through it all over again. But right, I was disappointed when he didn't take the shot or whatever. You pass it out, whatever, because I wanted him to win. I wanted him to be the best. But when they switched, when he won that championship, and they started switching to the soft league, I was like, damn, what? Why? Because they want him to break the record. That's what my dad was saying. They want him to, and I was like, Dad, come on, stop. But I saw that my dad was right. That they did exactly what he said they were gonna do. They switched it. They switched it up to put him in the conversation. They gave him the championship in the bubble.
They didn't give him that championship in the bubble, bro. Stop saying that, dog.
They gave him that championship. That is a huge asterisk on that championship.
Mickey Mouse himself gave it to him.
Yep, that was a whole ABC production. That's what it was. That's what the bubble was. It was a whole Mickey Mouse production, and they.
I don't even hear nothing from you. Because if the Nuggets won,
you see,
you would have taken that shit to the grave, bro. So I don't hear nothing from you. I know good and damn well if the Nuggets had won in the bubble, you wouldn't say shit about that championship.
Nobody but LeBron was going to win that championship. Nobody but LeBron was going to win that championship. Nobody. And Devin Booker gave it his all. And they were not going to win. Nobody was going to win. And Butler gave it his all too. But no, there was no way that LeBron and AD were not going to win that championship. It was
not true.
Guaranteed.
Because what I remember, right?
Production.
I remember in the beginning, that whole year, we were driving the narrative about the Clippers. Clippers is going to take the town.
Yep.
Clipper town.
I remember that too.
Town, all this, right?
Yep. But there was no way that the Lakers.
They were up 3-1, right? They were up 3-1 on the Nuggets.
And then Doc
Nuggets came back and beat their ass, right? The only team, because I remember all year, the only team that we saw that was capable of beating the Lakers in the playoff was the Clippers, and they weren't good enough to get to the Western Conference Finals, right? Now, as far as rule changes is concerned, first of all, you got to find this rule change that they made for LeBron for him to be easier, for him to be for so that it was easier for him to score.
But you're not telling me. Are you telling me that you don't see the change from that championship, the way they played during that championship to today? You don't see the change.
Which championship are you referring to?
I'm talking about the last time you won a championship in Cleveland.
Okay. So the 2016.
Yeah. From then to today, you don't see a drastic change?
But you got to understand though, bro. And that's why in the beginning of my soliloquy.
You're telling me that everyone in the NBA got worse?
No, but see, that's why I brought up what I said in the beginning with pace. Because pace has a lot to do with scoring. Yes, defense, has sacrificed, has disseminated in terms of points allowed, over time. But you got to understand the pace of the game has become exponentially faster, right? It's become a faster game today. So you can't say they made rule change. It's just the fact the game changed today. You got to look at it. Remember, before, right? People weren't able. The 3-point shot wasn't taken as frequent as it was today. In today's game, the 3-point shot is damn near mandatory. Even big men have to be able to shoot, or at least have some form of shot to be able to, to shoot from the arc. And when you substitute that for, laying the ball up and driving to the hole, that's gonna bring a faster game. That's gonna bring a whole different game.
Right, but LeBron didn't change. LeBron didn't change. LeBron kept playing the way he has always been playing.
Exactly. So my point is,
since the lane opened up,
there's no rule change for LeBron. The rule change wasn't for LeBron.
since
It's
it
not for
opened up.
LeBron.
Since it opened up,
Honestly, you can even say they've made rule changes for James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, right? You can say they've made rule changes for those guys, not for LeBron James. If anything, they've made rule
I'm not
changes for
saying
them.
no. I'm not saying that they made rule changes for James. I'm just saying that the league got soft, and James was the reason why they wanted it to get soft.
I wouldn't say it got soft. If
They
anything, I
promote
mean,
the NBA promotes the three like nobody. When back in the day, you know, when the Knicks won their first championship, there was no 3-point line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was everything was 2 points. Everything was 2 points. No matter where you shot, you could shot half court, you could shot wherever. You shot on the other side of it's 2 points. 2 points, 2 points, 2 points. I don't know when I forget the year that they implemented the 3-point line. But they did it because let's have some, give guards a chance, right? Because it's hard for the guards to go into the tree.
79.
Huh?
79.
79. All right. That's the year the Knicks won again, right? 79 or 78? I forget. Anyway.
No, I think the Knicks won like early 70s.
Yeah, but they won also in 78 or 79. One of those years they won.
Okay. All right. I'll see.
Yeah.
But continue.
So when they implemented the three, it was to the 3-point line was to help guards out, right? So they could stop going into the trees, and they could take a shot. They had a shot from the outside. You can't, a big man can't really contest that, right? But it was a low percentage shot because you're farther away from logically, right? If you think logically, you're far from the basket, right? So there's less chance of you hitting that shot than if you were close to the basket, logically, right? And even a baby would right? If you give a baby a ball, he's not going to shoot a three. He's going to try to get close to the basket and put it in, right? Logically, that's a high percentage shot. But so guards, even though the 3-point line was there, guards would still try to go in and go in for layups and do their thing inside because that's a high percentage shot. Pick and rolls was a big thing. Pick and rolls with the big going in, cutting in, so they could take a high percentage shot. Right? When Curry, I keep saying Curry destroyed the league, but he did it unintentionally because Curry is a generational talent. You can't deny that. No matter where Curry shoots from, he's going to drill it. You know what I mean? But now everybody but since he did what he did or he does what he does, the league started promoting that. The league started, take the threes, search threes. And now you got these morons in Houston who have the lane wide open. There's no defender in the middle, and the guy steps back to take a three instead of going in for the dunk or the layup. So it's not that it's mandatory. It's promoted by the league. So it weakened defenses. It wasn't a rule change. It's just a promotion from the league. And LeBron took advantage of that. You know what I mean? Like it's not. They weakened the league so that he was able to. The dude never changed his game. He didn't become a 3-point shooter. He kept being a slasher. Since no one's in the paint, now it's easy for him to score. So of course, I don't have the stats with me right now, but I can guarantee you that during his prime, he scored less points than now, and then after that championship. When was the bulk of his points scored?
The bulk of his points?
Yeah.
That would honestly, I mean, that's kind of hard to say because he's always averaged Since his rookie year, bro, he's never averaged less than 20, 25 points per game, bro. So that's what I'm and that's another thing that we have to factor in, because I wanted to throw that in there. Remember though, bro, like LeBron played in the league since 2003 now.
Yeah.
You know, so we talking about a player, like I would feel you know, if this were anybody else, but remember, we talking about a player that played in 3 different decades. You get what I'm saying? So with LeBron, and remember, in 2007, right? He led the league in scoring. And we both agreed just now that 2000s had the most difficult defense. And in that timeline, in that
he was in his prime. He was in his prime. In his old age.
He was in his prime for a long time. LeBron James was in his prime for a very long time.
After that championship, just looking at field goal percentage, it has gone up. After that championship, his field goal percentage, career-wise, has gone up. So he shot less. His field goal percentage was lower before the championship and higher after the championship, including his old age. Especially, like last year he averaged 52.4. That was not the highest of his career.
The highest he ever had was 56.
56, yeah. When he was
56 and 13.
Miami.
56 and 13, and then
he
the
just
next
has a nice.
one was,
He has a nice little stretch going on. The bubble year.
But even then, right? Those 2 years, right? 2016, 2017. 2017, 2018, when he played all 82 games, right? When he shot 44%, 54% from the field. I would argue that was probably LeBron James's most impressive year, was 2017, 2018. Right? So my thing is, but when we say this, and that's why I say we have to factor in pacing when it comes to how the game is played today. It's like, I'm not going to sit here and argue too much about defense, because you have a better argument to say that defense has disseminated over the years. So I'm not going to, especially when we consider points allowed. But like I said, pacing has a lot to do with the game today. Like it's like some of these points that LeBron racks up, like a lot of it could be on fast breaks. You know what I'm saying? Like when LeBron is dished out, he's getting the ball, he's going to the rack, he's going to the hole, he's dunking at the rim.
But that's what I mean.
Things like
defense is supposed to prevent things like that from happening, and nobody's playing the defense. So of course, this is a high pace right now.
But remember, pace was a very pace was a new. Well, I wouldn't say new, but the frequency of increased pacing in basketball was not a common thing. Like even going back to the time where Magic Johnson was first drafted into the league. Remember, with Magic Johnson, they tried to implement a faster pace with the Lakers offense.
Yeah, Showtime.
Because you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then so that's why I refer to this chart.
Pacing was what do you call it? Specific, was team specific, not league specific. You know what I mean? Like pacing was specific to certain teams. Certain teams are fast paced, and then defense came in, and then you know what? We got to stop these guys somehow. Stop them. We got to stop them. The league today is the whole entire league is on a fast break right now. Like the entire league, and no one's trying to stop no one. You know, like of course a guy is going to flourish at any age in this league. So that's why I can't put a lot of stock in the rest of his career. His numbers are being padded, and I can't put a lot of stock in a guy like LaMelo Ball or a guy like you know what I mean. Like it's this league right now is not good. It's not good because anyone can score in a lineup in a layup line. Anyone could score in a layup line, and you're not impressing me because you got mad points during a layup line. That's not impressive to me. You know, impressive is when you are against all the odds, and you know when he won those championships, those earlier championships, and including that was impressive. That was impressive. But after that, anyone, come on, man, anyone's grandma, all our grandmas could score in the layup line, 30 points a game. Come on, man. This league is weak. So none of these people that are playing in the league, nobody impresses me like that. And that's why I keep telling everybody, like this is so soft. And LeBron's longevity is admirable because who the hell plays this long? But of course he could play this long if it's not really tough. He could play till he's 50 if he wants to, man. Come on, this league is soft. The league is really soft, and of course his numbers are going to be super inflated by the time he retires. Because he's not going to retire till the next. He has like 4 more years in his career. His records are going to be so unbreakable. It's going to be ridiculous.
But so when we talk about the 80s, right? I mean, that's why I keep trying to get you to look at this chart right here, bro. Because look at this chart right here, right? Blue indicates the pacing of the game, right? And then on the right is points per game. Right now you can see it's somewhat similar. Now if you notice the 80s and the 90s, right? Now it doesn't go into. I wish it went a little bit farther, right? It was like 2020s and further. But if you look at the 80s, and I have some numbers that I'm looking at, the 80s and the 90s were pretty high in pace. They had some pretty high points per game. Like I'm looking at some of these teams, like 84 to 85 Lakers. They averaged 126 points per game in the playoffs. 86, 87 Lakers, 120 points.
That was the 80s, but then they came
84,
back to
85.
earth in the 90s, though.
Huh?
He came back to earth in the 90s and in the 2000s.
Hey, man, but this is,
because at the end of the day, when you're playing basketball, I'm saying as us, growing up or whatever. You go to the playground. I don't know how it is over there in LA, but over here in New York, you go to the playground.
I'm from New York, bro.
All
I
right.
know what it's like.
Okay, you go to the playground, and I ain't letting you score. I don't give a damn. Yeah. This is a man's game. I ain't letting you score a point. I don't care. And I'll throw an elbow, and I'll throw whatever, and nobody's going to call a foul. Because if you call a foul, you're a big puss. That's how we play out here in New York, and that's how it was in the 90s and in the 2000s. That's how basketball is played. If you don't play that style of basketball, it's weak. You know what I mean? It's not being an old head. It's just even today, you go to the park, you go to any park. You go to New Jersey, you go to fucking Philly, you go to even Utah because I have family in Utah and I've visited Utah. You go to a park in Utah, they have the same attitude. No matter where you go to Miami, no matter where you go, and you play ball, you play defense. That's one of the most important parts of playing basketball is defense. If you're playing in a rec center or whatever, I don't know. that's kind of puts to me. Street ball is real ball, and the part of basketball is defense, and even Steve Kerr recently said it. He said it last year. He said it to his team last year when they were winning the championship. If they don't have the ball, they can't score. So what do we got to do? We got to take the ball away from them. We got to play defense. Defense wins championships. This league is like, it's at a fast pace. That's what happened in the 80s. They were playing at a fast pace. They had to bring the league down, back to earth, to play real basketball. Real basketball is defense and offense. The teams that could do both are the ones that win championships. And this league is not like that. Now people like Josh have this, the offense is what's going to win the championship for us. If you can score more than the other team. No, that's not how it is. Even Steve Kerr is like, as of last year, was like, if they don't have the ball, we're winning this game. And it's obvious. It's obvious. It's logic. If the other team doesn't have the ball and we have the ball all the time, whether we're hitting or missing shots, we're going to win the game because we have the ball all the time. So what we got to do is take the ball away from them. The less time they have the ball, the better chance we get of winning the game. And that's defense. That's what wins championships. And the pace has to change. And that's what I'm telling you. When LeBron James, you're going to see this. When LeBron James retires, that's when the pace is going to change. I'm telling you, man, that's when defense is going to be your forefront again. People are going to stop shooting threes. People are going to start defending better. It's going to change.
People are not going to stop threes,
and it's
bro.
going to be fun again to watch basketball.
People are not going to stop shooting threes, bro.
Yeah, maybe I'm.
They're not going to stop shooting threes. But my thing about it is, man, I don't think you give enough credit to today's playoff basketball. Like I think when it comes to, I think
it's interesting because the teams that play defense are the ones who are more successful, like the Bucks, the Celtics, the Warriors, even the Lakers to some extent, because they play defense too when it comes to the playoffs.
Yeah, those years when they were contending, they were one of the best defensive teams in the league.
Yeah, and that's why I have so high hopes for my Knicks, because they're also one of those teams that plays defense. Philly plays defense. There's Cleveland plays defense. Those teams that's why playoffs are interesting, because it's not like I don't know what exactly we're gonna go with this, but I feel like it's interesting. Because of that fact, when you start eliminating these weak ass teams that don't play defense, like the Dallas Mavericks and all these other weak ass teams that don't play defense, then it gets interesting. That's when you start seeing rivalries. That's when you start seeing heated tempers and stuff. Like that series between the Warriors and the Celtics was freaking amazing.
Yeah, but I feel like that's when we start to see the game flourish on both ends of the court. Like we start to see both teams. You start to see both of it. Like Warriors have been they were a good defensive team all year last year, and we started to see some of those spotty moments in the playoffs. And that's why people, there's some people that might say like, I'm not like, like a true basketball fan or whatever, but I don't give a fuck what they gotta say. Like for me, this is why I love football. Cause for me, I die by football. I love fucking football. But I was a defensive player. You know what I'm saying? So I love watching a defensive NFL game because it makes those offensive plays that much more cherishable.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Right.
But
that's when you can actually see talent. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. And so that's why You know, like that's why I put a lot of stock into, NBA playoffs, as opposed to sometimes the regular season. Because I mean, you could, but because we gotta think about it, right? It's not like compare NBA to like another sport like baseball that plays a long amount of games. Oh wait, you said when is the fight, please? Yeah, one person watching. Oh, damn, bro! Why I keep pointing that out, man? Hey, the fight is tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time on ESPN Plus. All right. This video was just a kind of prediction and to kind of talk about heading into the fight. But yes, the fight is tomorrow. Okay. I hope that does good on you. Remember, 3 p.m. Eastern time. So if you guys are in a different time zone, please account for that. All right. All right. That's it. Then what was I saying? Yeah, man, I can't do no type of scrolling without people criticizing me in the comment sections. But damn, what was I saying?
Oh, you were talking about the playoff basketball.
Yeah, so when playoff time comes, man, that's when I feel like that's when we start to see a lot of these. That's when you start to see the bad moments in superstars that played great all year. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I speak so much against Jokic, because a lot of the time when we watch these games and we thinking about these games, like you point out defense, right? And my point is my same exact point is he's not going against anybody else defensively that can measure up to his skill or even his size on a daily basis. I asked AK a long while back, I'm like, what other great center is in the West? You know what I'm saying? Like, what other player in the West is going up against at his position on a day-to-day basis?
Man, that's
Nobody.
why I told you too. I told you.
A bonus.
No, bro. Sabonis is, come on, bro.
No.
The Sabonis is not even going to be an all-NBA player, bro.
But he's an all-star.
Bro, keep it a buck, bro. You know I'm right on this. Don't try to make it seem like Sabonis. Really? So Sabonis is in the same conversation.
That's why I told you. That's why I told you, Cash. That's why I told you yesterday or the day before. I don't remember, but I told you. Oh, because you told me. Oh, that you made a comment saying that Jokic is not going to be averaging a triple-double. And I was like, you're talking like the West is a defensive powerhouse? You crazy? Of course he's going to average a triple-double in the season and during the playoffs.
Hold on. You misconstruing what I'm saying.
Oh, all right.
The stat that you brought up in the Discord, I remember. You brought up a stat where they said he has 25 straight consecutive wins when he averages when he has a triple double.
Yeah.
Basically, the way I see it, right, is that saying, because there's two crucial stats that I can take away and I can give you, right? For one, it's basically saying they have a better chance for him to win if he averages a triple double. And then second, right, and this is a stat today, that they have a 40% win percentage when he has 10 assists. So basically, right, Nikola Jokic would either have to have a triple-double or have 10 assists to put the Nuggets in the best position to win. And I don't see that as a recipe for success, especially if you're going up against other great teams who know that's what they need to win.
Right. And I agree, and I agreed with you. If there were any great teams in the West, which there aren't. There aren't any great defensive powerhouses in the West. So I will imagine that Jokic is going to continue the trend and they're going to continue to be successful. They may hit, like I was telling you yesterday, they may hit a wall when they face a team in the East in the finals. If they face like the Celtics or they face the Bucks, they may face, or even Philly, they may face the wall, and maybe Jokic doesn't win a championship because then he's gonna have to then have the same type of success against an Eastern Conference team who plays defense. But other than that, you can guarantee that Jokic is going to continue the trend during the season and during the playoffs. Like, I definitely think that's what's going to happen. And he may hit a wall, like I was telling you yesterday. He may hit a wall once he faces a team in the East who plays defense, who will be able to shut him down to an extent, maybe prevent him from getting a triple-double, prevent him from getting the assists, prevent him from getting points or whatever. But other than that, no one in the West, you can't tell me that a team in the West that's a defensive powerhouse that's going to stop this man.
Exactly, man. There's certain players that can't be stopped.
I mean, I would give you two. I can give you two legitimate. I can give you two teams that can
Two
give
defensive
Jokic.
powerhouse teams that's going to stop him. Who?
But you keep using that keyword powerhouse. I'm not even going to throw that out there. I'm just speaking from personnel and the sort of scheme that they can run to slow him down, and that's what it's going to take. You know what I'm saying? Like let's be honest here. When you have superstars, you don't really shut them down. You know, you don't really lock them down like that. I think that's like a misconception. You know, when it comes to how you guard players, even how they approach LeBron, it's not about locking him down. It's about slowing them down,
Containing.
right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Making them work harder for their game,
Trying to contain.
right? So teams like that, like for one, I would say the Suns, Grizzlies, Clippers, right? And then if the Lakers can make it to the first round, right? And if they go against the Nuggets in the first round, they would be a tough team personnel-wise to go against the Nuggets.
All right,
Right.
what team are you scared of? Who could stop or contain Jokic?
Me?
Yeah.
Suns.
You agree with the Suns? You don't think the Clippers?
Clippers? Who's gonna stop you?
Yeah, Zubats versus Jokic.
Now that'd be actually.
That'd be interesting.
That'd be.
But that's what I'm saying though. It's not like I said. It's not the way I look at it. It's not like, okay, I'm gonna have. It's different when you have somebody like Aiden, right? If I have sons, right? If I have the Suns, I will lean more on Aiden's defense, right? To go one-on-one, to go man-on-man with Jokic, because I can have a lot more faith in Aiden to put pressure on Jokic. Plus, he's done it in the past.
Gobert,
right? He's done it in the past.
Maybe Gobert. I don't know.
No, not Gobert.
You don't like Gobert? Gobert.
I'm not high on
Gobert.
Nah.
Yo, you gotta give up like 50 guys to get Gobert.
Nah. Wish I had my poop sound. That's what I think of Gobert. Poop. Right?
You gotta get 50 guys to get Gobert, man. He's worth 50 guys.
But my thing about it is, like, for example, and that's one example, right? If I had the Suns, right, I would lean more towards, Aiden in his, I would have Aiden. I would have more trust in Aiden to go man for man with Jokic. But if I have somebody like the Grizzlies, Clippers, right, or what was the other team? What was the other team that I said?
Lakers. You said Lakers.
And then Lakers, right? So if I have those teams, I'm gonna hit Jokic with a scheme, right? Because with those teams, they have depth on their front court. So you can hit Jokic with a multitude of guys, right? And tire him out with multiple bodies, right? Now, you could say, of course, right? Jokic is 100 times better than Steven Adams, but he's not stronger than Steven Adams. He's rarely bigger than Steven Adams. So if as a coach, right? If you go to Steven Adams, you're like, yo, your number one job is to make this motherfucker work, right? I don't care what you do. I don't care how you do it, but everything this man does, make him work for it. Don't give him nothing easy, right? And not to mention just Steven Adams, you also have Jaren Jackson Jr., who you can switch out with, right? And then now you're talking about the Clippers. It's not quite the same ordeal when it comes to the front court, but Zubac, and then now you're adding in somebody like Mason Plumlee, right? Those are teams with 2-punch combos, 2-punch front courts, right? And then so you can come up with a scheme to supplement that, right? And that goes to show that, and it's almost the same outing, right? With what the Warriors did last year. It's not like Draymond Green was guarding. It's not like Draymond Green was guarding Nikola Jokic the whole game, right? You would even see throughout the game, you know what? They'll give him that shot. They'll give him an easy shot. But then as it gets closer to crunch time minutes, you start to see Draymond Green post up on him a lot more than you did early on in the game. You might even see Kevon Looney switch up on him. Mind you, both of these guys are smaller guys. They're both smaller than Jokic. You get what I'm saying? And then, yeah, he had back-to-back games where he averaged 30, but in that last game, he had 20. He had 20-something points. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about how, and that's where coaching comes into play. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just about, having certain players, but it's how you put them together. It's how you attack it. It's the scheme. Because defense, there's a lot of defensive schemes. There's a 3-and-1, there's a 4-and-1, right? There's so many different defensive schemes that players that coaches and players can apply to make players work. You know what I mean? So that's where I come from, and this is why AK, this is why I say this Nuggets team is not a championship team. They're the best team in the West, but I don't see it simply for the reasons. Yes, I think Jokic is good enough to win a championship. I think Jamal Murray, if he can go back into bubble form, right? But apparently you guys say it's an asterisk. So you know what? Jamal Murray's postseason success was an asterisk too. So you know what? That's an asterisk.
Yeah,
right?
that's the asterisk. Oh, yeah.
The Nuggets, that whole Nuggets season was an asterisk.
Yeah,
So let's be consistent now.
Yeah.
But my thing about it is, right, is I just don't have too much faith in the guys around him, right? Like we're thinking when I go through this roster, when I look down in this roster, we talking about guys like Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr., Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, right? We talking about these guys, right? There's a reason why the Nuggets went out to go get guys like Bones Highland, right? Because they wanted to get as much depth as possible, right? Because
and they have depth. They have a lot of depth.
And when you consider these guys, right? And I've stated in the past, you have to have a two-way wing, a two-way three-play. You have to in today's game. You have to have a two-way three-player. One that can score. It doesn't have to be a dominant score, but the bare minimum is that they have to be able to defend. At the bare minimum, they have to be able to defend, right? And then when I look at that front court for the Nuggets, when I look at Michael Porter and Aaron Gordon, I don't see them as good enough. And even though Kentavious Caldwell-Pope did win a championship with the Lakers, he's not that guy. So really what you're banking on is, for one, what I've stated in the past numerous times, is that Nikola Jokic has to be aggressive. Either him or Jamal Murray is going to have to be closer. Either or. But regardless,
I mean,
this team,
I agree with you with Jamal Murray. Like, I mean, yeah, even Artem has said this in the past. Like, you know, the reason why Jokic hasn't been successful is because he hasn't had his man Murray. You know, he's been hurt.
mhm.
You know, but yeah, this year Murray has to come up big. And I don't totally agree that Jokic has to be more aggressive or any of that stuff. Like, I feel like Jokic playing the game that he plays and Murray coming up big is a good formula for them. But Murray has to come up big. And Jokic has to continue being who he is, who he's been all this time. And it's a winning formula if Murray, you know, does what he has to do. It's kind of like the Philly thing, you know, like Embiid. Embiid is gonna do his thing in the playoffs. He's not gonna change. He's gonna be who he is. Unless Harden comes up big, they ain't going anywhere. It's the same thing. It's a team game, and I see what you're saying about the wings and stuff, but I think Murray is the key. Murray is the key when it comes to the Nuggets. They're gonna go as far as Murray takes them, because Jokic is gonna be who he is, and it's up to Murray. Murray's the man who's gonna lay out what's gonna happen with them.
But even with that said, you know, even with that being said, right, with Murray, no matter, even with how good he was, and I mean, hopefully he can get back to where he was, you know. But my point is with Murray, it's just, now remember the competition when it comes to guard play is just as competitive. It keeps getting more and more competitive. Like Jamal Murray is like, where would you rank Jamal Murray when it comes to the best point guards in the league? Besides that one playoff year, where would you rank him? Where would you have him at? And then if he were to play that game, I mean, then it would take away from Jokic. And with today's game, I don't see that 1-2 punch combo with Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic being able to withstand today's Clippers and today's Suns, and even to an extent,
But if
today's
you watch them play, it's not like Nikola Jokic is the point guard. He brings up the ball. No,
Mhm.
I know that Jokic gets triple doubles, but the guy handling the ball is Murray. He's their point guard.
No, I know.
The whole game basically surrounds Murray, and Jokic just makes shit happen. That's the point. That's the talent of Jokic. He makes shit happen. He makes it successful. But Murray is the point guard. He's the guy. The game comes through him. It flows through him. At the end of the day, he's the guy who's handling the ball 90% of the time. You know?
Mhm.
So we're not hearing a lot about Murray right now because it's the Nuggets. They're in Denver. Like the only guy you hear about is Jokic. But really, who's watching their games to understand that the game doesn't flow through Jokic? He's just that talented. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The game flows through Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Murray. So you can't really say, oh, I don't know if that 1-2 punch is working. They're number one in the West. That 1-2 punch is working right now.
I mean, I could say the same thing with the Suns. It was working last year for them. Chris Paul and Devin Booker, DeAndre Ayton, was working for them. But guess what? They lost to the Mavericks, bro. The number one. Don't get me wrong. The number one seed only guarantees you home court advantage, but it doesn't guarantee you the finals appearance.
Right.
It just gives you the invitation to the dance, but it doesn't make you the homecoming king or queen or whatever people would say in that scenario.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you can be the number one team for what? You know what I'm saying? Like it gives us a good insight on how things are going to be looking once we go into the playoffs. But that doesn't guarantee anything, man. We literally saw.
I know that. But I'm just saying to doubt the 1-2 punch of Jokic and Murray is kind of disingenuous when it works. It worked before his injury, and it's working now after his injury. And you don't know, like Murray's production improves in the playoffs. This 1-2 punch is kind of lethal if you really think about it.
No, you know what? I'll give you that because I don't want to take that away because it works. All I'm just saying, I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough, bro. I don't. Because for one, I definitely don't see them beating the Celtics. I do not see them beating the Celtics. In no way, shape, or form. I do not see them beating the Celtics. I am sorry.
You think they beat the Celtics? Artem?
See, he's staying quiet because he don't want to answer. Nah, he probably fell asleep.
Artem sleep?
Yeah, he probably fell asleep, bro. I'm probably gonna end it here soon, but let's just finish this though real quick. But yeah, man, I don't see them beating the Celtics. I don't see them beating the Bucks, right? And if the 76ers were to make it, it would definitely be a hard battle for them. You know, but and I'm just speaking from, it being offset, with the players, that he's going up, that Jamal Murray would go up against in the backcourt, right?
West?
Like in the West in particular, because the West do have some players that can guard up, especially in the backcourt. The Grizzlies are definitely one of those teams. I mean, the Suns. I mean, yes, Chris Paul, their defense, it really isn't up to. It's not. Chris Paul is older, so it's not the same. But I feel like a lot of that will be offset with defense because the Nuggets also have to be able to stop the Suns also. So it would be like back and forth.
Yeah.
Clippers. I feel like that would be a closer series. That would be a much more closer series. But to be honest with you, I think if anything, if there were any legitimate team that I think would give them legit work, it would be the Pelicans and Grizzlies. I think those teams are their match. I think those and you know what? I'll throw in the Lakers, but that's a honorable mention. That's a toss up. But if I had to say like young, fresh teams, Pelicans, if the Pelicans were fully healthy, I think the Pelicans would
Pelicans
be their kryptonite.
Yeah,
It would definitely be their kryptonite.
Yeah, Pelicans are a scary team. They just got to get healthy. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Alvarado, point guard, playing defense. That kid is crazy, man. He's scary.
Yeah.
Every team he plays against, it's like, damn, man, I hate this kid because he's so tough. He's so tough on defense, man. So I see the Pelicans. Yeah, definitely.
But let's finish it off here, man. You know, Josh already skated out of here. And then AK's he fell asleep, you know. He was probably counting Jokic's in his head and he passed out. Jokic probably tucked him into bed. All right, though, man. Let me close this off. Let me seal this real quick. All right, man. So, man, we had a long one, right? Hey, thank you guys. Thank you everybody for coming out and showing your support and staying in tune with Cash Media. We talked a lot of basketball in the beginning. We talked about some boxing with the Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury fight. I'm gonna be back here tomorrow to discuss more about that. I know a lot of you guys kept asking about whether I was going to be streaming the fight. I don't want to say no, but I don't want to say yes, right? Because for one, it is a pay-per-view fight, and then so I have to be really, really careful about how I go about streaming this if I want to, you know. So hopefully I can, but there's no promises there. So. Thank you guys once again for tuning into Cash Sports / Cash Media. Like and subscribe. Hit that bell, that notification button. Stay tuned and have a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you and stay tuned.